In the 24-hour period from Tuesday to Wednesday, approximately 19,000 people were evacuated on 90 U.S. military and coalition flights. Only the United States could organize and execute a mission of this scale and this complexity. As the President has made clear, our first priority is the evacuation of American citizens. Since August 14th, we've evacuated at least 4,500 U.S. citizens, and likely more. More than 500 of those Americans were evacuated in just the last day alone. Now, many of you have asked how many U.S. citizens remain in Afghanistan who want to leave the country. Based on our analysis, starting on August 14, when our evacuation operations began, there was then a population of as many as 6,000 American citizens in Afghanistan who wanted to leave. Over the last 10 days, roughly 4,500 of these Americans have been safely evacuated, along with immediate family members. Over the past 24 hours, we've been in direct contact with approximately 500 additional Americans and provided specific instructions on how to get to the airport safely. We'll update you regularly on our progress in getting these 500 American citizens out of Afghanistan. For the remaining roughly 1,000 contacts that we had, who may be Americans seeking to leave Afghanistan, we're aggressively reaching out to them multiple times a day through multiple channels of communication, phone, email, text messaging, to determine whether they still want to leave and to get the most up-to-date information and instructions to them for how to do so. Some may no longer be in the country. Some may have claimed to be Americans, but turn out not to be. Some may choose to stay. We'll continue to try to identify the status and plans of these people in the coming days. Thus, from this list of approximately 1,000, we believe the number of Americans actively seeking assistance to leave Afghanistan is lower, likely significantly lower. Having said that, these are dynamic calculations that we are working hour by hour to refine for accuracy. And let me, if I can, just take a moment to explain why the numbers are difficult to pin down with absolute precision at any given moment. And let me start with Americans who are in Afghanistan and we believe want to leave. First, as I think all of you know, the U.S. government does not track Americans' movements when they travel around the world. When Americans visit a foreign country, or if they reside there, we encourage them to enroll with the U.S. Embassy. Whether they do or not is up to them. It's voluntary. And then when Americans leave a foreign country, it's also up to them to de-enroll. Again, that's a choice, not a requirement. Particularly given the security situation in Afghanistan, for many years, we have urged Americans not to travel there. We've repeatedly asked Americans who are in Afghanistan to enroll. And since March of this year, we've sent 19 separate messages to Americans enrolled with the embassy in Kabul, encouraging and then urging them to leave the country. We've amplified those direct messages on the State Department website and on social media. We even made clear that we would help pay for their repatriation. And we provided multiple communication channels for Americans to contact us if they're in Afghanistan and want help in leaving. The specific estimated number of Americans in Afghanistan who want to leave can go up as people respond to our outreach for the first time. And it can go down when we reach Americans we thought were in Afghanistan who tell us they've already left. There could be other Americans in Afghanistan who never enrolled with the embassy, who ignored public evacuation notices and have not yet identified themselves to us. We've also found that many people who contact us and identify themselves as American citizens, including by filling out and submitting repatriation assistance forms, are not, in fact, U.S. citizens, something that can take some time to verify. Some Americans may choose to stay in Afghanistan, some who are enrolled and some who are not. Many of them are dual nationals who may consider Afghanistan their home, who lived there for decades, or who want to stay close to extended family. And there are Americans who are still evaluating their decision to leave based on the situation on the ground that evolves daily, in fact, that evolves hourly. Some are understandably very scared. Each has a set of personal priorities and considerations that they alone can weigh. They may even change their mind from one day to the next, as has happened, and will likely continue to happen. Finally, over the past 10 days, we've been moving hundreds of American citizens out of Afghanistan every day, in most cases guided to the airport by us, in some cases getting there on their own, in other cases with the help of third countries or private initiatives. We cross-check our list against flight manifests, against arrival records, against other databases. There's usually a lag of about 24 hours for us to verify their status. So when you take into account all of these inputs that we use to arrive at our assessment of the number of Americans still in Afghanistan and who want to leave, you start to understand why this is a hard number to pin down at any given moment and why we're constantly refining it. And that's also why we continue to be relentless in our outreach. Since August 14th, we've reached out directly to every American enrolled with us in Afghanistan, often multiple times. Hundreds of consular officers, locally employed staff, here in Washington, at dozens of embassies and consulates around the world, are part of what has been an unprecedented operation. They're phone banking, text banking, writing and responding to emails, working around the clock to communicate individually with Americans on the ground. Since August 14th, we've sent more than 20,000 emails to enrolled individuals, initiated more than 45,000 phone calls, and used other means of communication, cycling through and updating our list repeatedly. We're also integrating information in real time that's provided to us by members of Congress, by non-governmental organizations, and U.S. citizens about Americans who may be in Afghanistan and want to get out. These contacts are how we determine the whereabouts of Americans who may be in Afghanistan, whether they want to leave, whether they need help, and then to give them specific, tailored instructions on how to leave with real-time emergency contact numbers to use should they need it. Now, let me turn to the number of Americans who've been evacuated. As I said, we believe we've evacuated more than 4,500 U.S. passport holders, as well as their families.
And just want to give everyone a quick heads up. Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break.
That's because in this critical stretch, we're focused on getting Americans and their families onto planes out of Afghanistan as quickly as possible, and then processing the total numbers when they're safely out of the country. We also verify our numbers to make sure that we aren't inadvertently undercounting or double counting. So I wanted to lay all that out because I know it is a fundamental question that so many of you have had, and it really merits going through the information, the explanation, so you see how we arrive at it. While evacuating Americans is our top priority, we're also committed to getting out as many Afghans at risk as we can before the 31st. That starts with our locally employed staff, the folks who've been working side by side in our embassy with our diplomatic team. And it includes special immigrant visa program participants and also other Afghans at risk. It's hard to overstate the complexity and the danger of this effort. We're operating in a hostile environment in a city and country now controlled by the Taliban, with the very real possibility of an ISIS-K attack. We're taking every precaution, but this is very high risk. As the President said yesterday, we're on track to complete our mission by August 31st, provided the Taliban continue to cooperate and there are no disruptions to this effort. The President has also asked for contingency plans in case he determines that we must remain in the country past that date. But let me be crystal clear about this. There is no deadline on our work to help any remaining American citizens who decide they want to leave to do so, along with the many Afghans who have stood by us over these many years and want to leave and have been unable to do so. That effort will continue every day past August 31st. The Taliban have made public and private commitments to provide and permit safe passage for Americans, for third country nationals, and Afghans at risk going forward past August 31st. The United States, our allies and partners, And more than half of the world's countries, 114 in all, issued a statement making it clear to the Taliban that they have a responsibility to hold to that commitment and provide safe passage for anyone who wishes to leave the country, not just for the duration of our evacuation and relocation mission, but for every day thereafter. And we're developing detailed plans for how we can continue to provide consular support and facilitate departures for those who wish to leave after August 31st. Our expectation, the expectation of the international community, is that people who want to leave Afghanistan after the U.S. military departs should be able to do so. Together, we will do everything we can to see that that expectation is met. Let me just close with a note on the diplomatic front. In all, more than 24 countries on 4 continents are contributing to the effort to transit, temporarily house, or resettle those who we are evacuating. That didn't just happen. It's the product of an intense diplomatic effort to secure, detail, and implement transit agreements and resettlement commitments. We are deeply grateful to those countries for their generous assistance. This is one of the largest airlifts in history, a massive military, diplomatic, security, and humanitarian undertaking. It's a testament both to U.S. leadership and to the strength of our alliances and partnerships. We'll be relying and building upon that strength moving forward as we work with our allies and partners to forge a unified diplomatic approach to Afghanistan. That was a point the President underscored in yesterday's G7 leaders meeting on Afghanistan. And it's one that I and other senior members of the State Department have made in our constant communication with allies and partners in recent days to ensure that we're aligned and united as we move forward. Not only when it comes to the immediate mission, but also on what happens after August 31st, on counterterrorism, on humanitarian assistance, on our expectations of a future Afghan government. That intense diplomatic work is ongoing as we speak, and it will continue in the days and weeks ahead. So, I talked a lot about numbers this afternoon, but even as we're laser focused on the mission, we know that this is about real people. Many scared, many desperate. I've seen the images, I've read the stories, I've heard the voices, so much of that reported by you and your colleagues so courageously. Like many of you, I read the report of the Afghan translator whose 2-year-old daughter was trampled to death on Saturday while waiting outside the airport. I've got 2 small kids of my own. Reading that story and others was like getting punched in the gut. All of us at the State Department and across the U.S. government feel that way. We know that lives and futures, starting with our fellow citizens, including the lives of children, hang in the balance during these critical days. And that's why everyone on our team is putting everything they have into this effort. Thanks very much, and happy to take questions.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Secretary, for coming down and doing this. On your 2 things, really briefly, I'll try to be as brief as possible. 2 things on your numbers of the American citizens. Does that include green card holders, LPRs? And if it doesn't, or it does? Okay.
No, it does
Oh,
not.
it does
Let me be
not.
clear, it
Okay.
does not.
Is there a way to get
These
the
are
number?
blue passport holders.
Okay, but have LPRs also been contacted?
Yep.
And what about SIV applicants, people who are eligible?
We are in contact
So
with
can we get numbers
all
for
of the
those,
different
even if you
categories.
don't? And then
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Matt.
it's okay. I don't expect you to have all of the numbers. But since this whole thing began, there's been a lot of criticism of the administration over how it handled it. And there's been a lot of pushback from people within the administration about the hand that you were basically dealt, or what you say you were dealt by the previous administration in terms of the deal with the Taliban, in terms of the SIV program, in terms of the broader refugee program. But you guys have been in office for almost 8 months. It's been 5 months since the president's decision was made. Is there anything about the shortcomings that have been so readily identified by all sorts of people that you guys are actually willing to take responsibility for yourselves?
Thanks, Matt. Let me say 2 things. First, with regard to the numbers in these different categories, as you've seen by how I've laid out how we get to the numbers of Americans. This is both incredibly complicated and incredibly fluid. Any number I give you right now is likely to be out of date by the time we leave this briefing room. So what we're doing is very carefully tabulating everything we have, cross-checking it, referencing it, using different databases. We will have numbers for all those different categories in the days ahead and after this initial phase of efforts to bring people out of Afghanistan ends. And with regard to the second part of your question about taking responsibility, I take responsibility. I know the President has said he takes responsibility. And I know all of my colleagues across government feel the same way. And I can tell you that there will be plenty of time to look back at the last 6 or 7 months, to look back at the last 20 years, and to look to see what we might have done differently, what we might have done sooner, what we might have done more effectively. But I have to tell you that right now, my entire focus is on the mission at hand. And there's going to be, as I said, plenty of time to do an accounting of this when we get through that mission.
Laura?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Could you speak today about the future of the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, whether it will remain or American diplomats will remain in Kabul after the military withdrawal on the 31st? And also more broadly, we're already seeing women being repressed in Afghanistan by the Taliban, people being attacked, intimidated, being kept from getting to the airport. I'm wondering if you can give us any concrete examples of steps that the United States is going to take to assure SIV applicants and other high-target, high-risk Afghans that they're not going to be forgotten when the United States military leaves.
With regard to our diplomatic engagement, we're looking at a series of options, and I'm sure we'll have more on that in the coming days and weeks. But we're looking at a variety of options. And as I said earlier, particularly because the effort to bring out of Afghanistan those who want to leave does not end with the military evacuation plan on the 31st, we are very focused on what we need to do to facilitate the further departure of people who wish to leave Afghanistan. And that is primarily going to be a diplomatic effort, a consular effort, an international effort, because other countries feel exactly the same way. And I'm sorry, the second part of your question?
If there are any concrete steps
Yes, I'm sorry.
that you can give to people who are very worried right now, understandably, about whether they're just going to be forgotten, left behind, disappeared once the United States withdraws its military and can no longer protect their safe passage to the airport or their other livelihoods.
Yeah. The short answer is no, they will not be forgotten. And as I said, we will use every diplomatic, economic assistance tool at our disposal, working hand in hand with the international community. First and foremost, to ensure that those who want to leave Afghanistan after the 31st are able to do so, as well as to deal with other issues that we need to be focused on, including counterterrorism and humanitarian assistance, and expectations of a future Afghan government. I mentioned a few moments ago that we got 114 countries around the world to make clear to the Taliban the international expectation that people will continue to be able to leave the country after the military evacuation effort ends. And we certainly have points of incentive and points of leverage with a future Afghan government to help make sure that that happens. But I can tell you, again, from my perspective, from the President's perspective, this effort does not end on August 31st. It will continue for as long as it takes to help get people out of Afghanistan who wish to leave.
What's your level of confidence today that the Taliban will actually abide by some of these requirements and expectations that the international community has put on it? I'm
not going to put a percentage on it. I can just tell you again that the Taliban has made their own commitments. They've made them publicly. They've made them privately. And again, I think they have a very strong self-interest in acting with a modicum of responsibility going forward. But they will make their own determinations.
Andrea.
Mr. Secretary, thank you.
But the Taliban right now, focusing on the mission right now, are not living up to their commitments. People are being stopped to trying to get into the airport. I'm talking about, women, SIVs, others, Afghans, people with papers, and they're being stopped outside the airport now. There are total bottlenecks, which seem to rise to the level of what the president said were the contingencies if the Taliban is not complying, if the flow can't continue. We're loading planes, but some planes are leaving without, and some people are people who have private planes waiting for them with landing rights, but can't get into the airport, as well as beyond the SIVs, there are lawyers, there are judges, women lawyers, judges, educators. We've told them for 20 years, you can live up to your potential. And now they feel abandoned. And I'd finally like to ask you about the local hires. We evacuated our embassy, and there have been cables back that I know you must be familiar with, or your teams are, of people who feel completely betrayed. And these are thousands of people that we rely on in embassies around the world. The message is going forward that we will not be loyal. They were not told about the evacuation. They were not put on those choppers with our American staff. And they were forced, many of them, to find their own way through the Taliban checkpoints and then get turned away at the airport. Some even got turned away once they were inside. So, what is the message to people working for the U.S. government? Veterans groups are angry about the SIVs, and then there are all the millions of Afghan women who have told their daughters and been raised under this promise of a future which the Taliban are already, according to Ambassador Verveer today, are denying. There are horrifying examples from provinces and from inside Kabul of people being targeted door to door, people in safe houses being sought out. And all this promise of you will be safe, the Taliban spokesman said, stay in your homes because we haven't told all of our people how to treat women, how to respect women. They also say you can go to school, you can work as long as you comply with Sharia law, which under their interpretation is the most extreme example of the Islamic code that is seen anywhere in the world.
Andrew, a few things. First, of the 82,000 plus people who so far have been evacuated, about 45–46% have been women and children. And we've been intensely focused, particularly on making sure that we can get women at risk out of harm's way. Second, with regard to women and other Afghans at risk going forward, I will use every diplomatic, economic, political, and assistance tool at my disposal, working closely with allies and partners who feel very much the same way, to do everything possible to uphold their basic rights. And that's going to be a relentless focus of our actions going forward. Locally employed staff, along with American citizens, nothing is more important to me as Secretary of State than to do right by the people who have been working side by side with American diplomats in our embassy. And I can tell you, Andrea, that we are relentlessly focused on getting the locally employed staff out of Afghanistan and out of harm's way. And let me leave it at that for now.
Rosalind.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. I wanted to ask a more fundamental question about the Taliban. Your spokesperson indicated in recent days that de facto the Taliban are in charge in Kabul, but there is no legal recognized government by the United States at this moment. And it kind of begs the question, why does the United States even have to pay attention to what the Taliban wants? It's an SDGT. It's sanctioned by many organizations. It's already losing access to Afghan government resources because of its past and current behavior. Why should the United States even care what the Taliban wants to be done at the airport or frankly anywhere else in the country, since they are not, in the U.S.'s eyes, a legally recognized government. Thank you.
Thank you. Our focus right now is on getting our citizens and getting our partners, Afghan partners, third country partners who've been working in Afghanistan with us, out of the country into safety. And for that purpose, first, the Taliban, whether we like it or not, is largely in control of the country, certainly in control of the city of Kabul. And it's been important to work with them to try to facilitate and ensure the departure of all those who want to leave. And that has actually been something that we've been focused on from the beginning of this operation, because as a practical matter, it advances our interests. Second, we've been engaged with the Taliban for some time diplomatically, going back years in efforts, as you know, to try to advance a peaceful settlement of the conflict in Afghanistan. There's still talks and conversations underway, even now, between the Taliban and former members of the Afghan government, with regard, for example, to a transfer of power and some inclusivity in a future government. And I think it's in our interest, where possible, to support those efforts. Going forward, we will judge our engagement with any Taliban-led government in Afghanistan based on one simple proposition: our interests, and does it help us advance them or not. If engagement with the government can advance the enduring interests we will have in counterterrorism, the enduring interest we'll have in trying to help the Afghan people who need humanitarian assistance, and the enduring interest we have in seeing that the rights of all Afghans, especially women and girls, are upheld, then we'll do it. But fundamentally, the nature of that engagement and the nature of any relationship depends entirely on the actions and conduct of the Taliban. If a future government upholds the basic rights of the Afghan people, if it makes good on its commitments to ensure that Afghanistan cannot be used as a launching pad for terrorist attacks directed against us and our allies and partners, and in the first instance, if it makes good on its commitments to allow people who want to leave Afghanistan to leave, that's a government we can work with. If it doesn't, we will make sure that we use every appropriate tool at our disposal to isolate that government. And as I said before, Afghanistan will be a pariah.
Francesca.
What will happen on September 1st? Will the U.S. keep any diplomatic and/or any other kind of presence in Kabul at all? And who will run the airport? Is there any progress in the discussions with the Turks who announced the withdrawal, the military withdrawal, with the Qataris and with the Taliban on the airport?
Thanks. There are very active efforts on the way, underway on the part of regional countries to see whether they can play a role in keeping the airport open once our military mission leaves, or, as necessary, reopening it if it closes for some period of time. And that's happening very actively right now. The Taliban have made clear that they have a strong interest in having a functioning airport. We and the rest of the international community certainly have a strong interest in that, primarily for the purpose of making sure that anyone who wants to leave can leave past the 31st using an airport. And so that's a very active effort that's underway as we speak. And again, with regard to our own potential presence going forward after the 31st, we're looking at a number of options.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Right. Thank you all very much.
Secretary Blinken there wrapping things up. Did take quite a few reporter questions, but of course still emphasizing that they are continuing their mission of getting Americans out of the country, saying that the Taliban is largely in control, but they do continue to try to reach out to the Americans who are still left inside of the country. Of course, it's going to continue to be a developing situation as the crisis continues in Afghanistan, and we're going to have you fully covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Did want to let everyone know we are still waiting for White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. You can imagine a lot of questions still going to be aimed at Afghanistan evacuations, especially as we're hearing that there's not only Taliban in control of the entire country, but also a lot of the rules that they have been putting in place against women already have been threatened. So there's been some threats to women in the country that if they do go to work, that there will be consequences. And of course, they've already been putting out that there will be consequences to the United States if we do not meet that August 31st deadline, which Biden still has stood firm on keeping in place. But we just heard Secretary Blinken saying there's no deadline on evacuating Americans. So not only do we wait here for Jen Psaki, we do also have a second Pentagon briefing that's going to be taking place this afternoon. They've been doing 2 a day, especially with these ongoing changing numbers of evacuations happening. Again, 4,500 Americans evacuated since August 14th. And we continue to try to keep an eye on those numbers for everyone here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go ahead, take a quick 2-minute break. We'll have more to come here on our stream when you return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, here's a live look into the White House briefing room as we do have Jen Psaki making her way in to give an update. Let's listen in live. We're on Unfiltered.
Hi. Okay, sorry again for the brief delay. I know you were all interested in what our Secretary of State had to say. Just to note, and I know all of you have been following this quite closely, but to reiterate, a total of approximately 19,000 people were evacuated from Kabul over a period of 24 hours that, of course, ended early this morning. This is the result of 42 U.S. military flights, which carried approximately 11,200 evacuees, and 48 coalition flights, which carried 7,800 people, for a total of 90 flights out of Kabul, which, if I get my math right, that's approximately a flight every 39 minutes. I believe the Department of Defense gave that statistic. And just to reiterate, since August 14th, we've evacuated, the United States has evacuated and facilitated the evacuation of approximately 82,300 people on U.S. military and coalition flights as part of one of the largest airlifts in world history. Since the end of July, we have relocated approximately 88,000 people on U.S. military and coalition flights. Two other items unrelated to that topic. Today, we've announced new actions to help protect vulnerable tenants and landlords. For months, the administration has worked to speed up the delivery of emergency rental assistance, as we've talked about quite a bit, and help keep American families safe and in their homes. And as the President has made clear, no state or locality should delay in distributing resources that have been provided by Congress to meet families' critical needs, and we want to continue to take steps to make that easier. So today, the Treasury Department is strengthening existing guidance and implementing new policies to ensure that state and local grantees can further accelerate the distribution of ERA funds to struggling landlords and renters most at risk of eviction. Specifically, they're providing explicit permission for grantees to use self-attestation without further documentation, example, in order to speed the delivery of assistance to households in need during the public health emergency. There are also a number of steps that are being taken by USDA, HUD, the VA, and HHS, including USDA is working with owners of 400,000 rental units in USDA-backed properties to mitigate all evictions. HUD will ensure tenants in public housing first have the opportunity to access emergency rental assistance money before facing eviction, and HUD will extend the eviction notice period from 14 to 30 days during the COVID national emergency period. And the VA will expand rental support to at-risk veterans and their families from just 7 states to now all 50 states and the U.S. territories. So this is just some of the examples of steps we're taking. Amr, go ahead.
On Afghanistan, there seems to be a disconnect. Veterans organizations, refugee advocates are saying that Afghans with visas are risking death and facing beatings at the airport. And I hope I'm framing this right, but there's been the sense that I've heard, I think, from you and others in the administration that the Taliban is by and large met its commitment to allow people with the right papers onto the airport. Can you try to help Americans that are seeing and what seems to be a disconnect between these two different statements of what is happening?
Well, first, let me say I wouldn't see it as a disconnect, and let me explain to you why. I noted earlier we put out earlier today that 19,000 people were evacuated. The vast majority in a 24-hour period. The vast majority of those were, of course, Afghans, as you know by the numbers that the Secretary of State just put out. That does mean that a great number of people are making their way into the airport and onto flights to evacuate from the country. There are certainly cases and incidents, and we have heard, you have reported, where individuals are not getting through that should get through. And we are approaching those and addressing those on a case-by-case basis as those are raised. But I would note that, again, 19,000 people in a period of time, the vast majority of them are Afghans, SIV applicants, individuals who have the appropriate paperwork to evacuate, and that was just in a 24-hour period.
Can you give us an update on where things stand with the president and the coronavirus origins review?
Sure.
I understand he's gotten a copy of the 90-day report. Was there any conclusions that the IC was able to come up with?
Sure. Well, let me confirm for you, as you noted, he did not just receive a copy, he received a briefing yesterday on the 90-day origins report. It was a classified briefing, so of course that's not information we would provide publicly. Because of the prioritization we've given to this and the importance of this information for the public, the intelligence community has been simultaneously working on an unclassified version of a summary version to provide publicly. I don't have a timeline for you on when that will be provided, but they've been working expeditiously to prepare that, and we have also been doing classified briefings. But until that unclassified version is available, I won't be able to provide any more details of the assessment.
Without getting into details of the broad upshot of the report, is there a better understanding of what was the ultimate origin?
Again, I can't obviously speak to a classified briefing. I know you are eager to receive an unclassified summary. That is something the intelligence community has been working to produce, and as soon as that is available, it will be put out publicly from the intelligence community, from ODNI, and we will also ensure you all have access to it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Secretary Blinken just said, and Jay Sullivan said the other day, that even after August 31st, that the U.S. government is committed to helping Americans and Afghans who are still in the country eligible to get out safely. How do you do that if the military is gone? How do you safeguard these people and get them where they need to go without the U.S. military in the country?
Well, I know, Nancy, as you mentioned, that the Secretary was asked that. He didn't go into detail for a reason, because we are currently having those discussions through diplomatic channels. But what he assured, I think, the public of, and I can reiterate from here, is that we are looking at a range of options for how we can continue to provide consular support, facilitate departures for those who wish to leave after August 31st. And our expectation, and the expectation of the international community, is that people who want to leave Afghanistan after the U.S. military depart should be able to do so. We're working on that. As soon as we have more to provide to all of you, more information, we will do exactly that.
And then based on the numbers that you've provided of Americans who have been evacuated, it sounds like there are at least 70,000 Afghans who have been evacuated. How do you possibly vet all of those people in a timely fashion when clearly the Customs and Border Patrol and the relevant officials must be completely overloaded?
They are. And I will say this is a reflection of the fact that we have hundreds of employees of our intelligence community working 24 hours a day to do the vetting necessary and reviews necessary to move people into the United States. Now, I would remind you that there are a number of people, tens of thousands of people who are departing Afghanistan, who are going to third countries, lily pads as we've been calling them, and where additional vetting can take place, either because they've only proceeded through certain steps of the immigrant visa process, or because their vetting process has not yet been completed. I can give you a little bit more detail too on the vetting process if that is helpful. So the screening and security vetting is conducted by a combination of the intelligence, law enforcement, and counterterrorism professionals from across government. So the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, the FBI, the State Department, the NCTC, the National Counterterrorism Center, and additional intelligence community partners. What they are doing are they're conducting screening and security vetting for all SIV applicants and other vulnerable Afghans before they are allowed into the United States. This includes reviews of both biographic and biometric data. And if an individual is not through that vetting process, they're not coming into the United States.
And are there any estimates for how long it'll take to work through that backlog? Could these people be going through the system for months or years?
You mean people who are in third countries? Well, what I will tell you is that it typically takes months to go through this process, and what this is a signal of is the fact that this is a top priority for the president and the intelligence community and the individuals who oversee this vetting process, who have massively expedited the process in order to move through the necessary steps, thorough steps, in order to process individuals and get them moving through the system. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. At the tail end of the president's remarks today about cybersecurity, he was asked about Afghanistan, and he made a joke.
I think Peter asked him that question.
The other Peter did, and he made a joke. So what's so funny?
Well, I think the question he was asked, if I remember correctly, was about when he will provide information about a decision on August 31st. I don't want to paraphrase the question if that was an inaccurate description of the question.
To a lot of people watching.
Of course, it's a very important question. And I think what he conveyed is that he has not, well, what I can convey from here, I should say, is that as he stated yesterday, and as the Secretary of State just stated, we're on track to complete our mission by August 31st. Obviously, there are discussions, and the President received a briefing just this morning. As I noted, he asked yesterday for contingency plans, and he received a briefing on them this morning. These are incredibly serious issues, and there are discussions that are happening internally. And I'd note that in addition to the contingency plans that he requested, he also, I will reiterate, as we stated yesterday, that this is all contingent on us us achieving our objectives and the continued coordination with the Taliban. And the president has spoken, I would say, to this issue. Peter, as you know, you've attended a number of these multiple times over the last several days. And he has also highlighted the fact that we are closely watching, closely following the threats from ISIS-K, which he also received a briefing on this morning.
And his remarks last night, he gave a lot of time to the domestic agenda. Does he think that the Build Back Better plan is as urgent and as time sensitive as this evacuation of Americans and Afghan friendlies from Kabul?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to the American people who care deeply about whether they're going to have jobs,
All right, guys, as you can see, we do have John Kirby here stepping up to the podium. Let's listen into this Pentagon briefing live here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for joining. As I mentioned earlier this morning, we have a special guest with us here virtually in the briefing room, General Todd Walters, commander of U.S. European Command, as well as NATO SHAPE commander. And I'm going to turn it over to the general in just a minute, who's got some opening comments. He's here to talk to you about EUCOM and NATO's contributions to the ongoing evacuation effort out of Afghanistan. I'd like to keep limit our questions to the general to that purpose. We've got the general for about 30 minutes, so I don't want to eat up any more of the clock. And then once the general's done with his comments, we'll go to questions. I will moderate just like I did the other day. Please identify yourself and your outlet before you ask the questions, because the general can't see you from where he is. So with that, General, if you can hear me loud, okay?
John, I've got you loud and clear.
Thank you, General. I'll turn the floor over to you, sir.
Hey, thanks, John. Good afternoon, and it's good to be with you. And to the press corps, thanks for taking a little bit of time to share with us on the other side of the Atlantic over here in Europe. Let me start by extending my personal and professional thanks to the women and men in the United States military, all of our civilian employees, and most importantly, to the volunteers who have given us their relentless efforts in support of this operation. It has truly been inspiring. To date, we've received 55 flights at Ramstein Air Base, Germany, and we currently have 5,783 evacuees on deck at Ramstein. We've received 3 flights at Naval Air Station Sigonella in Italy, and we currently have 662 evacuees on deck there. For context, we received our first evacuation flights last Friday, the 20th of August. And 3 short days later, this last Monday, we had our first set of flights depart Ramstein for the continental United States. To date, a total of 1,605 evacuees have departed Ramstein for the continental United States. And for additional context, as you all know, here in Europe, this is a whole of government, whole of nation, whole of partner, whole of ally process. The trust and transparency that we've constructed over the course of the last several decades, in particular with our NATO allies and partners, has paid huge dividends with respect to the effectiveness of this operation, and their cooperation, quite honestly, has been remarkable. A little bit about the evacuees themselves. When they land at Ramstein or at Sigonella, they're immediately given food, water, and shelter. They have medical care as required from a screening perspective, and they have screening as required for onward movement to the continental United States. And we can't forget here in Europe that this process is by, with, and through the nations and the local communities. And to this point, the cooperation that we've seen has been superb. I'd like to make a special shout out to the governments of Germany and the governments of Italy, and now the government of Spain for their whole of government work across ministries, their ministries of foreign affairs to their ministries of defense, all the way from the top portion of their governments down to their military levels. The cooperation has been seamless and has allowed us to do our job from a U.S. perspective. I'll end my comments with what's most important. The safety and security of our evacuees and all of the workers associated with this mission is of the number one issue. And at this time, we've had 0 security incidents. And a security incident is defined when we witness an evacuee exhibit malign behavior, and we have to put that an evacuee in a holding cell. We have had no incidents. John, that's it for my comments. I look forward to fielding your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, General. We'll start with Lita Baldor from the Associated Press. Lita's on the phone. Go ahead, Lita.
Hi, General. Lita Baldor with AP. Thanks for doing this. Good to talk to you. One quick thing, have you not had any go into Spain yet? Is that expected in the coming days? And more broadly, do you think the numbers are right now starting to really tick upward and are getting larger? Or as people are coming out and there are more way stations, do you think you're at about a regular flow going into these countries?
Lita, thanks for the question, and I'll go in reverse order with respect to the flow. I believe the flow that we are going to embrace in the next 24 to 48 hours will be the flow that we can expect to see for the next several days. So we are building to what I would say is a plateau that we are very, very close to getting to. And my sense is, obviously, as far as the machine is concerned, from what we get to the Middle East to here in Europe, we're ready, willing, and able to accommodate that flow. With respect to Spain, as you probably know, we've had one installation open up and tremendous cooperation on behalf of the Spanish government. We have yet to put anybody in Spain in any of our C-17 Great Tails, but if need be, we're prepared to do that from this moment forward. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
Go ahead, Lita.
One quick follow-up. Are you hearing much from all of your European colleagues about any frustrations about them getting their people out? Are you working with your NATO and European colleagues on that issue?
Lita, a little bit of both, but we're not hearing any negative comments. And as you probably know, our goal is to get folks out as fast as we possibly can with as many people as we possibly can. And the cooperation that has taken place with respect to CENTCOM and the nations of Europe, we've had no negative feedback. And my sense is it's because we're all working feverishly to make sure that we can get as many people out as fast as we possibly can. And so far, so good with respect to any negative feedback from our European allies and partners.
Tony, did you have one?
General Tony Capacity with Bloomberg. I had a quick question on NATO itself. I'd like you to put your NATO hat on. Can you tell us, in general, privately, the types of reaction you've been getting from your counterparts over there about the U.S. withdrawal and the evacuation? I mean, is there a sense of disappointment and frustration?
Tony, from my friends who are the chiefs of defense of our NATO allies and partners, the military language back and forth has been nothing but positive and mostly focused on the mission at hand, which is to get as many people out as fast as we possibly can, always keeping safety and security at the forefront. And with the CHODs, and with that being in mind, we've had no negative feedback. And as far as the consensus is concerned for agreement and working side by side and shoulder to shoulder, military to military, those relationships are as strong now as they ever have been.
But as the Supreme Allied Commander, are you concerned that this effort is going to hurt U.S. credibility with NATO after 4 years of roiling relationships that the Biden administration is trying to heal?
Tony, no. And again, I get feedback from my counterparts as chiefs of defense of the other 29 nations, to include General Milley, and that has not been the case. The military to military relationships that we have with all 30 nations, to include the U.S., is as strong now as it ever has been.
Sophie, go ahead.
Hello, General. Sylvie Lantom from AFP. We know that the Afghan evacuees are screened for COVID. What happens if one evacuee is tested positive? Do you isolate them? What do you do exactly?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who the reporter was. Can you restate your name?
Sylvie Lantom from AFP.
Great question. First of all, we want to screen for COVID at all levels. And once the evacuees arrive, we have a medical screening segment. And if we find ourselves in a situation to where someone is showing symptoms, we're able to isolate those individuals and they receive additional medical treatment through local stations there at the screening line at Ramstein And if we have more severe conditions, we can lean on the Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, located about 10 kilometers away from Ramstein Air Base in Germany.
Do you have numbers of cases?
We processed over 7,000 evacuees, just less than 100 after they've been initially medically screened, needed to go to an additional tent. And of those 100, less than 25 needed additional medical treatment at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. So 25 after 7,000 had been processed, we've been able to get to Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, and of those 25, well over 50% are already out of Landstuhl, back at Ramstein in the evacuee holding area.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
General, this is Tom Squitieri with Talk Media News. And following on Sylvie's question, are you just screening for COVID, or are you screening for other contagious diseases like tuberculosis?
We're doing a very broad medical screening, knowing that there has been screening before they come out of the Middle East, and knowing that there will be additional medical screening that will occur once they get to CONUS. And for now, that's at Dulles in the Virginia area. For right now, we are specifically looking at general medical condition and COVID.
We need to go back to the phones. I'll keep working the room, I promise. Karun from the Washington Post.
Hi, thanks for doing the call. General, I'm sorry if I missed this at the very beginning, but do you have a goal duration that you're hoping that people stay at places like Ramstein? Are you trying to do a turnover rate that gets people out to their next destination, or is it too early to kind of have that in mind?
Kareem, you were a little bit broken, but I think I got the gist.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just asking about the duration of what, like, is there a goal duration that you're trying to keep people on bases like Ramstein and move them on to their next destination? And what is that? And what, or are you thinking in terms of timelines right now, even, or processing that you have to do before they can move on?
Kareem, there is a timeline between 10 and 14 days, depending upon the country. And as you probably know, there are 4 nations that are currently involved in the process of potentially fielding down our folks. And right now, given the flow that we have, approximately 1,500 to 1,700 in per day, and approximately 1,800 to 2,000 who should be going out every day, the 10 to 14 day limit that we have in general for most of the nations is not in compromise at this point. And we do not anticipate, based off the expected flow, to have a problem in that area.
Okay. Jen?
Hi, Jennifer Griffin with Fox News. General Walters, are you mandating vaccines for, or offering vaccines for COVID for these Afghan evacuees before sending them on to the U.S.? And also, do you have any numbers of any of the screening that's taking place in terms of any watch lists, any numbers of people who have appeared on any watch lists that you've had to deal with?
Jennifer, the first question had to do with vaccination. The plan for now is to screen, and the administration of vaccines should first occur for those at Dulles. There is an effort underway with Secretary Austin to examine the feasibility of being able to take a deeper look at our evacuees at Ramstein and potentially administer the vaccination there if the evacuee needs it. There's still a ways to go on that with respect to nation-to-nation contacts, and Secretary Austin and team are working on that. The second part of your question had to do with travelers that require further screening. And I will tell you, Jennifer, the 7,000 plus evacuees process, we've had 52 flagged in that area that require further screening. Upon further screening with our DHS counterparts, all 52 have been cleared in the green. So to date, our sample size is approximately 7,000 evacuees processed, about 50 need further screening, and upon subsequent more in-depth screening, all of those have been cleared. And we feel that we have a very good process in place that is DoD-centric as well as State Department-centric with DHS.
And sir, what is your biggest challenge right now at these facilities?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that question you were.
What is your biggest challenge right now at these facilities?
Jennifer, it's making sure that when the manifests come in, you've got the right body with the right name. And then when you construct the manifest for the evacuees to depart, to make sure that name by name, person by person, you've got 100% accountability. And for safety and security, we think this is paramount. And as the days have progressed from last Friday to the present, we see process improvement in the speed with which we can process individuals with 100% accuracy. And it's like anything else, Jennifer, the more you do it, the better you get. And that's certainly the case with what we've seen at Ramstein.
Court.
Hey, General Walters, it's Courtney Kuby from NBC News. I apologize because I missed the top of the briefing if you said this, but can you get a little bit more, explain a little bit more about the screening process? How many CBP officials do you have there screening Afghans, and is that number going to ramp up in the coming days? And then can you talk a little bit about any military members who are helping with the screening? And I'm sorry, I'm still a little unclear on the numbers that you just gave to Jennifer. So 52 were flagged for screening. What was the 50 number you referenced? Can you explain that again?
Courtney, the number was 52 travelers requiring further screening. That's the process. So if we go back to your screening question, we have 50 individuals who are in the screening line from the military side of the house. We have 32 individuals in the screening line from the DHS, DOS side of the house. We've gone back and forth with the numbers. As you can well imagine, if our goal is to get 2,000 in and approximately 2,000 out, processing about 200 folks per hour, the large math equation says that footprint of DHS representatives and DOD representatives is just about right. And we've actually mirrored that footprint in our other locations at Sigonella and soon to be at Rota.
And how many is that? How many CBP officials do you have running them through? And then I'm sorry, I still don't understand what you mean by 50 in line on the military side and 52 on the DHS side.
A large screening process, and in this screening process, you have human-to-human contact with a U.S. DOD screener and a U.S. DOS/DHS screener. So you've got both ministries, if you will, taking a look at each and every one of the applicants. With 50 DOD individuals involved in that DOD screening process and about 30 plus involved in the State Department DHS screening process, in order to solve the overall math equation for subsequent flow in and flow out, that's about what we need. And we think for now it's right sized.
I misunderstood what you said. Thanks, General Walters. I appreciate it.
Okay. Megan.
Hi, General Walters. It's Megan Myers at Military Times. I have a few clarifying questions. One, on the vaccines at Dulles, are you saying that in general right now, that's the first time that these refugees will be offered a vaccine rather than in Europe on the way?
That's correct, Megan.
Also, throughout Europe, Italy and Germany, how many people have made it through that way station and gone on to the U.S.?
1,604.
And the base in Spain that is being open for potential evacuees, which one?
Megan, that's Rota.
Thank you.
All right, Carla.
Thank you, General Walters. Carla Babb with Voice of America here. What's the capacity total for Rota, Ramstein, the base in Italy? What's your maximum capacity?
Carla, we can take 12,000 evacuees at Ramstein. We can take 2,000 evacuees at Rota. We can take 4,000 evacuees at Sigonella. And I have a list of all the other spots. When you add them all together, it involves 8 separate current sites where we can field 25,000 evacuees. And it spans through 4 countries.
Can you list the other ones for us?
I sure can. You have Ramstein, you have Rhine Ordnance Barracks in Germany, you have Sigonella in Italy, you have Rota in Spain, you have Grafenwehr in Germany, you have Hohenfels in Germany, you have Spangdahlem Air Base in Germany, and you have Camp Bondsteel in Kosovo as a U.S. site.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then one other clarification. You said that 100 of the people the evacuees you took in needed to go to a separate tent for COVID. Less than 25 needed additional medical care. Is that, so we can say less than 25 needed medical care? What about people, like the mothers who gave birth? How many total have you had to provide medical care for in these facilities?
Carla, believe it or not, that's it. So 100 that come through the initial screening that go to an additional medical tent on site to further ascertain what the issue is. And then after that visit to the local medical tent site at Ramstein, 25 were taken up to Landstuhl Regional Medical Center for further evaluation, and 50% of those are already in the green back on site.
That does make sense. So just less than 25 for all sort of medical care, from COVID to giving birth to any other issues that you've seen.
Okay, back to the phones. Jeff Schugel.
Thank you, General. At last count, there were 3 new babies at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. I just wanted to see, has that number gone up at all, and how are the babies doing?
Jeff, thanks for asking. All 3 babies are good, and as you probably know, 1 baby was actually delivered on board a C-17. The other 2 babies were actually delivered at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. And a point of note that we think is interesting, because we've had further conversations with the mom and the dad of the baby that was born on the C-17 inbound to Ramstein. They named the little girl Reach, and they did so because the call sign of the C-17 aircraft that flew them from Qatar to Ramstein was Reach. So that child's name will forever be Reach. And as you can well imagine, being an Air Force fighter pilot, it's my dream to watch that young child called Reach grow up and be a U.S. citizen and fly United States Air Force fighters in our Air Force. Over.
All right. Got time for just a couple more for the general, and then we got to let him get on with his day. Go ahead.
With Honorable Agency General, of these 7,000 evacuees, are they all designated to come to the United States, or are they allowed to choose a country in Europe or any other parts of the world?
The Afghan evacuees are designated to have follow-on to go to the United States. Some of the evacuees who are not Afghanistan's, they fall into a different category.
Thanks.
Mike, did you have one? Oh, yeah, okay, we'll just do 2 more. We only got a couple minutes. Go ahead.
Sure. Mike Lynn with the Washington Times. I was wondering, has this effort to help these evacuees, what kind of impact has it made on the normal day-to-day operations there at your command? Because obviously, Russia's not taking a break and letting you all handle just the refugees now. Any kind of impact at all on the normal day-to-day operations?
Mike, there's been a small impact on the force protection footprint with respect to the security forces that are available to guard perimeters. All of those situations have been rectified. Safety and security of the evacuees and all the workers that are involved in this operation is of prime importance, as well as all of the operations activities and investments that we must continue to do with respect to all the other categories. And we're keeping very, very close watch in all those regions. And so far, we've had no degradation with respect to the other missions that we're responsible for from a U.S. UCOM perspective.
Okay.
Last question, Caitlin.
Yeah. Hi, Caitlin Dornbos with Stars and Stripes. Just asking clarification on the timeline. You said depending on the country, how long can you just say does it take someone who lands at, say, at Ramstein to get to Dulles?
Caitlin, that's still a process that's in work. It needs to be faster than what it currently is. The expectation is for the numbers of evacuees that we have remaining at Ramstein, we plan starting now and for the next 24 to 48 hours, being able to get 15 to 1,800 evacuees out of Ramstein onward to Konus and Dulles. And that would tell you how long of a wait you would have, worst case, if you're one of the last evacuees to show up at Ramstein. So the process is ongoing, and with the numbers that we currently have at Ramstein, the wait from this point forward should be in the 3 to 4 day time frame.
Thank you.
Okay, General, thanks so much for your time. We really appreciate it. I'll toss it over to you for any closing thoughts you might have before we let you go.
No, John, I'd just like to give a couple of quick reflections on what we see with the evacuees that come off the plane. As you probably know, about a third are kids, a third are male, a third are female. I will tell you that they are very, very appreciative and excited to be here. And what they're getting as far as treatment is concerned at Ramstein and Sigonella, they are very, very much in favor of, and we're proud of the opportunity to be able to be part of this operation. That's all we've got from Ramstein. Thank you, John.
Thank you, General. Appreciate your time today. Thank you so much. Okay, is there anything for me, or we're good? All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning. I'm sorry, did you have? You do?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So Secretary Blinken, during his press conference, alluded to the idea of evacuating more Afghans and Americans after boots are off of the ground in Afghanistan. Is the State Department coordinating with the military for security or for flights for these evacuations, even if it doesn't mean securing HKI ourselves?
Yeah, I think what this Secretary Blinken was talking about was the kind of support and assistance that we give to Americans around the world who want to leave where they are and get help coming home. That's something we do all the time, and I think that's what he's referring to. That post mission, if Americans are still there and need help getting back, that the United States government is going to do what we do every day all around the world, and we'll see what we can do to help them. I wouldn't anticipate that there would be a military role in that sort of assistance.
But how would that work, John?
That's
Would you have, in Iran, you use the Swiss government. Are you going to use the Qatari government? Where do these people go who are left behind? How are they going to get out? If you aren't there, the embassy won't be there and the military won't be there.
That's a process I think that would have to work out over time, Jen, and that would really be more the purview of the State Department than it would the Department of Defense. Mike?
Yeah, John, there's a report of a couple of dozen students from the San Diego area and their parents who are still trapped in Afghanistan. I wonder if you have any information about what their status is now.
I don't, Mike. Send me an email with the details as much as you can. And what I can promise you is we'll try to flow that into the right hands, but I don't have anything on that report. Tom?
Hey, John, just curious if you saw the video taken outside of the airport, shot today, of the Taliban killing somebody who had an SIV credential.
I have not. I have not seen that video. Why don't you let me go figure out and I don't know, Tom, whether we'd be able to validate it.
I wasn't asking. I was just asking if you saw.
I have not.
Yeah.
I have not. No, sir. Caitlin.
Hey, yesterday, I think you mentioned that the crowds were lessening outside the airport, and that's what was helping the operations reach such high levels. But is that because the Taliban is denying people entry past those checkpoints?
Some of it. Some of the reason is that the Taliban have bolstered their own security at their checkpoints and have gotten involved in crowd control. Yes. And Caitlin, I want to be clear, every day is a different day. And yesterday we estimated that crowds were about half the size they had been the previous days. We still haven't seen them rise to the level they were in the early days of this. But yes, part of the reason is certainly that the Taliban has strengthened their measures of access and control around the field.
So you're saying it's higher than that half that it was yesterday?
I don't know. I don't know what the estimate is today. I don't believe we've seen numbers that are greatly different than they were yesterday.
And I just have one more. With Turkish forces leaving, how much of an impact is that making on the security situation and the weight of what the U.S. troops have to do?
As of the time we're speaking now, the Turks are still there. So, I've seen these reports of what they've said they're going to do. Of course, it's a sovereign nation, and they can make decisions for their own troops, as we do for ours. They're still there. They're, as we speak, still contributing to the security mission. We're grateful for the assistance that they have rendered. Remain confident that with the U.S. presence that's on the ground at the airport, that we can continue to safeguard that airport for the length of time that we needed. But it is a challenging, tense, dynamic environment. the threats are still real. So I'm not going to say that it's a cakewalk to do this, but we're comfortable in the force presence that we have to get the job done. Tony.
Since the first briefing this morning, have there been any more U.S. rotor or helicopter evacuations outside the airport?
None that I'm aware of.
Would you be updating us periodically on that?
When I become aware of them, yes, we are updating you.
And
But I've received no reports of additional rotary wing operations.
Are those 82nd Airborne, or are those special operations troops who are doing those?
I don't know who flew the actual mission. There are a range of helicopters there that we have at our disposal. I don't have any more detail on exactly who manned that helicopter.
Are U.S. military helicopters being used to fly to pick up anyone outside of Kabul, no matter whose authority they're under? Are U.S. military helicopters being used to fly outside of Kabul?
Thus far, they have not.
Only inside of Kabul so far?
To my knowledge, inside Kabul. Could it be done outside Kabul if needed? We have the capability. Christine.
Courtney took my question, but
Okay.
is the U.S. military otherwise helping Americans stuck outside of Kabul get to Kabul?
We have a variety of means at our disposal to help provide safe passage into the airport, and I think I'm just going to leave it at that. Gordon, did you have one?
Yeah. Could you tell us if you think that you'll need any more aircraft for the logistics? And then, the Army announced some of the deployments to domestic bases to help with security and whatnot for the American bases that are taking evacuees. Can you give us an idea of what the scope and scale of that kind of internal deployment could be over the next couple weeks?
I don't have the data here, Gordon, for that. I mean, we have 4 U.S. installations that we're using right now. And as I mentioned yesterday, we'll keep looking at that. And if we need additional installations, we'll make the right plans to do that. And by and large, most of these installations, they're using organic capabilities. I'll let General Van Herk and Northcom take your question about a flow of any additional force protection personnel. I don't have that information readily available, and I will be getting General Van Herk into the briefing room later this week. So.
And then what about the aircraft?
I know of no plans to expand the Civilian Reserve Air Fleet beyond the level 1, which the Secretary authorized.
Thank you. One quick follow on what you just said. You said, could it be done on getting air evacuations outside of Kabul and extractions? You said yes. Why haven't they been done yet? Because we know of American citizens in places outside of Kabul.
It's a capability question, and I'm not suggesting that it would be well outside of Kabul. I'm not suggesting that it would be throughout the whole countryside, Carla. Therese.
Yes, hi, John. I've spoken to a few families who are on the bases where the evacuees are going, and they want to know what they can do to assist. So I'm not sure what advice is being given or what others can do to help those who are coming to stay on these different bases. Has there been any briefing or anything for those military families, what they can possibly do to help out as well?
Trace, I mean, we're not surprised that people want to be generous and help, and that's terrific. I think we saw reports that the commanding general at Fort Bliss they were being inundated with requests from the local community about trying to help. There are various humanitarian aid organizations and NGOs that are helping these Afghans relocate, and I would recommend reaching out to some of those aid organizations and seeing what's most needed for these men and women and their children. What we're going to do when we get them onto these bases is make sure that they have safe, secure housing, plenty of sustenance, food and water, medical care that they need, and the ability to work through the rest of their visa process. So our focus is really on making sure that they're safe and secure and they have that ability. And we're going to do that to the maximum capability that we can, and we certainly encourage Americans to welcome them as well when they relocate from our military bases into American society. When we are, that's one of the great things about our country is the way we have welcomed immigrants over the years, and these are going to be new immigrants and new Americans. Maybe even a new fighter pilot. And so we're grateful for that generosity, and I would point them to these non-governmental organizations and humanitarian relief organizations.
Hey, John, can I follow up on Christina and Carla's theme, please? there's a report out by relatives of an American in Mazar-e-Sharif who has said the Taliban has given her, the woman in Mazar-e-Sharif, permission to leave that city to go to Kabul to leave. Would helping that American citizen who has gotten permission on their own from the Taliban to get from Mazar-e-Sharif to Kabul, would that be something that would be in this suite of capabilities that the Pentagon has?
No, and I'm glad I got the chance to follow up. When I said outside Kabul, I'm talking about the, relatively close by. I don't want to set the expectation that that we're going to be able to fly all over the country to pick up people. You heard the Secretary himself say that there's a limit to the capability we have here. But when we can help, and if we need rotary wing aircraft to help, we'll do it. And we will talk about it to you. I'm not going to give you every detail of every mission that is flown, but we've done 3, and they have been successful, but they have been of a short duration and a short distance. So I want to make sure that I level set that, because and I was glad for the chance to clarify that. Caitlin.
Why is that distance so small? Is it because the Taliban isn't allowing those overflights?
It's Caitlin, it's really more about the focus of the mission, which is protecting the airport. And that's what the assets are largely there for. We're brought in to protect and safeguard that airport.
And then also, can we just get updated numbers about how many evacuees are in America now?
How many evacuees are in the...
Actually, at U.S. bases in America.
I'll get back to you on that. I don't have that data. And it changes literally every day. There are flights flying into Dulles. I'll see if we can get it for you, but it's okay. Anyway, I'll take the question. All right. Thanks, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'm planning on 2 briefings again tomorrow. We'll start at 10:30, and we'll do another one in the afternoon. And we'll see you then.
That's the update there from the Pentagon as John Kirby announces that there will be another 2 briefings tomorrow. You're watching Live Now from Fox as the deadline continues to get closer for the deadline. You're watching Live Now from Fox, taking a quick 2-minute break.
For the brief delay.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to play out in its entirety right now the White House briefing on the latest with the crisis in Afghanistan.
Approximately 19,000 people were evacuated from Kabul over a period of 24 hours that, of course, ended early this morning. This is the result of 42 U.S. military flights, which carried approximately 11,200 evacuees, and 48 coalition flights, which carried 7,800 people, for a total of 90 flights out of Kabul, which, if I get my math right, that's approximately a flight every 39 minutes. I believe the Department of Defense gave that statistic. And just to reiterate, since August 14th, we've evacuated, the United States has evacuated and facilitated the evacuation of approximately 82,300 people on U.S. military and coalition flights as part of one of the largest airlifts in world history. Since the end of July, we have relocated approximately 88,000 people on U.S. military and coalition flights. Two other items unrelated to that topic. Today, we've announced new actions to help protect vulnerable tenants and landlords. For months, the administration has worked to speed up the delivery of emergency rental assistance, as we've talked about quite a bit, and help keep American families safe and in their homes. And as the President has made clear, no state or locality should delay in distributing resources that have been provided by Congress to meet families' critical needs, and we want to continue to take steps to make that easier. So today, the Treasury Department is strengthening existing guidance and implementing new policies to ensure that state and local grantees can further accelerate the distribution of ERA funds to struggling landlords and renters most at risk of eviction. Specifically, they're providing explicit permission for grantees to use self-attestation without further documentation of their economic circumstances, to give you a specific example, in order to speed the delivery of assistance to households in need during the public health emergency. There are also a number of steps that are being taken by USDA, HUD, the VA, and HHS.
He had asked for, so
I would put those in two different categories, because the contingency plans he requested would be should for optionality to stay longer than the 31st. That was something he asked for. I'm talking about beyond when the military leaves, for the option of allowing Americans to depart, or others who are eligible for programs.
So is there currently a set contingency specifically for Americans left in the country after August 31st, or is that still being worked out?
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm not confusing anyone. So the contingency plans the President requested was to have maximum optionality, given there are a range of factors, including the threat of ISIS-K, which is very much on his mind, and a threat to our U.S. men and women who are serving, including the need for the Taliban to continue to coordinate. That is about staying longer than the 31st. Those are the contingency plans. I also spoke to, and Secretary Blinken also spoke to, the fact that we are also looking for options post the departure of our military presence to allow for Americans and others who are eligible for programs to evacuate. That is something we're working through and having discussions about, and as we have more to update, we will provide that to you. But I would look at them as two separate things. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jen, just one on coronavirus. Thanks.
Sure.
The EU, is voting tomorrow to reimpose sanctions on incoming U.S. citizens. Is the President in contact with his contemporaries about that decision? And what does this mean for our own timeline for lifting travel restrictions on
imposing sanctions?
Imposing coronavirus travel
I was like, that's concerning. Okay.
400 cases per 100,000 over their threshold for foreign travel.
I would say we are in touch through working groups and through a range of channels at the diplomatic level and through our health team with Europeans and others about travel restrictions.
We have no updates on the timeline?
I don't have any updates on the timeline, no. Okay, thanks everyone. Have a great day.
Die over the last year and a half, and it is picking up pace at a sort of unprecedented rate. It's never been as bad as it is right now. It's truly awful. And the thing about this disease is that it was something unprecedented and ugly and horrendous. And then we had a chance change it. And a vaccine came out, and from that point forward, it's like you flipped a switch. Everybody that came into our unit, everybody that was paralyzed and prone on their chest, breathing tubes in, the whole thing, trying to save their life to keep them from ending up on an ECMO machine, they were all unavoidable situation. We couldn't do anything about it. And this pandemic became something entirely.
From Kabul over a period of 24 hours that, of course, ended early this morning. This is the result of 42 U.S. military flights, which carried approximately 11,200 evacuees, and 48 coalition flights, which carried 7,800 people, for a total of 90 flights out of Kabul, which, if I get my math right, that's approximately a flight every 39 minutes. I believe the Department of Defense gave that statistic. And just to reiterate, since August 14th, we've evacuated, the United States has evacuated and facilitated the evacuation of approximately 82,300 people on U.S. military and coalition flights as part of one of the largest airlifts in world history. Since the end of July, we have relocated approximately 88,000 people on U.S. military and coalition flights. Two other items unrelated to that topic. Today, we've announced new actions to help protect vulnerable tenants and landlords. For months, the administration has worked to speed up the delivery of emergency rental assistance, as we've talked about quite a bit, and help keep American families safe and in their homes. And as the President has made clear, no state or locality should delay in distributing resources that have been provided by Congress to meet families' critical needs, and we want to continue to take steps to make that easier. So today, the Treasury Department is strengthening existing guidance and implementing new policies to ensure that state and local grantees can further accelerate the distribution of ERA funds to struggling landlords and renters most at risk of eviction. Specifically, they're providing explicit permission for grantees to use self-attestation without further documentation of their economic circumstances, to give you a specific example, in order to speed the delivery of assistance to households in need during the public health emergency. There are also a number of steps that are being taken by USDA, HUD, the VA, and HHS, including USDA is working with owners of 400,000 rental units in USDA-backed properties to mitigate all evictions. HUD will ensure tenants in public housing first have the opportunity to access emergency rental assistance money before facing eviction, and HUD will extend the eviction notice period from 14 to 30 days during the COVID national emergency period. And the VA will expand rental support to at-risk veterans and their families from just 7 states to now all 50 states and the U.S. territories. So this is just some of the examples of steps we're taking. Amr, go ahead.
On Afghanistan, there seems to be a disconnect. Veterans organizations, refugee advocates are saying that Afghans with visas are risking death and facing beatings at the airport. And I hope I'm framing this right, but there's been the sense that I've heard, I think, from you and others in the administration that the Taliban is by and large met its commitment to allow people with the right papers onto the airport. Can you try to help Americans that are seeing and what seems to be a disconnect between these two different statements of what is happening?
Well, first, let me say I wouldn't see it as a disconnect, and let me explain to you why. I noted earlier we put out earlier today that 19,000 people were evacuated. The vast majority in a 24-hour period. The vast majority of those were, of course, Afghans, as you know by the numbers that the Secretary of State just put out. That does mean that a great number of people are making their way into the airport and onto flights to evacuate from the country. There are certainly cases and incidents, and we have heard, you have reported, where individuals are not getting through that should get through. And we are approaching those and addressing those on a case-by-case basis as those are raised. But I would note that again, 19,000 people in a period of time. The vast majority of them are Afghans, SIV applicants, individuals who have the appropriate paperwork to evacuate, and that was just in a 24-hour period.
Can you give us an update on where things stand with the President and the coronavirus origins review?
Sure.
I understand he's gotten a copy of the 90-day report. Was there any conclusions that the IC was able to come up with?
Sure. Well, let me confirm for you, as you noted, he did not just receive a copy, he received a briefing yesterday on the 90-day Origins report. It was a classified briefing, so of course that's not information we would provide publicly. Because of the prioritization we've given to this and the importance of this information for the public, the intelligence community has been simultaneously working on an unclassified version of a summary version to provide publicly. I don't have a timeline for you on when that will be provided, but they've been working expeditiously to prepare that, and we have also been doing classified briefings. But until that unclassified version is available, I won't be able to provide any more details of the assessment.
Without getting into details, the broad upshot of the report, is there a better understanding of what was the ultimate origin?
Again, I can't obviously speak to a classified briefing. I know you are eager to receive an unclassified summary. That is something the intelligence community has been working to produce, and as soon as that is available, it will be put out publicly from the intelligence community, from ODNI, and we will also ensure you all have access to it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Secretary Blinken just said, and Jake Sullivan said the other day, that even after August 31st, that the U.S. government is committed to helping Americans and Afghans who are still in the country eligible to get out safely. How do you do that if the military is gone? How do you safeguard these people and get them where they need to go without the U.S. military in the country?
Well, I know, Nancy, as you mentioned, that the Secretary was asked that. He didn't go into detail for a reason, because we are currently having those discussions through diplomatic channels. But what he assured, I think, the public of, and I can reiterate from here, is that we are looking at a range of options for how we can continue to provide consular support, facilitate departures for those who wish to leave after August 31st. And our expectation, and the expectation of the international community, is that people who want to leave Afghanistan after the U.S. military depart should be able to do so. We're working on that. As soon as we have more to provide to all of you, more information, we will do exactly that.
And then based on the numbers that you've provided of Americans who have been evacuated, it sounds like there are at least 70,000 Afghans who have been evacuated. How do you possibly vet all of those people in a timely fashion when clearly the Customs and Border Patrol and the relevant officials must be completely overloaded?
They are. And I will say this is a reflection of the fact that we have hundreds of employees of our intelligence community working 24 hours a day to do the vetting necessary and reviews necessary to move people into the United States. Now, I would remind you that there are a number of people, tens of thousands of people who are departing Afghanistan who are going to third countries, lily pads as we've been calling them, and where additional vetting can take place, either because they've only proceeded through certain steps of the immigrant visa process, or because their vetting process has not yet been completed. I can give you a little bit more detail too on the vetting process if that is helpful. So the screening and security vetting is conducted by a combination of the intelligence, law enforcement, and counterterrorism professionals from across government. So the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, the FBI, the State Department, the NCTC, the National Counterterrorism Center, and additional intelligence community partners. What they are doing are they're conducting screening and security vetting for all SIV applicants and other vulnerable Afghans before they are allowed into the United States. This includes reviews of both biographic and biometric data. And if an individual is not through that vetting process, they're not coming into the United States.
And are there any estimates for how long it'll take to work through that backlog? Could these people be going through the system for months or years?
You mean people who are in third countries? Well, what I will tell you is that it typically takes months to go through this process, and what this is a signal of is the fact that this is a top priority for the president and the intelligence community and the individuals who oversee this vetting process, who have massively expedited the process in order to move through the necessary steps, thorough steps, in order to process individuals and get them moving through the system. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. At the tail end of the president's remarks today about cybersecurity, he was asked about Afghanistan, and he made a joke.
I think Peter asked him that question.
The other Peter did, and he made a joke. So what's so funny?
Well, I think the question he was asked, if I remember correctly, was about when he will provide information about a decision on August 31st. I don't want to paraphrase the question if that was an inaccurate description of the question.
To a lot of people watching.
Of course, it's a very important question. And I think what he conveyed is that he has not, well, what I can convey from here, I should say, is that as he stated yesterday, and as the Secretary of State just stated, we're on track to complete our mission by August 31st. Obviously, there are discussions, and the President received a briefing just this morning. As I noted, he asked yesterday for contingency plans, and he received a briefing on them this morning. These are incredibly serious issues, and there are discussions that are happening internally. And I'd note that in addition to the contingency plans that he requested, he also, I will reiterate, as we stated yesterday, that this is all contingent on us achieving our objectives and the continued coordination with the Taliban. And the President has spoken, I would say, to this issue. Peter, as you know, you've attended a number of these multiple times over the last several days. And he has also highlighted the fact that we are closely watching, closely following the threats from ISIS-K, which he also received a briefing on this morning.
And his remarks last night, he gave a lot of time to the domestic agenda. Does he think that the Build Back Better plan is as urgent and as time sensitive as this evacuation of Americans and Afghan friendlies from Kabul?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to the American people who care deeply about whether they're going to have jobs, whether they're going to have child care, whether we are going to be able to compete with China and countries around the world, to understand that we have to do multiple things at the same time. That's exactly what any president of the United States has to do.
The next one, just as these negotiations about safe passage for Americans and SIV holders continue, why haven't we heard the president say the United States does not negotiate with terrorists? Is that still the U.S. policy?
Well, of course it is, Peter, but I would also say that there's a reality that the Taliban is currently controlling large swaths of Afghanistan. That is a reality on the ground. And right now our focus and our priority is getting American citizens evacuated and our Afghan partners evacuated. And I would say, given the numbers that we've outlined and briefed for you, that we've made a great deal of progress in doing exactly that. Okay, go ahead, Justin.
Thanks. I had a couple, but actually to kind of follow up on the question that Peter just asked.
Sure.
You've talked about the coordination with the Taliban and that the president's obviously made this threat of a severe response if they disrupt the effort to get Americans out. But I'm wondering, has the U.S. offered the Taliban anything in terms of cash or supplies to help facilitate this coordination?
No, this is not a quid pro quo. We have laid out clearly what our expectations are about moving American citizens and our Afghan partners, allies out of the country, and that's what we are working to deliver on.
The Fed has their big meeting in Jackson Hole this week, or a virtual one pegged to that. I'm wondering if the president has spoken to Chairman Powell ahead of that meeting or met with him.
No, I don't have any updates or previews or readouts of meetings or engagements with Chairman Powell. Go ahead.
A question about lawmakers who traveled to Afghanistan.
Sure.
Was the White House aware of those members of Congress that traveled to Kabul?
We were not aware when they were en route. No.
What's the White House's reaction to that trip? Was it beneficial, or what's the White House's reaction?
Well, our guidance continues to be to all American citizens, including elected officials. This is not the time to travel to Afghanistan. And our focus, our objectives, our resources need to be laser focused on evacuating Afghan partners, evacuating American citizens, and that's best done in the hands of the Department of Defense and State Department professionals who are on the ground.
One more. The 31st, of course, is the deadline for the drawdown, but when do the gears shift from evacuation mission to withdrawing troops?
Well, I noted a little bit earlier that the president was briefed this morning on contingency plans and continues to have optionality should he decide to change plans, even as we are on track to complete our mission by August 31st. I would also note that my DoD colleagues have put out some information about steps that are being taken. So as we've made consistently clear, commanders on the ground are empowered to make any adjustments as they see fit, when they see fit. That includes changes to the footprint. To that end, they confirmed last night, I believe it was, that of the departure from Afghanistan of several hundred U.S. troops. These troops represent a mix of headquarters staff, maintenance, and other enabling functions that were scheduled to leave and whose mission at the airport was complete. It does not have an impact on our mission at hand.
Go ahead.
No, just following up on Afghanistan.
Sure.
People traveling there. The LA Times has a story saying that a group of students and their parents are in Afghanistan. Do you have any more information on that, or is that
I do
that are
not, who
true
have
stories?
recently traveled into Afghanistan?
Who are apparently stranded in Afghanistan after having traveled there. I don't know for certain that this is a
I
legit
certainly
story.
don't have additional information on that. I know, as our Secretary of State just noted, when he went through a thorough summary of American citizens and our contacts and our focus over the last several days, he gave an update. I'm happy to take their information if there's something more detailed you have.
Terrific. And then just on another issue, on the Fed, we're all waiting for some news about Fed appointments. Can you give us any
I've
kind
heard
of
that.
timeline for a decision on that? Is there any, can you give us any guidance on?
I don't have
when
any
it's-
guidance for you on the timeline.
Okay.
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Just
Yeah,
real
go
quick,
ahead.
I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, on Afghanistan, and we just heard from Anthony Blinken that 45 to 46% of those evacuated have been women.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of consternation about the plight of Afghan women going forward. I know this is an issue of concern to you as well, but can you say what provisions you're making to ensure that, women are actually sort of an equal part of that population that is being evacuated, and it's not quite representative for the population?
Sure. Well, I know that our Secretary of State spoke to this just a few minutes ago. But what I can reiterate or add to, I suppose, is one, we are going to continue to work with the United Nations and our allies and partners around the world to continue to provide humanitarian assistance and a range of assistance to Afghanistan, even when we don't have a presence on the ground. There are also messages we've made clear to the Taliban, and I think that Secretary Blinken also reiterated this about what our expectations are and what the global community expects once we depart Afghanistan. I don't have additional details beyond that, but I will tell you that our commitment to the incredibly brave women and leaders and population in Afghanistan that has fought alongside us, that has bravely stood up, does not change, does not diminish, even after our military is departing from the ground. Yeah.
Anthony Blinken today gave us numbers for the numbers of Americans that are believed to still be in
Yeah.
Afghanistan. But yesterday during a briefing, we asked questions about how many Afghans and Americans have arrived in the United States. And we were
And I
unable to get
provided
those
details on
numbers.
Americans yesterday.
But not on the number of Afghans that have arrived at these military bases. Do you have a specific breakdown on the numbers of people
Well,
that
first,
are
I
coming in? I know it's fluid.
confirmed yesterday that it was 4,000 Americans who'd been evacuated. Obviously, that number increased, and the Secretary of State gave an updated number this morning. I would remind you that the U.S. military is overseeing the evacuation of individuals out of Afghanistan, and the State Department oversees the visa processing. Hence, the update was provided by the Secretary of State. During his briefing that he just gave, he also noted that he would work to provide additional numbers of Afghans. But I would note, since we provided a detailed number of Americans, and we have also provided on a day-to-day basis, twice a day, the numbers of people coming out, the vast majority of those are Afghans by numbers. Go ahead.
The Secretary gave us some specificity in terms of what the President may consider completing the mission or achieving objectives as it pertains to Americans. Do you guys have a specific threshold or number when it comes to Afghans about what would define completing the mission or your objectives by August 31st in terms of evacuations?
We've never put a cap on the number of special immigrant visa applicants, the number of individuals who can apply for our variety of programs that are overseen by the State Department. And I'm not going to put a cap on that today. I'd also note that, as the Secretary of State said, we will continue, and we are continuing to look at a range of options to provide support and to provide a means for departing Afghanistan even after our U.S. military departs.
So there's nothing where you guys are looking at maybe the existing SIV backlog pre-August 14th and say we want all 18,000?
We are not putting a cap on the number. We are continuing to work every day to get as many people evacuated as we can.
And just one more quick one. You guys have been very clear in stating these numbers are Americans that want to leave. There are clearly Americans, many of them dual citizens, who are also choosing not to leave.
Yeah.
What is the level of concern inside the administration about dual citizens or American citizens who choose to stay in the country at this point?
Well, I know this is very hard to understand for many people sitting here, and I think this is why you're asking this question. Or not sitting here even, I should say, people who watch your watch your shows or read your newspaper. But many of the people, we suspect, many of the people of these 1,000 contacts are dual citizens. Some, as Secretary Blinken noted, are people who may not be ready to leave for a variety of reasons. Maybe they have an extended family there. Maybe they've spent their entire lives in Afghanistan and they have not yet made the decision to depart. Maybe they're working on a range of projects, they're not ready to leave. I know that is hard for us to understand as we're looking at the images, but for many of these Afghans, this is their home. And yes, they are dual citizens. Yes, it is absolutely our responsibility to make sure we are reaching out to them multiple times. We are providing opportunity. We are finding ways to get them to the airport and evacuate them, but it is also their personal decision on whether they want to depart. Go ahead.
Could I just follow up a little bit on some of Nancy's questions about refugees?
Yeah.
So first, you talked about the vetting that's going on outside of the United States, after they leave Iraq. I'm sorry.
Oh, not out, I didn't mean to imply outside of. Well, some of it is happening in Qatar, but some of it is happening here.
Okay, but I mean, it's before the people come to the United States, right? It's happening before they arrive.
Yes.
So a lot of that vetting, some of the pace of that vetting is within your control. You can add more people, you can add more interviewers.
And we have done that.
But a lot of it is not in your control, right? Like somebody comes to you with no documents. It takes time to figure out where's the actual birth certificate. It takes time to find documents that prove 10 years of residency. It takes time to get the kind of proof that the FBI and some of these agencies like to use. So, does that all add up to refugee camps in these transit centers across the globe with tens of thousands of Afghans sitting for months, years, whatever? I mean, it doesn't sort of add up to those of us who sort of have seen that process. Back in 2015, when you were in a previous administration, one of the things that you guys argued was that the refugee community in particular was the most vetted community of people entering the United States, and you pointed to the fact that it takes a year or two for the typical refugee to sort of meet that burden. So I guess the question is, how can you possibly not have this, and where are you going to put these people?
So, okay, there's a lot of questions wrapped up in there. Let me do the best I can here. No, it's okay. I mean, all good questions. First, I would say, even prior to the last month or two, we took steps to expedite processing in the SIV pipeline. And I would remind you that for quite some time, it was a program that was frozen in March of 2020, and hardly anything was done for policy reasons, in part by the prior administration. It wasn't a program they necessarily supported, and also because of COVID. So we worked to expedite and actually had some success over the course of the few months in the spring, even before evacuation flights took place, to do exactly that. As Jake Sullivan said the other day, it was also not a program, to your point, that was planned for speed because of all of the requirements, because what Americans should also be assured of is that there is no one coming in through any of these programs who has not gone through a background check process and has been vetted. That is our responsibility to the American people, and one we will abide by. Hence, we are incredibly grateful to these third countries who are providing a place for a number of many tens of thousands of people to be for this period of time. And we have put a wide range of staff, personnel, and others on the vetting process from a range of agencies to ensure that we can take steps to expedite as quickly as possible. You're right that some of this is dependent on documents and is dependent on information being available. But I will just close with, and then I may have missed some of your questions, but this is incredibly difficult. We're very clear-eyed about that. And these Afghans, many of them who are departing, who are still in process, made the decision, and we made the decision too, that evacuating them because they are vulnerable, because their lives are at risk, and moving them to a third country, even if they are in transition for a period of time, is preferable to their lives being threatened.
And one more question here
Sure.
is that, okay, so assume that the people that are vetted once they're vetted,
Yep.
they come to the United States.
Yep.
Is it the commitment of this administration that all of those people, 100% of the people who have gotten through the vetting screens, obviously there might be some that fail and won't come to the United States, but that all the people that come are going to be granted legal permanent residency and a path to citizenship in the United States? Or is it possible that some of those people will have to apply through other programs and could be deported back to Afghanistan?
Well, once individuals arrive in the United States, they will be eligible to apply for asylum or other available immigration pathways, which have as a condition additional screening processes and procedures. So no, we can't guarantee anyone anything, but certainly we are also working with a range of countries around the world to ensure there are safe places for individuals who are fleeing from Afghanistan, have safe places to be.
You wouldn't see a situation where you might reject somebody's asylum application and send them back to Afghanistan?
I don't anticipate that being the plan. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Is the White House aware of any other members of Congress who are planning to make a trip to Afghanistan at this time?
I don't have any more information on that, no.
And have you learned anything about sort of how they made this trip, how they were able to get into the country? Did they show up on any manifests or anything? Do you guys have any more information?
I think you should ask their offices that question.
Can I ask you a question on cybersecurity?
Sure.
In light of today's summit? Does the White House believe that the private sector can make sufficient cybersecurity improvements without government mandates, or do you believe that Congress needs to pass legislation mandating reports of cybersecurity incidents to sort of better address this situation?
Well, we certainly have made clear that we expect private sector companies to report when they have experienced a cyber breach. We have worked in partnership with some to address these cyber breaches, and also there is an impact on the American public in many cases. There is congressional legislation that some are considering, and there are a range of options that could be taken by Congress, and we'll look at those as they move forward and if they move forward. But our view has long been that it is a combined responsibility of the federal government to put in place clear guidelines, clear best practices, and the private sector to take steps to harden their own cybersecurity.
And one last question: has White House learned anything more about these possible cases of Havana syndrome in Vietnam?
I don't have any more information, no. Go ahead.
Not to belabor the point, I know that the Secretary of State talked about this, and I know that you've answered some questions on this, but I really just want to kind of drill down on how confident is the administration that all Americans who want to get out will be out by August 31st. I know that you've put out the contacts, you've been text messaging, all the messages and the contacts to people. Is there any concern that there could be people who have somehow fallen through the cracks, haven't been able to get in contact, and they want to get out? Like, how will the administration determine on August 31st or whatever day the military pulls out that all of the Americans who wanted to get out have been able to get out?
Well, first, I think the reason the Secretary of State gave such a detailed overview is because it's not as simple as you've just laid it out. Certainly, there could be American citizens, dual citizens, individuals who may want to depart, who have not yet decided to depart by August 31st. We know that is a potential, and therefore we want to ensure we are looking at a range of options for how we can allow them to depart and enable them to depart after that date and time. It is also true that there may be individuals who we're not yet in contact with. They have not contacted us, and we want to leave optionality for that as well. But he also provided the specific information on the numbers to give you an understanding, all of you, everybody, an understanding that while we started with as many as 6,000 a population of as many as 6,000 Americans in Afghanistan, over the last 10 days alone, 4,500 of those Americans have been safely evacuated. In the last 24 hours, we've been in contact with approximately 500. So we're looking at a relatively small population. We all left, right? We also believe that there are individuals in that set of 1,000 who may not want to depart for a range of reasons, as we've also outlined. I would also note that a big factor on the president's mind, and the Secretary of State noted this as well, is the real threat of ISIS-K, which is the reason why, and the president again received a briefing on that, as he does regularly from his national security team. That is why we are concerned about numbers around the airport. That is why we are in direct contact through a range of means with individuals about how and when to come to the airport. And that is something we have to evaluate each day as well, because putting our servicemen and women at risk is something that weighs heavily on the president's mind.
And a question on the Supreme Court
Sure.
decision. Well, the Supreme Court basically kicking back on the remain in Mexico. What is the White House response to that?
Well, I know the Department of Homeland Security put out a statement on this last evening, so let me reiterate some of those points. We respectfully disagree with the district court's decision, and we regret that the Supreme Court has declined to issue this stay. DHS has appealed the district court's order and will continue to vigorously challenge it. We are also, though, in the same vein, compelled by law to now proceed with means by which we abide by the ruling. Go ahead.
Does that then mean that negotiations are now underway between the U.S. and Mexico on returning to the Migrant Protection Protocol?
Well, the Department of State, DHS, with DHS support, is engaging in diplomatic discussions with the government of Mexico as part of our efforts to implement the court's order. And I would just note, I should have said this a little earlier, I mean, our point of view continues to be that this program was not implemented in a moral way. It was inefficient. It used resources by CBP resources. It led to a backlog in the system, and it is fundamentally a program we have opposed, but we are also abiding by a court order.
Can I ask you a threshold question
Sure.
about the range of assistance that the U.S. is now promising to offer to Afghanistan after August 30th?
Yep.
You talk about consular services. Is it the president's expectation that the Taliban will continue to allow safe passage for Afghans to the airport after the U.S. leaves?
It is again, this is part of an active discussion, and I understand certainly why you're asking the question, but we continue to believe that there will be there could be, I should say, American citizens. There could be Afghans who would be eligible for special immigrant visas, or would be individuals eligible for a range of our programs who would want to depart. That would require a means of departing, and that's what we're working through now.
So if there's no guarantee yet from the Taliban to continue to allow safe passage for the people that the U.S. is hoping...
Again, these are ongoing discussions, and that is our expectation and what we're working toward. Go ahead.
A couple quick questions. Yesterday, the president and you, I think, said that he had asked the Pentagon and State Department for all contingency plans. Has he received all the contingency plans, or is there a full set that he's still waiting for more of?
Yes, he received a briefing this morning.
So he has received, in totality, all the contingency plans that they're providing. Okay.
Again, this is an ongoing discussion, right? And as you well know, and the president has lengthy meetings, sometimes more than once a day, with his national security team. But yes, the contingency plans he requested, he received a briefing on this morning.
Perfect. That helps. Earlier, we heard from the Secretary of State saying that there are as many as 1,500 Americans, by my math, who still want to get out, who are in Afghanistan right now. Is it possible that they could be evacuated before? Could these evacuations end before that date? Could it finish before August 31st?
Well, it could, Peter. I think, and I would just note by the numbers, right? 4,500 Americans were evacuated over the last 10 days. That doesn't even count their family members, whether it's a spouse and children, or a combination. And that we've also been in contact with an additional 500. So it's actually more like a pool of 1,000 who we are reaching out to multiple times a day through multiple communication channels: phone, text, email, WhatsApp, etc. As I noted a little bit earlier, we also have an expectation that there are a number of these individuals, dual nationals, people who may have expansive extended family, who may not have made the decision to part at this point in time.
And let me ask you, earlier one of my colleagues asked you, and you said you didn't want to provide a cap as it relates to Afghan allies, vulnerable Afghan allies who are still seeking to leave the country right now. Recognizing you don't want to provide a cap, can you provide us a baseline? What is the stated goal, as provided to the president, of the number you estimate it is at least as many as? So there's some context for these numbers of 80+ thousand people who have now been evacuated.
That is similar to me in giving a cap. And there are people who are not yet through the process who may not count as an SIV applicant at this point in time, or may be eligible for a range of programs. Our objective, as you've seen by the numbers over the past several days, is to evacuate as many people as possible who qualify for any of these programs.
I guess why can't the White House or the administration say what that stated goal is, even as a baseline, so people get a sense of what we're shooting for in this process? What's the harm in saying that?
Because I don't think there's a benefit in giving a cap. That's not our objective.
It gives context to when you say 80,000. 80,000
Well,
is a lot, but is it out of how many?
fair. I think important context, though, is that we've now evacuated, again, 88,000 people, 82,000 people on U.S. military and coalition flights. Just a week ago, some people were saying we couldn't do 50,000. We've done 82,000. And so just to put into context, again, that's a flight yesterday, every 39 minutes. That is thousands and thousands of people coming through the airport every single day, 19,000 people yesterday. I think these numbers do provide context, and we're going to continue to press every single day to get more people who are eligible out of the country.
Of course, we don't know of those 80,000 how many are SIV eligible applicants, right? Some may just be those who wanted to evacuate the country, which is part of why I ask.
Well, I think that what's important to note here is that the people we are prioritizing are American citizens, are SIV applicants, and others who might be eligible for a variety of programs. And in order to prevent a mass crowding at the airport, those are the people we are in direct contact with.
And then let me ask lastly about the two congressmen who went over
Sure.
there. I know the statement you've put out about they shouldn't be doing this, that this was the wrong decision to be made. About the merits of what they said, though, having now returned. They said that because the evacuations started so late, there's no way the U.S. will be able to get all those necessary evacuees out, even by September 11th. What does the White House say to that criticism that those two lawmakers are saying based on their firsthand experience?
Well, I would say first that we're on track to have the largest U.S. airlift in history, and I think that speaks for itself. Go ahead.
Hi, can you speak to what a colleague is reporting, that the administration plans to recommend vaccine boosters at 6 months, not 8?
I have not seen that report, but I would note we just put out the guidance, the CDC just put out the guidance a couple of weeks ago or last week. It's all running together 2 weeks ago on 8 months, and if they update that guidance, it would certainly come directly from them.
Do you know if is that under consideration?
I would point you to the CDC.
And then secondly, what is President Biden prepared to do to push the Chinese on the Wuhan lab investigation? There's been reporting that the Chinese are not being cooperative. They're pushing back at the U.S. on that. What is he prepared to do to free up more information on that?
Well, I think it's well known they haven't been cooperative, right? Through your reporting, other reporting, and just the fact that they obviously have not in a publicly available way provided the data and the information that we have been requesting. In terms of an assessment of what steps we might take, I don't have anything to preview for you on that front. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I know you don't want to get into the details of the COVID origins report assessment.
Yeah. I will be happy to when there is an unclassified summary for all of you.
Right. But of course, the purpose of the 90-day review was to put a focus on this question. So if at the end of the question we don't have clarity or a smoking gun or high confidence, what's the next step?
We'll talk about that once the summary is out in public.
Just,
go ahead.
If you can update us on the White House role in responding to the crisis in Haiti. I know USAID and SEVCOM have given us updates, but what has the White House been doing?
Yeah, this is something I think, as you know, and you've been following closely, we've been deeply engaged with and involved with under the leadership of our Samantha Power, who is the director of USAID. In terms of, are you looking for specific assistance and specific what we're getting to the ground? Let me get you updated numbers that we have provided as of today. I think the last information I have is about a day old, but it's an ongoing process. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I just wanted if you could give us a preview of the president's upcoming meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister, and if we can expect any announcements on the reopening of the Palestinian offices in Washington and the consulate in Jerusalem, and if not, what's the status of those projects?
Sure. I know we did a briefing call to provide a preview of that last night, or I believe yesterday at some point in time. I will say that the president's looking forward to welcoming the prime minister, who's already in town, as you know, having a variety of meetings today. We expect their conversation to be wide-ranging, to cover a range of topics of mutual interest, everything from COVID-19 and our efforts to address the global pandemic to regional security issues, which could include a range of topics, including security within Israel, as well as Iran and other issues of mutual concern. And I expect we'll have a readout once the meeting concludes of anything coming out of the meeting.
Any decisions on these things to be announced, though?
We'll have more to say once the meeting concludes. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. To follow up on my colleague Stephanie's question, she asked about the gear shift that might be taking place over the next couple of days, and you talked about the contingency plans and optionality.
Yeah.
But can you say today when the last flight will leave in order to get the drawdown done by that deadline?
I don't think that's information we're going to be providing publicly at any point in time.
How would we know then? I mean, you're giving the updates
Once
on the
it's
data,
complete,
but
we'll
you'll
provide
say,
that to you.
This is it? This is the last
Sure.
update we're going to give on the numbers?
Well, again, we are in direct contact with people who are departing and evacuating from Afghanistan, whether they are SIVs, whether they are eligible for other programs, whether they are American citizens. Our objective is to provide, to do that in as safe a manner as possible with rising threats from ISIS-K. Again, DoD will provide operational updates as they did yesterday about moving military out, moving equipment out, et cetera. And as we've noted, that would be in advance of the 31st in terms of equipment that would need to move out. But I don't anticipate that we're going to give you an exact date or an exact time for security reasons.
And then after it happens, though, you guys have been very good about giving data twice a day on these numbers. Is there going to be one of those updates that will say, and that is it, that's the last evacuation flight?
I'm sure we will make clear to all of you when it is the last flight, absolutely. Go ahead.
I think NBC has announced it's doing an interview tomorrow with the Capitol officer who shot Ashley Babbitt. Do you have any concern for his safety, having his name disclosed like that, or any reaction to the announcement?
I had not seen that report of NBC's planned interview, so I don't really have an immediate reaction to it. Go ahead.
Yes, Jen. What is the reaction of the administration to private contractors now selling seats for thousands of dollars on charter flights out of Kabul?
Well, we are evacuating people free of cost because that is the right step to take, and certainly we wouldn't be supportive of profiting off of people who are desperate to get out of a country. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have a question on Afghanistan and then about a criminal justice matter.
Sure.
On Afghanistan, one of the real villains of the Taliban takeover has been former Afghan President Ashraf Ghani. President Biden has faulted him for not fostering national unity and not putting up much of a fight against the Taliban. There are reports that he fled the country with millions of dollars in cash, and members of Congress are asking the Biden administration for answers on whether that is indeed true. Does the U.S. government know if Ghani fled to Dubai with millions in cash, and will there be efforts to bring him to justice if so?
I don't have any more information on what former president did when he fled the country.
You don't know that answer?
I don't have any information.
And on criminal justice, you said in response to a Zolan question recently that President Biden is exploring using clemency for nonviolent drug offenders. It's rare for presidents to use clemency their first year in office. Should we expect any grants of clemency this year in 2021? And does that mean that the president is working toward honoring his campaign pledge to free everyone in prison for marijuana?
I don't have a timeline for you. I would just stand by what I said in response to Zolan's question about how he's considering clemency for nonviolent drug offenders. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Earlier this summer, the president had planned to take some downtime this August, and I was wondering if there was still any vacation time on the books or anything that you may have to be aware of.
Not at this time. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask a follow-up to something Stephen asked.
Sure.
Is the expectation that they'll be able to be diplomatic, sort of consular, embassy-style services after the 31st withdrawal for those who may still need it in Afghanistan? And if so, like, how would that work?
I certainly understand the question, and it's a good question, and our Secretary of State answered a version of this. This is a discussion we're having right now to ensure that we look ahead to capabilities and capacities to evacuate individuals who want to depart after our military leaves.
And then one other one on infrastructure. Is the president satisfied with the House holding off a vote until the end of September? And did the White House, the president, play a role in sort of this agreement between the Speaker's office and the group of Democrats that were threatening to hold up the larger reconciliation bill?
Well, I would say first the president sees yesterday and the step forward yesterday as an enormous step forward for not only the legislation, but for the American people, because the pieces of legislation that move forward include an extension of the child tax credit, more housing assistance, a great deal of funding and support for addressing the climate crisis, and a great deal of tax credits for the American people and components that will lower costs for people across the country. He supports the process that Speaker Pelosi has laid out. Obviously, there's a lot on the agenda, and yesterday was a positive step forward in his view. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. You've mentioned how the United States has been in touch with the Taliban, and because that's necessary because of the situation on the ground. I'm wondering, has the administration been in touch with Ahmad Massoud or any of the other anti-Taliban fighters there on the ground? What is the president's view of this? Does he expect that we will support some of these anti-Taliban fighters, or, as this 20-year war does come to a close, at this point, are they on their own?
It's a great question. I'll have to talk to our team on the ground to see if there's any more specifics we can provide.
And then I know you don't want to get ahead of the declassified report of the COVID origin, but is there any scenario where President Biden would be satisfied with an inconclusive result about the origin of the pandemic that killed so many Americans?
I can assure you the president wants to get to the bottom of the root causes of COVID-19 that has, as you noted, has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans, and wishes that there had been more done earlier on to get to the bottom of it and to, of course, save more lives. Go ahead.
Jen, I just wanted to follow up on Steve's question about the sort of for-profit effort.
Yeah.
What is the administration doing to kind of protect people from exploitation? Given the desperation, there are reports that the defense contractor Eric Prince is offering seats on a plane, evacuation plane, out for $6,500. And some people in desperation are taking that, not knowing there might be an NGO option, and are, essentially this is exploitation. What is the administration doing to kind of protect people when they are so desperate?
We are evacuating tens of thousands of people every day for free, and that's the focus that our military on the ground, our diplomats have on the ground. And if you're asking me about consequences or additional steps, I will have to check and see if there's any additional steps.
Could you comment specifically, though, on Eric Prince? I mean, he has already made so much money from the Afghan conflict, and now in these sort of final waning days is once again essentially exploiting people in order to make profit. I mean, what is the position of the administration that this is taking place as you are offering flights free of charge?
I don't think any human being who has a heart and soul would support efforts to profit off of people's agony and pain as they're trying to depart a country and fearing for their lives. Go ahead.
Jen, just to follow up on the rental assistance.
Sure.
What is the White House, or what is the administration's understanding for the delay of these billions of dollars not getting out? Is it at the state and local level, or is there red tape at the federal level, or is it a combination of that?
Well, a great deal of it is at the state and local level. It is, though, I think a couple things that may be misunderstood.
All right, everybody, when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we are going to go out to Atlanta, where Fox 5 Atlanta just did a sit-down interview with Governor Brian Kemp, talking everything about COVID-19 and crime in Georgia. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll see you in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Next story, we are heading out to Atlanta right now, and we're being joined by Fox 5 Atlanta's Claire Sims with the very latest. She did a sit-down interview with Governor Brian Kemp, all about crime and COVID-19 and the world we're living in. Claire, how you doing?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mike. The governor says that they think that things are going to start improving here. They believe, at least in some parts of the state, that they are starting to hit a peak as far as those COVID case surges. And so they do think that those numbers are going to start heading back down, which he said would obviously be great news here in Georgia. The other thing is, with the approval of the Pfizer vaccine by the FDA this week, they're hoping that more people are going to be convinced to make a vaccine appointment.
I hope that's the case. I know it's very frustrating for people in the hospitals. I've been hearing from them that, 90 to 95% of the COVID patients that are in the hospital are unvaccinated.
Governor Brian Kemp says he is hopeful that the Food and Drug Administration's final approval of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine will convince people to get their shots. Georgia continues to experience a surge in COVID cases, with numbers rising to levels not seen since January. The governor announced he has activated more than 100 members of the Georgia National Guard to help with patient check-ins at 10 hospitals across the state, 5 of them in Metro Atlanta.
One of the things that I've been hearing from our EMS and ambulance folks is they were having to wait at the facilities for people to get the patients out of the ambulances and get them into the emergency room, get them through the check-in process. And so they were having to hold the ambulance a long time, and that prevents them from obviously going to the next call. And so the Guard folks are really going to help aid these 10 hospitals around the state in speeding that process up.
The other deadly dilemma Georgians face is crime in the city of Atlanta, where homicides have already surpassed 100 for the year. Earlier this week, Atlanta police leaders called on people to stop using guns to resolve their disputes.
I agree with them. I mean, people need to put their guns down. They don't need to be shooting at people because they get road rage and other crazy things that are going on. But the people that are not doing that, we need to go after them. And that's exactly what we're doing with our crime suppression unit.
Now, that crime suppression unit is a partnership between state law enforcement and the Atlanta Police Department. They've been going after particularly street racing and making a lot of traffic stops, which they say have led to the impoundment of a lot of different cars and the arrest of several suspects, including even at least one murder suspect. Now, the governor did tell me that he sees it refreshing that some of the candidates who are running for Atlanta mayor this fall have made crime here in the city their number one issue on the campaign trail. And voters will be going to the polls in November to select that new mayor after Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms decided not to run for a second term. Mike?
And Claire, during your interview, did you get a sense that with the crime in Atlanta and the crime in Georgia, that this may have resulted with defund the police movements that we saw across the country and, of course, in Georgia as well?
Well, it really depends on who you ask. Of course, there are some conservative politicians here in the state of Georgia who think that that is the case. There are some law enforcement folks here in the state who think that certain attitudes towards the police have contributed. But there are also people here who think that it is because of COVID and people being cooped up in their homes, a lot of people losing jobs. Some of this has to do with economics. I don't know if we'll really know the answer to that question until we're probably a few years down the line and someone can study the issue.
All right, Claire Sims breaking it all down for us. Fox 5 Atlanta, thanks so much for sharing your interview with the governor. We appreciate it. And when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, more news and updates from across the country. Taking a live look right now, San Francisco. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to Illinois here, where the governor is signing some bills on mental health care in Illinois.
The healthcare system doesn't treat all of us the same. Today, I'm very proud and inspired to be a part of making bold changes to our mental health care services in Illinois that will help all Illinoisans receive the essential services and care that they need, no matter where they live, no matter their socioeconomic status. The legislation that I'm signing here makes Illinois the third state in the nation to require insurance to cover substance use and mental disorders. This is a sea change that will not only help Illinoisans get the care that they need, but will reaffirm our commitment to the basic principle that just like physical health, mental health care is essential, not optional. We're taking this nation-leading step while laying the groundwork for yet another. Next summer, when the National 988 hotline will be made available to anyone in the U.S. with a mental health emergency, Illinois will be one of the first states in the nation to mandate full coordination with this vital new resource. As it stands, a 911 call about a mental health crisis deploys law enforcement, not mental health professionals. It's an inefficient and costly use of community resources that puts lives at risk and first responders under increased stress. It sometimes leads to the use of excessive force and restraint against people and individuals who may simply need emergency counseling. And tragically, as the Watts family here today with us knows all too well, it's a response that can become devastatingly fatal. The Community Emergency Services and Support Act, also known as the Stefan Edwards Watts Act, requires all Illinois municipalities to coordinate 911 and 988 services with the goal of prioritizing community care over incarceration or improper use of force when it comes to mental or behavioral health emergencies. In other words, it mandates compassion. And I'm very proud that I get to sign this into law today. In the state of Illinois, mental health care should not and cannot be treated as a supplementary or optional service. It's medically necessary, it's life-saving, and it can help address the systemic trauma that has held many communities back for far too long. Mental health care is health care. That's a vital component of a truly equitable and compassionate health system, something that Illinois is now one step closer to building. Thank you, and with that, I'd like to turn it over proudly to one of the great leaders in Springfield and a partner in so many of the good things that we've been able to accomplish, and that's Senator Laura Fine. Senator.
Thank you, Governor Pritzker. And thank you, everybody, for being here today. I am just so thrilled that in Illinois, we are putting mental health on the forefront. When Governor Pritzker signs HB 2595 into law today, this law will create positive outcomes for so many families in the state of Illinois. It is so important that we sign this legislation because what we'll do is it will show that in Illinois, we are working to eliminate the stigma surrounding mental illness. With committees in both chambers, the House and the Senate, now focusing on mental health, we are supporting all of our friends and loved ones because no family escapes mental illness. This new law will increase access to mental health and addiction treatment for Illinoisans at a moment when the need is at its greatest. The legislation would not be possible without the support from all of my colleagues in the General Assembly, especially, as Governor Pritzker mentioned, my House colleague, State Representative Deb Conroy, who, although she could not be here today, she has been my tireless partner in advocating for the rights of people with mental illness and substance use disorders. I also want to thank the advocates who pushed so hard to make this bill a reality, particularly the Kennedy Forum, Inseparable, and the entire Health is Health Coalition. Illinois is at a critical juncture. We are facing two public health crises right now, COVID-19 and an ongoing mental health and addiction crisis that has made worse this pandemic. I've seen and heard firsthand from so many of my constituents about the challenges that they are facing and that they have an increased need for care. However, too often we've seen that when people try to access treatment, they are wrongfully denied care because their health plan will not tell them it is medically necessary in order for them to receive that care. Rather than covering treatment that people need to treat their underlying conditions, mental health or substance use disorders, they lead to long-term care recovery. So instead of getting it in the short term, we wait until we've reached crisis in order to address these issues. This legislation will stop that, and we will make sure that we head off this disease at an earlier time than waiting until we are in crisis. This puts strong standards on the guidance when it comes to covering medical necessary treatment for people with mental health. Like we discussed when we were passing this legislation, if your doctor told you that you have cancer and you need to receive 8 treatments for chemotherapy, your insurance company would cover those 8 treatments. So why should it be any different for mental health? So with that, I am just so proud of our state and our General Assembly for really taking mental health and bringing it to the forefront and allowing us to help the people in the state of Illinois. So thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Kelly Cassidy, State Representative of the 14th District, and I'm a little overcome today by what we're accomplishing, and I'm so grateful to my colleagues and to Governor Pritzker for making this possible. For far too long, the Watts family, and thank you all for being here today, has sought to ensure that no other family will face the horrific loss they did when Stefan was shot by officers responding to a call for help when he was in crisis. My bottomless gratitude and respect to Renee and Danaline and Charles and Christopher. I thank you. Today, with Governor Pritzker's signature, Illinois once again leads the nation in enacting the Community Emergency Support Services Act. There are a handful of local jurisdictions that have adopted a mental health first responder model, which means that a 911 call in a mental health crisis will get a mental health response as opposed to a law enforcement one. But Illinois is the first state to declare that wherever you live in our state, you will get an appropriate response for your call for help. Again, my gratitude to the Watts family for turning their anger and grief into meaningful action, for the amazing advocates of Access Living, such incredible partners, for walking this long journey with y'all and turning this horrific circumstance into something that will change lives, and for entrusting us as sponsors for such a critically important piece of legislation. My incredible partner in change, Wonder Twin, Senator Robert Peters. We frequently tag team on these things, and I couldn't be more blessed to have him as a partner. And the incredible number of stakeholders all across the spectrum who came to the table to make this bill better, to acknowledge that we are laying a blueprint for the rest of the country to follow. And I am so proud that Governor Pritzker believes that that's who our state should be, that we should be leading. And I am just eternally grateful to everyone. With that, Wonder Twin, Senator Robert Peters. I gotta mess with you every time.
Thank you. Wonder Twin. Thank you, Governor Pritzker, and especially thank you to the amazing, powerful House sponsor, and Wonder Twin Rep Cassidy. Illinois is going to be the first state in the country to mandate a mental and behavioral health emergency response system. This didn't just happen in a vacuum. It happened because people like the Watts family were sick and tired of the trauma and pain being criminalized. I remember when I was a kid and my white adopted mother, who struggled to accept her own serious mental health and addiction needs, called 911 and weaponized the police on me to force me to take Ritalin. It was extremely frightening and traumatic, and is something that I may never leave behind. And I want to thank the persistence of the Watts family. Stefan, like so many others, was in need of a mental health professional who could see his humanity, recognize his needs, and then properly de-escalate the situation. What he didn't need was the bullet he faced. The signing of this law won't bring back Stefan Watts, and he should still be with us today. But I hope you know that you and so many others have made history happen today. I want to thank Candace Coleman and Access Living and the broader disability justice movement. You centered this around disability power and have shown that the disability justice movement is at the intersections of race, class, and gender. You organized leaders who were determined to see this through. As someone who has struggled with my identity and disabilities, you not only helped others find their voice, but you helped me find mine too. I am so grateful that you asked me to be the Senate sponsor and grateful to be in this fight with you. As all of us come out of this pandemic, as millions traumatically saw a police officer put his knee on the neck of George Floyd, as millions struggled to find housing, people will react to these traumas in painful ways. As these crises pile up, now more than ever, we need to understand that public safety for all requires a humane and compassionate approach to trauma. Public safety for all requires mental health first responders. We cannot handcuff our way out of trauma. Illinois is leading the country on moving us forward with public safety, an agenda that puts working people first. This struggle is ongoing, but one we should be proud of. We should be proud Illinois is leading after so many years, after a previous governors, that we are leading, and the rest of the country should follow through. So thank you to the governor and to the advocates. And next up, David Applegate.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Applegate. I'm the Director of State Policy with the Kennedy Forum, Illinois. Thank you to Governor Pritzker for signing this important piece of legislation today. Your leadership will ensure that Illinoisans with mental health and substance use disorders are able to access the care they need and are protected against wrongful coverage or denials by their health plan. I would also like to thank all the legislators in the Illinois General Assembly who so fervently supported this bill in the spring, particularly the bill's nearly 70 co-sponsors, which included Senator Peters and Representative Cassidy, and most especially State Representative Deb Conroy and State Senator Laura Fine, who are not only the chief sponsors of HB 2595, but who have consistently been steadfast leaders and determined and relentless champions for Illinoisans with mental health and substance use disorders. Lastly, a special thank you to Inseparable, particularly Dave Horwich and Jen Lee, and also Dave Lewinsky from Heartland Alliance, and really all the community organizations, healthcare providers, and advocates from every corner of Illinois who ardently pushed for HB 2595 to become law. This legislation represents another important step toward ending discrimination against people with mental health and substance use disorders. It protects patients by ensuring health plans cover medically necessary mental health and addiction treatment and holds them accountable for following nationally recognized clinical standards of care in their coverage determinations. We are in a crisis, and the need for mental health and addiction treatment is higher than ever before, making these reforms in HB 2595 that much more important. So thank you again to Governor Pritzker and members of the Illinois General Assembly. Because of you, Illinois demonstrates once again why it is a national leader in protecting rights of people with mental health and substance use disorders and increasing access to care at a critical moment for our state and our country. Thank you. And with that, Candace.
Good afternoon. My name is Candace Coleman, and I'm a community organizer at Access Living. Today is historical. Today, CESA becomes law. Today, we start to break down barriers to health care. Today, the people who are today the people who are behind me, the parents, people with disabilities, the advocates, the folks who live through trauma with getting health care, gets justice. Right now in Illinois, if you need help physically, you call 911 and the ambulance comes to you. But if you have a mental health crisis, the police are sent with an ambulance instead, and they can escalate things rather than help, as you've heard many times today. Today, we begin to change that. During an emergency, people with mental and behavioral health disabilities can easily be misunderstood. We've seen how that can end tragically with police killings and unnecessary lockups. Police trainings, as it stands, simply doesn't have the capacity to handle the crisis needs of people with disabilities. The Community Emergency Services and Supports Act, or CESA, requires 911 to refer calls seeking mental and behavioral health support to a new state service instead of police. This is the kind of support people like Stephon Watts and others who died or experienced unnecessary trauma in the midst of crisis needed but did not receive. Advocates at Access Living Access Living, I, and people with disabilities around the state would like to thank the unrelenting
All right, so it looks like we did lose that shot there out of Illinois as state health officials were kind of outlining what the state is doing to kind of prop up mental health initiatives there in Illinois. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on this Wednesday afternoon. We have a lot left to get to. We're going to go to just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking about a Trump-era policy that the Supreme Court just upheld yesterday on immigration. All of that and more in the next 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are going to go back, though, out to Illinois very briefly. We do have that event back. Governor Pritzker taking questions from reporters as he signed this bill into law about mental health initiatives in the state. We'll see what reporters ask him, no doubt, about the COVID-19 situation there in Illinois. Here's Governor Pritzker.
Make the response that's needed. Well, we're beginning that work right away, and then of course the kind of merger of the 988 and 911 systems will be fully implemented after June 30 or July 1 of 2022. So that's the goal here, is obviously to be on the same timetable the federal system is, but for us to be up and running completely aligned 911, 988 as of the end of this fiscal year. You want to add to that?
Yeah.
Robert.
And the technical effective date is January 1st, 2023. So not only you have the 911, 988 ramp up that needs to happen at the same time, to make sure that, we're doing everything that we need to do, having that sort of delayed effective date, so that we have counties of different size and scale throughout the state, and to make sure that they have the ability to ramp up. What I will say is, the city of Chicago, clearly a large part of the state, seems to be able to have a quicker timeline to be able to ramp up. But no matter what, I feel hopeful over the next 16, 15 months. My ability to count here is being questioned on camera, a little difficult, that we'll be able to have that ramp up time. So.
What do you want to see happen? Because obviously this service is needed now. What kind of things do you want to see the local governments, the local agencies do now while we're ramping up?
I'll just add, hopefully we don't have more stories like Stefan Watts. I mean, like that's at the end of the day, people should, when they're going through a mental health or behavioral traumatic event, know that they're going to be treated with, humanity and safety and compassion. And at the end of the day, to think about this law, it's landmark, but in it, you kind of wish it wasn't landmark, because you wish this was the norm. So hopefully, moving forward, that's what we see as the norm. So, yeah.
We're seeing around the state lots of jurisdictions experimenting with various approaches. Chicago, there was a story today about Chicago's 2-track pilot project where they're doing a co-responder model and a first responder model. So the hope is, frankly, that those pilot projects will get stepped up. They're already in process around the state, but that to shift directly to the first responder model, as the state law will ultimately require, is what we'd like to see.
No, earlier than that.
That's a different bill.
Yeah.
Got an off-topic.
Sure, Eric.
With the city of Chicago and Cook County both mandating vaccine for employees, are you any closer to any kind of vaccine mandate for state workers?
Well, I want to remind you, we already have been pursuing that with regard to all of our most vulnerable patients, most vulnerable people that are under the care of the state of Illinois. So whether it's in our veterans homes or it's in our developmentally disabled facilities or others, we basically have been working for several weeks with the unions to talk to them about how we might be able to implement that as of October 4th. And those are ongoing conversations.
But most of the unions don't want a vaccine mandate, and there is an election coming up, so is that playing a part in it? Because some Illinoisans, a lot are upset that there's not a vaccine mandate for state employees. You said that should be on a local level, that should be decided on a local level, but yet you're mandating masks for schools across the state of Illinois.
No, that's inaccurate. So let's start with the fact that we're working with the state employee unions to implement some kind of vaccine mandate. So that's that I just was talking about moments ago, and we're going to continue to encourage people to get vaccinated. I also am firmly of the belief that local governments should pursue, as they believe appropriate, getting vaccines into the arms of the people who work in their local or county governments. And, we're going to continue to look at what we need to do at the state level to expand either mask mandates or vaccine mandates, again, based upon the need to lower the pressure on our hospitals. We now have in Southern Illinois almost no ICU beds available. And there are 3 in Region 5. There are also 3 other regions of the state, 3, 4, and 6, where there are a minimal number of ICU beds that remain, and they're moving personnel around to try to deal with that. We also, at the state level, have provided personnel specifically to Southern Illinois, because a lot of when you read about the number of beds that are available in a facility, it's really about how much staffing is available. It's not so much about the space that they have in their hospital. It's do they have the nursing staff and other support staff.
So the state is in negotiations with the unions for a vaccine mandate for all state workers, or just a subset of workers?
No, we've begun with, when you say a subset, these are the most vulnerable situations where we have staff that are dealing directly day to day with people who really have no choice but to be in those facilities and in very close direct contact with staff. And so, again, we're continuing to try to get everybody vaccinated across the state, including state workers. And as I said, a lot of the decisions that we've had to make about increasing our mitigations have been about making sure that we're keeping everybody across the state safe, but especially making sure that our hospitals are not overrun.
Yeah, there are some business owners who are vaccinated, their staff is vaccinated, they may even require some of their patrons who come into their establishment to be vaccinated. I mean, they would like to see, as opposed, they hear your warning about mitigations and how that might impact their business, they'd rather see some sort of action on a broader vaccine mandate as opposed to mitigations. Is that something that you consider?
We continue to look at all the options that are available to us. Again,
All right, we've been listening to Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker there talk about this new legislation that he signed, shoring up mental health initiatives in the state. But he's getting a lot of questions about the COVID-19 situation in the state. But we're going to move away from that. We're going to stay on coronavirus. So we're going to go a little more south to Tennessee. Governor Bill Lee there is holding a press conference as we speak. And I just want to give you some statistics about the situation there in Tennessee at the moment. Apparently, the number of school-aged children in Tennessee who have tested positive in the last 14 days has grown to upwards of 20,000 as of Monday of this week. That total now represents a 324% increase in the last 20 days. That's according to our Fox affiliate there on the ground. And this is really hampering efforts to get kids back into school in person. Many students have had to quarantine because of testing positive, and so we'll hear a lot about that from the governor down in Tennessee at the moment. Here that is.
Every parent can have their children wear a mask to school as a tool to mitigate the spread, to make sure that your kid's in school more days than not. So we want to, as a Department of Health, as a state, as the governor, we want to provide information to you so parents can make informed decisions, so the citizenry can make informed decisions about the tools that we have while we increase our vaccine uptake along the way. Dr. Piercy, would you share your update, please?
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. So I do want to start out with some good news. And as the governor mentioned, the Pfizer vaccine is now under full approval. And we do continue to see increased uptake across the state, especially in our younger population. Compared to 2 months ago, almost a 15% increase in vaccines amongst 12 to 15-year-olds, and nearly 10% increase in 16 to 20-year-olds. It's a really important tool. And as you know, a lot of our younger people have lower vaccination rates, so we're very encouraged to see that go up. Overall, as the governor mentioned, our weekly vaccine doses have increased by 136% since early July. Vaccine is still the most effective tool at preventing hospitalization. You may have seen the news out of the CDC yesterday that unvaccinated people have a 29 times higher risk of hospitalization than those who are vaccinated. And here in Tennessee, the same holds true. 88% of our hospitalizations are still amongst the unvaccinated. And something else to remember, just so you don't get focused on that 10 or 12% of the breakthrough hospitalizations, almost all of those are immunocompromised or of advanced age. Vaccines work, and it is the best tool that we have. Our hospitals are severely constrained in their capacity. 25% of all inpatient beds statewide and 50% of all ICU beds statewide are COVID patients. This is hindering timely throughput of non-COVID patients. And so it not only affects those who are sick, it affects us all. But every single person can play a role in reducing demand on our hospitals. First and foremost, as we've mentioned, get vaccinated. Secondly, if you don't have a true emergency, don't use the emergency department. Go to a lower level of care. The governor mentioned monoclonal antibodies. Those have significant reductions in hospitalization when people take them early. I commonly advise people, after you get a positive test, your first call should be to get a monoclonal antibody infusion. We do have those posted on our website, and they're available all over the state. Those are also free at no charge to the patient. And another thing you can do to help reduce demand on hospitals is proper isolation and quarantine. It's been a long time since we've talked about those two terms, and they get interchanged a lot. Isolation is what you do when you have the virus. It's non-negotiable. When you're sick, you must isolate at home. That is the only way we are going to reduce spread in our communities. Additionally, we've had a continued rise in pediatric cases statewide. We had 14,000 pediatric cases in the last 7 days, which is a 57% increase over the week prior. Right now, 36% of all of our cases in the state are amongst children, and that's historically been in the 10 to 15% range. The biggest increase in kids is in the 5 to 13-year-old population. Those are primarily school-age children, most of whom, except for the 12 and 13-year-olds, are ineligible for vaccination. So we have to go back and think about the things that we knew really worked before any of us had vaccines. And those are what we call those non-pharmaceutical interventions or mitigation measures like distancing and hand washing, avoiding crowds, and wearing masks. Speaking of school-age children, there's not a single person that doesn't agree that keeping kids healthy and keeping them in the classroom is the best. One incredibly effective way to do that is for schools and for parents to use the best tool that we have for unvaccinated children, and that's masking of their students. Not only does that reduce illness in kids, missed days and missed sports and missed social interactions, but if you're on the fence, let me tell you something that you may not know. CDC and the Department of Health allow for an exception to quarantine when both the case and the contact are masked. So when more kids are masked in classrooms, they're more likely to stay in school. So if you want your kid in the classroom, I encourage you, send them to school in a mask. Not only does it help them, it also helps reduce community spread and keep adults out of the hospital. Thank you.
Penny, would you like to come up and talk a little bit about school opening as well?
Good afternoon. So it has been, I think, an unquestionably difficult start to the school year in what is normally a really exciting and joyful time, my favorite time of the year. But I wanted to make sure we understood the arc of how we got here, because I think one of the things that's been really difficult for our school systems is that we hoped it would be more of a normal and traditional year, and it's not. So we had, I think, a lot of proactive solutions when we think back at special session. We focused on literacy, we focused on summer programming. We had incredible summer programming in our schools across the state. We had a 95% participation rate in our TCAP. We had over 10,000 teachers participate in literacy training this summer. A lot of energy has gone into how do we recover from what has been a very, very challenging and disruptive 2021 school year. And yet, here we are at the beginning of the school year with more challenges, some fatigue, and I think some real stressors in the system. We have come back with a better understanding of how our students have performed. So with that 95% participation rate, we also saw that 1 in 7 economically disadvantaged students in the state are proficient in English language arts. 1 in 10 are proficient in math. Those are really hard statistics because we know that there are faces and children behind them, and our educators are working diligently every single day, just as they have been, to address what has been very expected but very difficult data. And people are really energized for the school year, but with that has come this increase in COVID cases, especially with our students and our younger folks. It's a lot to absorb on top of some of the other deadlines. As a reminder, this Friday, all of our districts have to submit their ESSER plans, and that includes a health and safety plan, a needs assessment, their public plan, and their spending plans. They're opening schools back up. They are working to support families and students with the best action plans to make sure that students can academically recover from any potential learning losses that happened last year. And we are also celebrating a number of districts who did not see declines and actually saw growth even with the challenges of the pandemic. As a department, we're continuing to focus very diligently on some of the additional supports and same supports as last year. That includes our weekly call with superintendents. It includes, just like last year, the COVID dashboard, which will debut right after Labor Day with an expanded feature as a result of some of the requirements from the U.S. Department of Education, ongoing partnerships with PBS, additional partnerships with folks like the Nice Longer Foundation to give every child access to AP classes at no cost, and expanded resources for schools and families. I'm really proud of what our districts are doing. I'm also very, very cognizant of how much they are carrying on their shoulders right now and all of the ways that we need to come together to support them so they can keep that laser-like focus on what matters most, and those are the kids in the classroom. But I also want to acknowledge that even with all of the challenges and I think all of the energy that's going into this new school year, we've seen some incredible and catastrophic devastation in Humphreys. I had the chance to be there this week, talk to the director, his leadership team, and folks in the community and see what it was like to walk through the schools of the elementary school and the junior high school. And that is worst nightmare, especially when we think about what that means in the disruption of lives and children and families. But I know that there have been a lot of questions about what we're doing to support. And before I talk about the department, I want to be very clear that districts across the state, and frankly districts across the country, have reached out with resources and support, opening up their own classroom, buses, kitchens, to ensure that kids have a place to learn and that families are supported and children are fed. It's incredible, and it is very, very Tennessee, and even though people are tired and even though it's the start of the school year, folks are still coming together to help one another, and I think those are the really important things that we have to hold on to. For the state, we're doing a number of things. We're supporting inter-district coordination and state agency coordination. We will be providing additional funding to Humphreys to support their work. We've already provided an approval for use of stockpile days, class size waivers, and remote instruction for when they need it. We've provided safety, on-the-ground school safety teams and counseling. We have replaced their manipulative kits and supports for their voluntary pre-K classrooms. We will purchase their full set of instructional materials for all grades to ensure that students have textbooks and books to learn from. We have ordered already 600 devices to replace so that students can participate wherever they are learning from. Those have already been ordered and are shipped. And we are also working for backpack and school supply drives to ensure that, again, kids have everything that they need to learn and be successful wherever that learning is going to take place. But I continue to ask as they are recovering, and we're thinking very much about the students and frankly the students that were lost. Please keep them in your hearts and in your prayers because it has been very, very difficult for that community. They are resilient, and I'm just very, very, very proud of the way that they've come together and our school districts have come together on their behalf. Thank you.
Both Dr. Piercy and Penny will be available for questions. And let me just add on that note about school supplies and schools and what's happening there. There's been a tremendous outreach from the nonprofit community as well. Not only organizations like the Red Cross that work in disaster, but private businesses, the churches in the area. There are a lot of folks who are saying, how can we help and what is the best way to help? TEMA has put on their website, I believe, Patrick, that's correct, a resource for people who are looking to help the folks in Humphreys County. It gives information on the best way to make gifts or donations, the kinds of donations that we need. So for anyone who's looking, TEMA has that on their website. So thank you for those updates, and why don't we open it up for questions?
Yeah, thank you. So circling back to schools and COVID cases, some Tennessee school districts and parents are calling for the option of a temporary virtual learning option. Will you be giving school districts that ability?
Penny, you want to address that? we don't have a plan. We don't have any plans to do that yet. We want to keep kids in school in person. Obviously, kids are leaving. There are certain kids that leave as a result of quarantine or COVID cases, but the goal is to continue to keep those schools open for those who can go in person. Do you have anything to add to that? Yeah, there's no plan to do otherwise.
Okay, and even if COVID cases continue to rise, I know parents are saying and districts are saying that they're using other allotted time.
All right, we have been listening here to Tennessee state health officials with the governor, Bill Lee there, the Republican, talk about the situation with the coronavirus in his state as more and more young student-age children are coming down with positive cases, really throwing a wrench into the back-to-school year as more and more students get back in person in the classrooms. Many students have had to quarantine already in school districts around the state. So you heard there what these mitigation factors they're planning to take in the state of Tennessee. Anyway, we do want to move into some of the other stories on this Wednesday. We have some breaking news out of California at the moment. We're just getting these live pictures over this wildfire at the moment. This is in San Bernardino County. Let's just watch these pictures. We're finding out more information on exactly what the name of this fire is, how much it's contained, if at all. We're learning that this is now known as the South Fire. Apparently it is 0% contained at the moment, about 10 acres burning at this hour. Fire crews say it's a moderate rate of spread, but there are evacuations underway. According to CAL FIRE, winds are presenting a challenge to containment. So there you can see some structures have been impacted by this. You can see some structures on fire there. Looks to be quite rural and quite remote of an area, but we're going to keep on this shot for just a little bit here as we monitor this fire. As you know, California is halfway through its peak wildfire season. We also learned, I believe yesterday, that the White House has issued an emergency disaster declaration for parts of Northern California that have really been impacted by this wildfire season. Multiple fires burning up north. This is in Southern California in San Bernardino County. And we can even see some of these crews in the air dropping flame retardant as well. You can see kind of the extent of the smoke and the flames and some of the structures that are no doubt threatened by these flames at the moment. Looks like that structure is completely lost there. Many residents in California have just had to contend with this, not only this year, but the past several years as wildfire season has gotten increasingly worse. That structure on fire as we speak. We're going to leave you with this, with these live pictures. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more wildfire coverage, kind of writ large nationally, what is going on in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. If you're just joining us here at this hour, it's almost 3 p.m. on the West Coast on this Wednesday afternoon as we are monitoring these live aerial pictures over San Bernardino County near Fontana, California, as this wildfire is burning. Authorities have named this the South Fire. You can see multiple structures have been burning for quite some time. This is 0% contained, we're learning from CAL FIRE officials. It stretches about 10 acres. Authorities, though, say it has a moderate rate of spread at this moment, although windy conditions are presenting challenges, and some evacuations are underway in these very rural areas. You can see there, though, that firefighting crews on the ground and in the air are trying to do their best to stem this blaze as it does move more and more. You can see that major highway arteries not too far from this. No doubt drivers can see this from the road as they pass by, but we have a much better view, a vantage point zoomed out now. You can see the extent of the flames and the smoke. And you can see some of these planes in the air that will no doubt be working around the clock to battle this and drop flame retardant on the blaze itself. But this is just something Californians in the northern part of the state and the southern part of the state have had to contend with for a large majority of the summer. All right, and you can see this is coming to us from our chopper from our Fox affiliate in the area, and really the extent of these flames and of the smoke. And you can see many of these structures are threatened by this. This is known as the South Fire. We do know evacuations are underway for people in this area, and we just saw some of those planes doing their best to battle this. But at this hour, we're learning that this has not been contained quite yet. CAL FIRE authorities, though, are somewhat confident that the rate of spread is somewhat moderate, not as fast as they have dealt with in the past. But the U.S. Forest Service, CAL FIRE, and San Bernardino County Fire are all battling this at the moment. Anyway, we're going to stay, though, with the topic of the really, really terrible wildfire season states out west have been experiencing. And at the moment, not even halfway into California's peak wildfire season, the state has already faced just about all it can take. And now the White House is stepping in to help. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Hunt has the latest from California.
President Biden has approved a disaster declaration for California to help free up more federal funding to battle what has been one of the state's worst wildfire seasons on record. More than 1.3 million acres have already burned. The biggest fire, the Dixie Fire in the north, accounts for nearly half that total. About 100 miles south, fire crews in El Dorado County are focused on trying to keep the Caldor Fire from jumping Highway 50. CAL FIRE says it's knocking on the door of Lake Tahoe.
Years ago, I would have never thought that we'd be having Tahoe as a threat. Now we're starting to realize that
anything's possible.
The steep and rough terrain in its way would typically be another hazard for firefighters, but it also means there's not as much to burn, and they're hoping that could help slow the fire down.
A lot of granite, a lot of other natural fire barriers.
Lake Tahoe is a popular tourist destination known for its scenic views. Right now, those views are largely hidden behind a thick curtain of smoke. Officials there are recommending people stay indoors because the air quality has tested at hazardous levels.
I couldn't see, and I had to put on a N95 in the car because the smoke was so thick.
CAL FIRE says the Caldor fire, which broke out less than 2 weeks ago, has quickly become the state's #1 priority. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Jonathan, thanks so much for that update there. His story was primarily focused on the blazes going on in Northern California. This right here is in Southern California. These are live pictures we're getting right now of the South Fire near Fontana. You can see the extent of the flames themselves. And crews are battling around the clock to prevent the spread of this. You can see they're dropping it right by the fire line right there by that dirt road on the side of the mountain. Evacuations are underway. Authorities say that this is a moderate fire at the moment, spreading not as fast as ones they've dealt with in the past. Multiple agencies, though, have responded to this. The San Bernardino County Fire Department, the U.S. Forest Service, CAL FIRE, the state agency as well. And so we are going to be monitoring this as we have been for the last several months here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you these images, bringing you the updates from officials on the ground. All right, we are still monitoring here on Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday afternoon. These fires, it's called the South Fire, burning right now in San Bernardino County, California. We're going to be monitoring this, but we do want to move on to some of these other stories we have yet to get to. Thanks for being with us. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to move to immigration at the moment. A major ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court happened just yesterday, saying and forcing the Biden administration to reinstate a Trump-era policy requiring asylum seekers to wait in Mexico while their claims are processed. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in Washington with the latest on this story.
The Biden administration dealing with a blow to its border response after the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 to uphold a lower court ruling to put the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy back in place. The High Court says the administration likely violated federal law by trying to end the program that forces people to wait in Mexico while seeking asylum in the U.S.
I'm very supportive of the Remain in Mexico policy. I think it's one of those things that makes such common sense.
In its decision, the Supreme Court wrote the administration failed to show a likelihood of success on the claim that the memorandum rescinding the migrant protection protocols was not arbitrary and capricious. Texas and Missouri sued, claiming that getting rid of the policy would harm border states and further fuel the crisis at the border.
Our Border Patrol agents tell us that it's a wide open border.
Immigrant advocates like the ACLU, however, argue against the program, saying it punishes people for seeking asylum by trapping them in miserable and dangerous conditions. One immigration attorney in Texas says the policy will make his job harder by complicating access to clients.
Having them await in Mexico, it creates the problem, first of all, of the time that we spend, traveling to Mexico, the access to that client.
The Department of Homeland Security says it regrets the Supreme Court's decision and will continue to challenge the district court's order. However, it says it will comply in good faith as the appeal process continues. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much. We're being joined right now by Wall Street Journal reporter Michelle Hackman. She covers all things immigration, the border, and national security. Michelle, so good to see you. You know, this was quite stunning, quite a blow for the Biden administration as they sought to do away with this policy. The Supreme Court not going to let them. Can we just explain exactly what is the policy itself?
Sure. So Remain in Mexico was a policy that the Trump administration introduced in 2019. And the goal was, they really believed a lot of people were coming to the United States because, even if they didn't think their asylum applications could necessarily succeed, that it takes so long here to apply for asylum. You go through a court process, it takes 3, 4, 5 years, and you can find work, while you're waiting. And so they wanted to eliminate that incentive, they would call it. And so they were requiring people to live in Mexico or at least come back for their court dates in the U.S., not be allowed into the U.S. For the duration of their court cases.
And Michelle, have we seen any effect on immigration, on the people coming through ports of entry, and even illegally across the border? Has it made an impact? Has it stemmed some of those flows?
So Remain in Mexico hasn't been in effect since probably early 2020. The Trump administration sort of abandoned it in favor of this public health policy called Title 42, which sounds really similar. They're sending people back to Mexico instead of allowing them to ask for asylum. The difference is Remain in Mexico was sort of an immigration program where people came back to court every few months. Title 42 just says the door's closed. We are not helping you right now, and we're sending you back to Mexico. So, it's an easier thing to implement, particularly in a pandemic. Biden continued that policy. He's had some difficulty with it because Mexico won't take back everyone the U.S. sends. And that has been part of the thing that has led to more people coming to the border because there isn't 100% chance you get sent back to Mexico anymore.
Now, Michelle, I know you don't cover the Supreme Court, but you follow these rulings from all types of courts and types of jurisdictions all across the country. Let's talk about the ruling itself. Yes. The 3 liberal justices did not agree. The conservative majority was really the main driving factor of this. Go into why they struck this down and had to reinstate it.
Yeah, so a lower court ruled essentially that the Biden administration ended this program sort of arbitrarily. That was a similar argument the Supreme Court made a couple of years ago about how the Trump administration ended DACA. That's the program for, young immigrant dreamers. And the Supreme Court essentially agreed with that reasoning. They said, the Biden administration didn't do a very good job of explaining why it was ending this program. And, that leaves a few options. That means they have to, in order to comply, they have to implement this program in the meantime. They can keep fighting this lawsuit. They also can try again. They wrote a memo to end the program. They can try to write a more substantial memo laying out the reasons why they think it is the wrong policy, why, even if from a more conservative perspective, people think oh, well, it worked. It lowered the number of border crossings. Them explaining, either that they don't agree or that there are other more effective ways of driving down border crossings.
Yeah, and like you said, it does still look like, though, that the Biden administration wants to keep fighting this with that statement from DHS. It says the Department of Homeland Security respectfully disagrees with the district court's decision and regrets that the Supreme Court declined to issue a stay. Do you foresee the Biden administration, still fighting to do away with this, or kind of, status quo now, dealing with it?
They have to do both. And they think they are proceeding on both tracks, which is making a lot of people pretty unhappy. Remain in Mexico didn't get nearly as much attention as some other immigration policies under Trump. I'm thinking of family separations, but for folks who care about immigration, advocates, to them they found one of the most horrifying policies of the whole administration. It required people to live in these extremely dangerous cities. They often became targets for kidnapping and worse, and other sorts of violence. And so they, are upset that the Biden administration is complying with this court order at all. I think the administration feels like they have to. And at the same time, Biden pledged during his campaign to end this program. I feel like they feel like they can't abandon that pledge, which is why they're going to keep fighting.
And Michelle, just lastly, we have to bring in the Mexican side of this. The negotiations in Mexico to get this policy off the ground of the Trump administration took many, many weeks and months. The Biden administration, am I right, are still negotiating with, Mexican foreign policy analysts and things like that to maybe refine the program a little bit. These negotiations are still open, are they not?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't think we've seen before a court ordering the U.S. to do something that essentially involves an agreement with a foreign government, but that is what has happened here. And so they are currently in negotiations with the Mexican government. And we don't have a lot of visibility into what those negotiations are. Mexico is already under a lot of strain with a lot of migrants living in northern Mexican cities, a lot of people transiting the country. And so it's an open question whether they'll even want to participate. They might say, you can do a very limited version of MPP, but it's up to them to call the shots.
And Michelle, and just from the political side of this, the Biden administration on day one, they, issued so many executive orders stripping away the policies, especially with immigration and the border, because, we've heard for the last 4 years from, Democrats on the other side of the aisle that a lot of these policies were inhumane. And so now they're contending with the fact that they are, by the Supreme Court's ruling, have to keep this in place. Politically speaking, what does this mean for the Biden administration?
I think that remains to be seen. A lot of Democrats and immigration advocates, again, are quite unhappy. I think once we understand the scope of what this new Remain in Mexico will look like, it'll be easier to judge what the politics are going to look like. On the flip side, if they reinstate this program and it does have an effect on border crossings going down, which I will say is not a given. We don't know that it will have an effect for sure. But if it does, it might ease his political situation, particularly with folks on the right.
All right, Michelle Hackman from the Wall Street Journal. That's a very great point. Always coming on to discuss all the latest news on immigration and the border. We thank you so much. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to be moving on to some of these other stories we have yet to get to on this Wednesday. Right now, we're still monitoring some of these wildfires in Southern California at the moment. We still have those aerials right now. Not very clear from when we last showed them to you. Obviously, the smoke is quite thick there. But anyway, we're going to come back to that in just a moment. We want to take a 2-minute commercial break here, and we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We're still monitoring this fire going on in San Bernardino County near Fontana, California. At the moment, we do have an update because we're learning that it has spread, actually. It's almost now 200 acres at the moment. We don't know exactly how many people have had to evacuate. Evacuations, though, are underway and in place for this area. You can see, though, some of the livestock that no doubt is affected by these fires. Many of these areas are very rural areas, and they have lots of animals, farm animals, livestock, and the like. You can see there as well. Can't entirely make out what type of animal that is, but the smoke is quite thick, and you can see there are some horses there as well.
Those look like llamas, yeah.
I'm being told, yeah, and they do almost look like llamas. And so, as you can imagine, Californians have had just to contend with a lot of these fires over the course of the early spring and summer. But you can see crews are on the ground. San Bernardino County Fire, U.S. Forest Service, CAL FIRE, the state agency are working around the clock to get this under control. But a lot of structures are impacted by this. We saw some that have been completely burned. So it remains to be seen on if maybe officials will give an update. We've heard from them several times over the course of the last couple of weeks, especially in Northern California. This is in Southern California. And as we continue to monitor this fire here, we did have an event about a couple of hours ago from fire officials talking to those responsible for getting these flames under control in all parts of the state in California. We want to show you some of that and also keep this fire up on the screen for you as they do try to extinguish it. Let's go to that from earlier right now.
Reza Harry, we're both PIOs with Cal OES. We are out here at the Incident Command Post, or base camp, for the Caldor fire. An Incident Command Post is kind of the central hub of communication and coordination between multiple agencies to work on firefighting.
Yeah, you know, the Caldor fire has been going now for just over a week, over 100,000 acres burned. This is, as she said, the base camp of where all the resources come to play. We've got local, we've got state, we've got tribal, out-of-state, federal resources, all working hand in hand, not just here in El Dorado County, but across the state right now with all the fires that are going on. We want to start off with Cal OES Fire Chief Kit Bailey. He's here to talk to us a little bit about our robust mutual aid system, and go ahead and join us, Chief.
Chief.
Just tell us a little bit about the mutual aid system that is at work right now across the state.
Well, it's a monumental effort up and down the state. We have several fires going. French fire down in the Kern County area. Obviously the Caldor fire that we're here today, which is the #1 fire in the country right now. And then several fires up north, of course, the Dixie fire that's been going on for weeks now. And then other various fires, even a little farther north in California. Most of those are west of Redding. So with that being said, we have a number of resources spread up and down the state underneath the umbrella of the mutual aid system. And without that piece, there would be a significant shortage of resources, and local government, our partners in this, provide a huge number of resources to assist us with this. And without that piece, a lot of these incidents would really be struggling to meet the containment and the objectives of those incidents. So without that component, we would be challenged continuously in this state, and the coordination that is involved in that is actually a model for the rest of the nation, and they've adopted that in quite a few other areas, and it works. It has its challenges, but it's our system, and it's a good system. It's not perfect, but without it, we would be really challenged, if not almost failing.
So what is kind of going on with the Caldor fire right now? It is pretty smoky, so we see the smoke has come in this morning, but what is going on in the firefight?
Well, they have a huge fire to deal with. This is over 126,000 acres. It's only 11% contained. It's been going on for well over a week now. We have about 2,600 people plus on the incident right now. We're still getting resources in every day. We do have quite a bit of work to deal with out on the fire. The west side, actually, they're making good progress on the west side. They're doing a lot of tactical firing on the southwest corner, which has been a very challenging piece of ground because of 4 major drainages come together down there. So very steep, rugged terrain. As we head north up the fire into the northwest corner, which is right near Highway 50 in Sly Park. Same type of operations are going on. Rugged ground and a lot of firing and indirect and direct line being utilized to secure that piece. And then really the fire has come down into the American River Canyon near Kybers, and it basically stretches from Kybers area all the way east up the canyon into the Wrights Lake road country. And it's backing down, so that's a good thing. It's not a ton of extreme fire behavior. It's just backing down into the river canyon, which is good. They have a lot of structure protection resources in there dealing with that. And then we do have a spot fire that is across Highway 50 between Kybers and the Wrights Lake Road. They have actually been working that for the last 3 days, making good progress, although they are getting pushed around and a little challenged on that, but they're holding their own. And then the big priority on this fire is the east side and the northeast corner, which is just west of Strawberry and Strawberry Canyon, and it's called the Pack Saddle Pass area. A lot of focus and attention, a lot of resources are being dumped into that corner to stop that eastern spread. Both ground and aviation assets are working hard on that piece of ground. So that whole east side of the fire, that whole east flank is being attacked from both the north heading south and the south heading north. Making progress, but very challenging ground. A lot of ground to cover when you have a 126,000 plus acre fire. That's a big piece of real estate to deal with.
Right.
But they're throwing everything they have at it, and they're making progress, albeit slow, but it's been very deliberate. So good work.
Great. We want to say thank you to all the resources that are helping out, and thank you to Chief Bailey for chatting with us. We'll let you get back to work.
Thanks.
Help coordinate some more resources.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So like Chief Bailey said, that there are thousands of resources working on this fire and others across the state, and you don't really think it's going to happen to you until it really does. And no one knows that, a little bit more than some OES employees. So we are going to bring on Eric and his wife, Karen. They both work at OES and have been evacuated due to this fire. Hi, guys.
How are you?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Doing good. Best we can.
We're hanging in there.
So tell us kind of about what happened, like step by step, when you were watching the fire kind of getting closer, and then when you knew you had to get out.
So the fire started last Saturday on the 14th, and we were kind of tracking, at 200 acres, and then Sunday was about 500 acres, and then Monday grew to a couple thousand. And we made the decision Monday afternoon to work from home on Tuesday to kind of watch the fire. We wake up Tuesday morning at about 6 in the morning, and a fairly large plume just adjacent to us, and
wow.
We watched it in about 45 minutes just blow up. So we work at OES.
right, we're going to move away from this at the moment and still continue with coverage of the South Fire. Fox 11 in Los Angeles is on this. They're in continuing coverage. Let's listen into what they have to say.
Reporting exactly what you're saying there. And they are trying to do whatever they can to put the fire at hold that fire and protect those homes. And above, those aircraft are seeing the same thing and trying to draw that line, get that circle around the fire, prevent it from spreading any farther. But essentially what this fire is trying to do, it has a life in itself. It wants to find more vegetation. It wants to find something to eat up. It wants to try to find something to stay alive. And right now, atmospherically, meteorologically, weather-wise, the wind is coming from the west to southwest. So this fire is going to burn then more in a north to northeast component. It's going to burn up through the Cajon Pass, up towards the 15 freeway. Our extreme nav system is on it. If you're not familiar with this area, this is where the 15 and the 215 freeway meet, near Glen Helen Regional Park. This is above what we call the Inland Empire. This is near Sierra Avenue and Glen Helen Parkway. That area there along, you could see those, that's a home burning there.
Yeah, that's just terrible to see. We still don't know how many homes, how many structures have been burned. We've seen several on our air. We've been on the air now for just over 30 minutes, and we have seen multiple structures go up in flames, as well as vehicles. Last, we just saw an RV caught fire. San Bernardino County Fire tweeting out information letting us know that there are 100 plus firefighters and numerous air assets on the scene. They're saying 100 plus acres, but last we heard it was anywhere between 150 to 200 acres. Structures and infrastructures are threatened, they said. Infrastructure, meaning, the nearby roadways, as well as we look at more burning units and vehicles down there. Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just, and I know that our graphic out on the bottom says in Fontana. This is well north of Fontana, just so you folks know. This is more in the Lytle Creek area off the 15 freeway near Glen Helen Regional Parkway. So it's to the west of the 15 freeway. The 15 and the 215 merge there. This is that classic urban wildland interface that I always speak of, where essentially you got the urban areas meeting up with the bushes of the San Bernardino Mountains and the San Bernardino County forest. And that's what we're seeing here. This is evacuations underway on Lytle Creek Road, because this is in the Lytle Creek area. And it's a very rural area. It's a community that is, there's so many rural areas in Southern California, Marla, where these people, it's so off the beaten path, I would say, in a good, amazing way from many of us who live like on the west side and the South Bay, like me. It's a suburban area. There's Sierra Avenue there. There's Glen Helen Parkway. The neighbors know each other. They have livestock. They like living in these areas because it's away from that urban rush that so many of us experience. And this is an area that people have so much pride in their homes and their livestock. And this is an awful scene to see. But I will say that I'm seeing a hard firefight right here with multiple agencies in the air, on the ground, trying to do the best they can. We're talking about having to evacuate livestock, trying to protect homes, making sure that people are out of harm's way there. A multi-agency effort here to essentially put this fire out.
Cal Fire, San Bernardino County Fire, the U.S. Forest Service is out there as well, all working to protect lives, number one. As Rick always points out, that is their number one duty. And then, of course, to protect structures, as we're seeing flames in the front yard of this particular home. Hopefully, it looks like a pool's in the backyard. Hopefully, the home will be spared. We have seen several others that were not so lucky. We are just getting word that it's now confirmed 150 acres burned thus far since igniting just before 2 o'clock right near Lytle Creek and Duncan Canyon Roads, as Rick pointed out, just north of Fontana and the Lytle Creek area, of course, west of the 15, the Ontario Freeway right nearby. And we're seeing spot fires because of the erratic weather out there, the erratic winds. And as we zoom in, these live pictures from Skyfox, and you can see those firefighters there with their hoses out, doing what they can to put out these spot fires. And it looks like an outbuildings out there on the left, maybe a barn that has also caught fire as well. So all of these homes, of course, under immediate evacuation orders. This was ordered well over an hour ago. Captain Bennett Malloy with CAL FIRE, who joined us a little earlier, estimated there are about 100 homes in the immediate area. So all of those homes under evacuation. Earlier we saw livestock needing to be brought to safety and rescued. We saw llamas and sheep. And Rick, you really touched on sort of the fabric of this community, the acreage out here, and how, their homes might be spread apart and divided by, plenty of room and acres, but, they have each other's back.
They do. And I always say when you live in most of LA County and the area that I live in, you can shake hands literally outside your window with your neighbor. And this area, once you get farther outside of the urbanized LA as we know it, you have more real estate, you have more land, and they have the areas for their livestock, and that's what we're seeing here. And we're seeing firefighters on the ground trying to do the best they can to extinguish any of the fire that lights up in the vegetation there, but a lot of thick black smoke. That fire is roaring, you can tell right now. Again, these winds are coming out of the west, southwest, meaning that they're coming from that direction and blowing towards the east and northeast. And when the wind blows in that direction, it's going to essentially blow towards areas that have not burned, tinder dry areas, especially this time of day. We're talking about the hottest temperatures of the day occurring typically between 2:30 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right now, heating up, drying out. The heat of the day has the lowest relative humidity, meaning the vegetation is lowest. We talk about what the fuel moisture is in vegetation. And a lot of that vegetation you see down below is actually, in this area at least, it is indigenous to Southern California. I mean, it is the grasses, it is the chaparral, it is the bushes that grows here in Southern California naturally. When you see a eucalyptus tree or a palm tree, that's not the case. That vegetation that was planted here, part of landscaping, and all of it. There's one palm tree right there by that power pole there. That palm tree was planted there and brought there by a landscaper at some time, but all of that is vegetation and fuel, if you will, for that fire to continue to grow. Lido Creek Road there, Glen Helen Parkway. This is an area right at the base of the Cajon Pass where the 15 freeway makes its way north and south, winds its way up towards the high desert communities of Hesperia and Apple Valley, through the San Bernardino Mountains. This is a very rural area of Southern California, an area that we love out in the Inland Empire, that we try to connect with. And I know that you folks right now, and a lot of you may already be at evacuation centers, and we're going to do our best here at Fox 11 to keep you informed of what's happening. But I can tell you, as we watch another, you can see that it looks like there's a natural gas line there that has gone up. You can see that at the top of your screen there, Marla, and next to that home there that has gone up as well. So homes are burning, an awful situation. Firefighters are doing their best to try to contain this fire and not see pictures like this
That's just
happen
heartbreaking
again.
to see a two-story home. You see, have a beautiful yard, the pool in front. Rick, I want to let you know that Alex Michelson has joined our coverage this afternoon. This is the South Fire, about 150 acres, Alex, and I know you've been watching, and it's just heartbreaking to see this happen.
Well, and you think about, a family and all the memories that are inside that home, the photo albums, all that they have shared inside there, and that family may be watching these live images right now and watching their home burn. It is such a devastating thing. And Rick, we know about all the fire danger. It doesn't seem like the weather was as bad on that front as it is on other days. I mean, it seems like this is more of a moderate fire danger day.
You're absolutely right. I mentioned earlier, we're not under red flag conditions, meaning critical fire growth potential, meaning you have to reach that criteria of wind and humidity. but we've talked about the fact that we have extreme drought conditions here across the majority of our state. We're tinder dry. We've had an incredibly dry water year here in Southern California. So if there is that ignition, but this fire is taking off. You're right. You're right, Alex and Marla. This fire is taking off and spreading rapidly, very similar to what we would see in red flag conditions. And I'll tell you what, there's going to be an incident meteorologist, an IMET as we call them, that will be assigned from the National Weather Service in San Diego. That is the agency down below that is going to be on site there, providing, as we see another Phos-Check drop, that red film that paints the side of the landscape there to prevent the fire from growing. It doesn't put the fire out, but it essentially what it does, it's a fire retardant there. This is right to the west. If you're watching and just tuning in, right to the west of the 15 freeway here, through the Cajon Pass above the Lytle Creek area.
So for our viewers who may just be joining our coverage, typically you would tune in perhaps to see Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but we're on the air as this is a fire just north of Fontana, right west of the 15 freeway, the Ontario freeway there, with at least 150 acres burned so far, several structures including homes burned, vehicles burned. The good news in all of this, and we haven't been able to officially talk to a fire personnel live on the air in a few minutes now, but when we last spoke to somebody from CAL FIRE, as we look at this DC-10, I think that's a DC-10, about to do perhaps a Phos-Check drop here. No injuries, Alex, at this point.
And that really is a remarkable thing when you see these images, and the fact that there are no injuries is a reminder of just how good our firefighters are and how professional they are in getting people out in time, in working with these neighbors to stay out, to evacuate. And this is a kind of area, Marla, and I remember reporting from the ground in Lytle Creek where fires is not an unknown thing, and they have experience dealing with something like this, and they're ready for something like this.
Yes, and that's a good thing, and we most certainly hope that everybody was able to evacuate in time. We do have Captain Bennett Malloy with CAL FIRE on the line. He joined us a little bit earlier. That was about almost 40 minutes ago, Captain. So what have you learned? What can you tell us that has transpired since we last spoke to you?
So the fire's continuing to progress kind of in that northerly direction we talked about earlier with these predominant winds. It's now 150 acres, still 0% containment. And, as you can see right now on that Skyfox camera, you can see structures are impacted and burning. And that most of the residents in the immediate area of the fire have left. There is the addition that we've asked people within the community of Lytle Creek and another little community up there called Scotland to shelter in place at this point, as there's a lot of firefighting activity on Lytle Creek Road, which is their main exit.
Last we spoke, there had not been, because it was so fresh, an evacuation center set up. Any word on that?
Yeah, so CAL FIRE is coordinating with Red Cross, and they have representatives en route to the incident command post now, and they're going to help us identify a site that would be large enough to receive all the evacuees that we would anticipate from this fire. And then once that place is set up and ready, that's when we'll put out the address and contact information for that location so the public can go there. But for now, we're still asking the public to leave the immediate area, go find somewhere where you can get some food and water and shelter temporarily. And then once we have that formal evacuation center established, we'll get that information out, and we would love to have them come there and receive the care from Red Cross.
What's the strategy we're looking at for the next few hours?
So right now we're taking advantage. The wind at the moment is a little bit lighter, so firefighters are taking advantage of that and doing what's called direct attack. So that's where they go right on the fire's edge and either remove the unburned vegetation from the edge of that, or they take a hose and they actually suppress that fire as they move down. So the goal in this fire is containment. There will be no management of this fire. So they're trying to actively contain this fire. Some of the problems that we have, like we talked about earlier, is all these spot fires. So I'm sure you can see that from your view here from Skyfox, that you have all these little fires where embers blew out in advance of the fire and set all of these tiny little fires in people's backyards. And everything from vehicles that were stored back there to tractors to everything you can imagine on a farm, and then also set several small vegetation fires on the other side of Lytle Creek Road. So we have firefighters trying to catch that spot fire on the east side of Lytle Creek Road.
Did you say no management of this fire?
Yeah, so what I mean by that is a lot of times people think that fire agencies will manage a fire, and that's not a strategy or tactic here. It's full suppression, which means firefighters are fully aggressive, getting after this, seeking out the fire and suppressing it actively.
And what about the livestock out there? Because in our most recent picture, we've seen llamas and we've seen sheep, and of course there's horse. You mentioned farmland. So what about livestock?
Yes, so livestock firefighters, as we move through from home to home, we kind of keep an eye on what's going on with those livestock. I'm sure you can see that these are kind of larger parcels here. Mm-hmm. So these livestock actually kind of have a lot of room to move around in those pens away from the fire. The fire is actually kind of on the backside, more towards the mountainous area. And so if the fire were to encroach on those pens, firefighters would remove them from those pens and let them go. But then you create another problem of having livestock run down towards a major freeway, which we don't want that either. So it's kind of that balance. Once we get the people in evacuation center, we'll work on establishing an area for people to take livestock as an evacuation center for the livestock as well.
We're looking at this. I believe this was a home, two-story home, perhaps. It's awful, just awful to see, Captain Malloy. Any word yet on how many structures and homes have been lost?
No, as you can see, that this fire is pretty rapidly progressing, and so at this point, no damage inspection will begin until we have some type of formal containment moving forward on this fire. And so that will kind of come as a second priority, and then the county will make an attempt to notify those property owners of their damage.
And obviously, it's also very early in this investigation. Is there any report at all of any potential cause for this? Some sort of spark, some problem with power lines, something that happened with a vehicle, anything?
Yeah, so there's nothing on the initial reports that was obvious. We do have CAL FIRE law enforcement at scene investigating the cause of the fire, and then San Diego County Fire has fire investigators there as well.
Are you currently, last we talked to you, you were, I believe, nearby the firefight. If so, can you describe the conditions and sort of the posture of the firefighters?
Yeah, so I am here. I moved back down to the incident command post out of the canyon where this fire is headed. But the fire is aggressive, and the firefighters are trying to meet that. It's pretty hot, and a lot of these firefighters have returned from deployments in Northern California. So even though Southern California hasn't seen fire yet, these firefighters have been working 30, 40 days elsewhere in the state prior to returning to their station down here. So firefighters are actively engaged, and we're trying to be safe and make sure that we don't hurt anybody on this fire.
And when you say they were in Northern California, are you referring to the Dixie Fire where they were helping out on that front?
Yeah, so there's several fires that Southern California firefighters have been on, including our unit. CAL FIRE has strike teams deployed currently in Northern California, and we've augmented our staffing behind them, but we still rotate those people out from being on fires back to the station. So that doesn't mean that they get a day off. That just means that they're not committed to a major wildfire. They're running calls locally on their engines. So they've been working hard, and they're doing the best they can.
So you've been listening in to that breaking news out of the San Bernardino area in California. Coverage from Fox 11 LA. We'll be continuing to keep our eyes on that blaze as it continues to grow right now. Evacuation still underway there, and it looks like some livestock is definitely in danger. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now. When we come back, we're going back out to Afghanistan, talking about those evacuations and where those refugees are headed. That includes several U.S. military bases across the country. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are continuing our coverage right now on a massive evacuation operation continuing in Afghanistan after the Taliban took control of the country's capital. Many Americans and their Afghan allies who have evacuated are now headed to military bases across the country for housing and support. Fox's Katie Byrne joining us live now from Joint Base McGuire-Dix-Lakehurst in New Jersey with the very latest. Katie, what are you seeing there down on the ground?
Hi, Daytona. Well, we know that overnight the first group of Afghan evacuees arrived here at this military base in New Jersey. Officials here tell us they're going to continue to arrive throughout the day and in the coming days. We haven't been able to see too much activity because they've got us pretty far away from the entrance of the base for security reasons, privacy concerns, but we will keep our eye on it. We know that the latest video that we've seen from the airport in Kabul shows thousands of people desperate to leave the country. The State Department confirming today that more than 82,000 people have been evacuated since August 14th. So just a massive operation in a matter of 11 days. And in the last day, 19,000 people were flown out, with flights leaving Kabul every 39 minutes. Now, many of those evacuees are being taken to 4 different military bases across the country, including this one here in New Jersey, but there's also others in Wisconsin, Texas, and Virginia.
We might be looking at additional U.S. military installations here in the United States. Right now, we're working with 4 of them. Fort Lee, Fort McCoy, Fort Bliss, and Joint Base McGuire-Dix-Lakehurst in New Jersey. Those are the 4 that are operating now and are beginning to see a flow.
Now, a big topic today, a lot of people wondering just how many American citizens are still in Afghanistan. The state and defense departments say the numbers are fluid, and it's hard to give an exact number because, not everyone has to register that they're in Afghanistan, and maybe some of them want to stay there. So they gave us the latest numbers they could. They said about 4,500 American citizens and their families had been evacuated, and they believe there are about 1,000 others still there that they've been aggressively trying to reach either by text, phone calls, or emails. They say about 500 of them have requested evacuation.
24 hours, we've been in direct contact with approximately 500 additional Americans and provided specific instructions on how to get to the airport safely. We'll update you regularly on our progress in getting these 500 American citizens out of Afghanistan.
Now, President Biden said Tuesday that the U.S. is on track to end its military involvement in Afghanistan by August 31st. So we could potentially, see or hear about U.S. troops or military resources pulling out of the country in less than a week. Daytona?
Katie, that's the main question right now. But we are hearing from 2 congressmen, right? Congressman Meyer and Moulton, who visited Kabul and said that we should be pushing past this withdrawal date. Do you see that that is a possibility, or what are you hearing?
It's been a big question that's being asked of, the secretaries of defense and state, and it's not something that they are really budging on right now. They're saying that they're sticking with the president's plans to end that military involvement by August 31st. Also coming out saying that, they were not happy with what those congressmen did. The congressman from Massachusetts and Michigan who went out to Kabul and didn't plan that or run that by leadership. And so they said that kind of took away resources when they were trying to conduct this operation, urging other congressmen and others to not do that, when it's such a dangerous and uncertain time in that area right now.
And I know, Katie, there's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to these refugees right now, but what's the long-term plan for them? I mean, thousands of them are going to be showing up to these military bases, but what's the future for these refugees?
It's been a big question coming up too, and I think, what the Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State are urging is that, they're going to be housed. And that's not going to be an issue, they're saying. So the plan is that they're going to be able to go somewhere, whether it be a military base or another site set up for them for housing, meals, support, figuring out, what life looks like from here.
All right, Fox's Katie Byrne reporting live for us in New Jersey tonight. We'll be speaking with you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
And going back into our coverage in California, our Fox 11 team is overhead in Skyfox. Take a look at this. This is the South Fire as evacuations are underway in the area. Let's go back into their coverage as there's livestock that is threatened at this point in time, as well as several structures too.
And how ominous those clouds must look as people approach and yet another home on fire there.
Yeah, so this started officially 2 hours ago. CHP first getting word of it, an alert that was at precisely 1:53. So yes, 2 hours ago, and now we are here in this position. We have an evacuation order. This is new from San Bernardino County Sheriff. This evacuation warning is for residents north of Glen Helen, east of Sierra Avenue, Lytle Creek Road, and west of the 15 freeway. So again, a new evacuation warning from San Bernardino County Sheriff, north of Glen Ellen, east of Sierra Avenue, Lytle Creek Road, west of the 15 freeway. And as we heard, as we look at some of the livestock that we've been seeing earlier, some llamas in this particular area on this pasture here, we heard from Captain Malloy earlier that, you know, if you feel threatened, you don't have to wait for an evacuation warning. You don't have to wait for an official evacuation order. You need to protect your life first and foremost, and that's what these crews down there, at least 100 firefighters on the scene, are doing their darndest to protect life, number one, and structures, number two. We have not received official word on how many structures have been lost thus far, but as Alex said, we've seen plenty of homes caught on fire, and outbuildings, RVs, tractors, vehicles. We've seen all of that thus far in the hour that we've been on the air. Resources are, there's several resources. CAL FIRE is out there, the Forest Service is out there, and San Bernardino County Fire all out there working in unified command. There's a nearby airport as well, and that's been good for the turnaround and being able to refuel. And we saw the DC-10 a little earlier drop about 12,000 gallons worth of Phos-Chek. That was a sight to see a little bit earlier, and as you will, I'm sure, pick up with these live images from Skyfox, you will see some of that Phos-Chek just on the bottom of your screen. You can see some pink down below and off on the hillside as they work to contain these flames, Alex, but at this point, 0% containment.
And it is quite something when you drive into some of these neighborhoods afterwards when these homes are covered in Phos-Chek. It is quite something to see, and it is, but of course, people are much happier to clean the Phos-Chek off their house than have to walk through the rubble of their house, which is what some people in this community are going to have to do. We have an update?
Yeah, so we're just getting word. It has grown to 300 acres. So what started as a 10-acre wildfire 2 hours ago has now erupted into 300 acres. The weather conditions out there for these fire crews who are already stretched so thin, having learned that many of them just returned to Southern California from Northern California, where there, as we've been reporting, several fires, including the Dixie Fire and the Caldor Fire. The Dixie Fire is nearing 800,000 acres. They have since returned from the firefight in Northern California. Here they are, and they're on the ground here. And Alex, the weather conditions, almost 100 degrees and up to wind speeds up to 30 miles per hour.
And that's not even as bad as it gets, which is the really scary part. And then we look at, I can't tell if that's a firefighter or it might just be an individual who stayed behind to try to protect his property. But it does not seem to be going all that well. And you just feel for all these folks who are having to watch these images right now, and also feel, you brought this up, Marla, the livestock in the area. This is an area where we see a lot of livestock, and this is a traumatic situation, if nothing else, for the animals that may be left behind.
Yeah, he made a point that they have personnel with eyes specifically on livestock in the area. If the flames were to get too close, they said that they have a plan that they like to open the gates so that the livestock can be set free. But then it becomes a precarious situation because there's the busy 15 freeway nearby, and they certainly don't want the livestock to run into traffic.
Yeah, and that can be a really scary thing. I've been out reporting on fire lines in the past, up in the mountains sometimes, and you see horses that are just running.
For their lives.
because they've been set free, but it's where are they supposed to go? And you know, it's as traumatic for them as it is for us. You know, they see and smell and feel this as well. And so this is an area where we have a lot of livestock.
Yes, it's the farmland. It's pastures of acres out here, 300 of which have burned this afternoon. And, you know, we brought up the point many times. Wildfire season is October. And here we are at the end of August. And we know very well that this is now, it's year round here. And we're in extreme drought conditions. These aren't even the worst conditions of them all, as you pointed out, Alex. And this is what we have, what firefighters have on their hands on this Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah. And here we go again with yet another fire that we are facing in Southern California. A reminder of the fact that not only do we live in earthquake country, but we also live in fire country, and that fire season is now year round and something that we deal with far too often. And there can be debates about whether humans are causing that and the reasons for that. But one thing that isn't debatable are fires are bigger and hotter and more destructive than ever. Last year we had 4.1 million acres burning in the state of California. That was a record. The Dixie Fire, which is burning right now in Northern California, which has been burning since July 4th, is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, fires in the history of our state. And we are on pace to have even bigger ones coming in the months ahead as we see extraordinary drought and so many areas that are full of dry brush that's ready to burn.
And it would be a good time to remind everybody, if you're looking at your screen, wildfire planning information, it's always a good time to plan. And that website, which is a resource, is, if we could put that back up, I have so many notes here.
Readyforwildfire.org.
There we go. Readyforwildfire.org. A great resource. As we're just getting this update also from San Bernardino County Fire, they say that the flames are currently moving east of Sierra and north along Lytle Creek Road. Evacuation order west of Sierra and south of the Lytle Creek Ranger Station along Lytle Creek Road. Captain Malloy brought up the great point that if you have access to Twitter right now, I mean, you want to check in with all of the agencies because they are active and they put out great information.
It is now the top of the hour. This is 4 o'clock. We are interrupting TMZ, your regular scheduled programming, for live breaking news coverage. The South Fire is now burning in Fontana, near Lytle Creek, the community out there. Evacuations are underway. Good evening, or good afternoon. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. This South Fire, and I'm in for Christine Devine. The South Fire has burned 300 acres so far. It ignited just before 2 o'clock, so we're about 2 hours into this firefight. Livestock are threatened, as well as live pictures from Skyfox show you. Llamas there. That. Yep. This is a scene that we've been watching, this particular ranch. There are a lot of ranches out here. We've seen several homes catch fire. You see it right there on your screen. Multiple structures have burned in the South Fire. Outbuildings, two-story homes, gorgeous properties out there that have succumbed to these flames this afternoon. We've seen vehicles light up, plenty of brush. That's what you're looking at here. Vegetation, it's dry bone out. It's extremely dry out there. And extreme temperatures, close to 100 degrees. Firefighters, last check that we checked with CAL FIRE, said that the winds are backing off a little bit. But as we've learned from meteorologist Rick Dickert, that fires create their own weather and create their own wind. So while Mother Nature may have backed off, these flames create their own weather conditions. But at worst check, it was about 30-mile-per-hour winds in this area, as there are about 100 firefighters in the midst of this firefight. I mentioned it started just before 2 o'clock, 300 acres. We have CAL FIRE, we have the Forest Service, we have San Bernardino County Fire, all working in coordination to save structures, save lives first and foremost. And Alex, the best news in all of this is that at this point, no injuries have been reported, and everyone seems to have been able to heed the evacuation order and get out just in time.
Yeah, and what we just heard from CAL FIRE is that the community of Lytle Creek itself is not currently under threat. And their suggestion is if you're living there that you should shelter in place so as not to clog up the roads nearby where firefighters need to come in and out of the area. You see traffic right now on the 15 freeway nearby is moving pretty steadily. Now what we're looking at is some pictures that were shot a little bit earlier on the ground, and you can see the ferocity of this fire. We have seen several structures burned already. This is one of them that burned earlier, and you see all that's left of that home, as we often see, is the chimney. And some of the brick that is left behind while the structure itself burns. And you think of all the memories and all of the experiences that a family likely had in that home, pictures, photo albums, potential valuables, clothes, everything else that may be going up in flames right now. The good news, as Marla said, no injuries, so all of those people have their lives and we'll be able to move on, but it is just a devastating thing that has become far too common that we've seen both in Southern and Northern California in recent years. Such a huge part of living here, especially living in some of these communities that are relatively close to our mountains and that push up against them. This is a danger. And you see some of those firefighters on the ground there working hard to try to clear lines and to try to get this thing under containment. The reality, though, so far, 0% containment for this South fire as evacuations are underway on Lytle Creek Road. We know that the Red Cross and other relief organizations are on their way to try to set up a shelter and try to set up evacuation centers for people that are now without homes. They have not gotten there yet, not set all that stuff up. This fire's still relatively new, but even though it hasn't been around for very long, Marla, it's packed quite a punch.
And as we give you these pictures from Skyfox, the aerial view of it and the billowing smoke out there, we've been talking about air quality in the last few days.
Sure.
From the Northern California fires, that air coming, that smoke making its way into our area. Now we have this to only worsen air quality conditions out there as well. And just the effort of these firefighters who were also up in Northern California recently. They've just arrived back home, and here they are under these really, I know they're not the worst fire conditions because it wasn't a red flag day, but we're talking nearly triple-digit temperatures out there. Winds earlier up to 30 miles per hour, and you see the boots on the ground, these firefighters out there with the hoses and trying to put out these nearby flames in this vegetation. You have to just thank them. Thank you for all of that you're doing, given the conditions and how stretched thin our fire resources are. But the best news is that so far no injuries to speak of. We are waiting to find out more about an evacuation center. If you need some place to go, Alex mentioned the Red Cross is on the way. They are at their unified command post trying to figure out where the best location would be to send everybody. You can always log on to readyforwildfire.org to better prepare yourself if you're watching from another fire-prone area. And we really all live in a fire-prone area in Southern California, given the extreme drought conditions and the year-round wildfire seasons that we deal with.
Yeah, and this is also a reminder of the fact that we have so many microclimates. Our TV signal goes to 5 different counties, Ventura, Los Angeles County, San Bernardino, Riverside, and Orange County. And even within those counties, there are such different weather patterns depending on where you live. Here, first off, fire creates its own weather pattern, so it's going to be a lot hotter there, but it's 100 degrees there, whereas some communities by the coast are completely different situation when it comes to the weather. But the weather in that area, Lytle Creek, is a challenge for firefighters right now. And you're seeing some of that but it could be a whole lot worse. And even when we spoke with the CAL FIRE captain in the last hour, he said the winds are cooperating right now, and so they're taking an aggressive approach to try to take this thing on while they can.
We're just getting word from San Bernardino County Sheriff. I was mentioning that an evacuation shelter had not been set up. Well, we do have good news. An evacuation shelter has been established. This is at the Jesse Turner Center. This is in Fontana. The address is 15556 Summit Avenue. So this is the Jesse Turner Center, Health and Fitness Community Center right near Fontana Park in the city of Fontana. That has been established as an evacuation shelter for the hundreds of residents who are immediately asked to leave their homes, and hopefully they have done so already. Someone who is on her way to the fire right now is reporter Susan Hirasuna. I know you have not made it quite there just yet, but you are in traffic and you're already seeing some of the effects, are you?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that when we left Westminster, we ran into quite a bit of traffic. That's pretty normal traffic for the 91 going eastbound. Unfortunately, I was not in the fast track lane, so it delayed me a little bit more than it did Gino, the photographer. So now we are both on the 15 freeway headed north towards Fontana, so towards the area of the fire. Right now, the freeway is actually progressing and people are moving quite easily. So thus far, I'm not seeing the effect of the fire on the traffic. Now, I will tell you that thanks to listening to the radio and traffic reports, there was some suggestion that at least at some time there was a SIG alert that was right near that Duncan Canyon off-ramp, which also is very close to the intersection of Lytle Creek and Duncan Canyon. That was the start of the fire, or the primary part of the fire. So we will, as we get closer still, but it's been a really frustrating us trying to get to the fire in order to report back, and at one point going to be a relative, and then it turned into, we're already approaching, 2 hours on the road. So it's been frustrating, to say the least. But we will be keeping our eye out. As far as any sign of the fire, I will tell you that there is some haze in the skies in front of us, but it doesn't look like fire exactly. It doesn't look like wildfire exactly, but we are now we're making better progress, so presumably we're going to get there a lot faster than the run-up between Westminster and the Corona area.
Any ETA, Susan?
Last I checked, the ETA was, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Probably about 20 minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, once you get established, let us know, and we'll check back with you to get a better look and a better sense on the ground. Okay. Very good. Drive safely. Thank you. Thank you.
And yet another reminder how large Southern California is, and how many areas that we are tasked with covering every day, and it can be a struggle to get around on a good day when you don't have a massive fire that is burning. We've got some news in terms of an animal shelter. We've been talking, Marla, about the fact that there are livestock that we've seen in these pictures, and there's now a place for people to take them.
Yeah, San Bernardino County Sheriff establishing an animal shelter at DeVore Animal Shelter in the city of San Bernardino. So for those large animals that we've seen, the llamas and the horses and the sheep that are threatened right now by the South Fire flames, if you can evacuate them, you are being asked to bring those animals, if you need to, at the establishment of the DeVore Animal Shelter in San Bernardino. It is on Shelter Way, very close to Glen Helen Regional Park. So we have an evacuation center set up at Jesse Turner Center in the city of Fontana. That is for people. And then for the livestock, we have the DeVore Animal Shelter in San Bernardino for the animal evacuation center.
Good information, important information, and they're trying to get areas, of course, that are far enough away from this fire that they don't think the fire is going to be an issue, but close enough where people can get there relatively easily as well. So we watch this fire continue to burn in the Inland Empire. It is called the South Fire. Presumably it started near a street called South, and we are watching it now underway. Not sure how many homes have burned. We know that at least several so far have burned, and it is very possible, given what is happening right now and through that thick smoke, that more homes are burning in that community right now.
Authorities first getting wind of the flames just before 2 o'clock right near Lytle Creek and Duncan Canyon Roads, just north of Fontana, just west of the 15 freeway. And it was noted that it was rapid rate of spread for those flames, given the conditions and the winds out there at the time, just before 2 o'clock. Those winds have backed off a little bit, so that has helped, of course, the crews, both in the air and on the ground, work to get better containment. Thus far, 0% containment, that's official from fire authorities, but they are making some progress. We've seen those FOS check drops, and it's nice to see when areas have been colored pink because of that FOS check, because then we know that those areas are safe from the flames. As Skyfox sort of surveys the land and seeing all the vegetation out there, it is so dry, and then you see those spot fires, and that's what's been most interesting about this is we've seen the burn scar, massive, 300 acres thus far, but then those spot fires, and that's simply because of the erratic winds that crews are dealing with, and those embers that will travel with those winds and take hold of vegetation. It is so dry, as mentioned, and unfortunately that is how some of these homes have caught fire. Alex mentioned no word on how many homes, how many structures have burned, but we've seen several catch fire live on the air, and this looks like another. It's hard to make out if that's structure or just some vegetation, but it's right next to this home. So, and you can see people in the front yard.
On the roof, or what is that on the roof?
I'm not sure if that's on the ground or on the roof. Either way, you hope that crews are there and can help.
Yeah, I mean, and you think about there always in these situations, Marla, are people that evacuate, but there also are always people that stay behind and try to protect their beloved property until the end and do everything they can to try to keep it safe.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking when you are correct. So there is somebody on the roof. I didn't see that a little earlier. So yes, someone standing on the roof. It doesn't look like an official fire crew member. We can just hope that everyone stays safe here. That is, I keep repeating myself, but that is the best news. According to fire crews, no injuries have been reported. Of course, there's been loss of home, but so far, no loss of life, and that's exactly what authorities, their number one job is to protect people and save lives. So far, they've done that job. And unfortunately cannot say the same thing about some of the structures and homes that have burned in this area, and our heart goes out to families who have lost their homes this afternoon as a result of the South Fire. But there are dozens of fire crews out there. At last check, at least 100 firefighters out there from multiple agencies doing what they can to protect people and homes.
Yeah, and you wonder sort of what's going through that person's mind on that rooftop right now. Both the feeling of desperation, but also a potential fear of the fire moving towards that property. And often that this sort of thing, fire, which takes us back to the caveman days, can evoke our most primal human instincts. And we see that whenever we do see flames like this, and we see some of those flames right now in that forest burning through the trees as well.
A good resource if you're watching and you're in a threatened area, of course, is San Bernardino County Sheriff and CAL FIRE and Riverside County Fire as well. Everyone is very active in these emergency times, and that's in fact where they often advise us to check in with them because they're so busy on the ground. Even their public information officers, their spokespeople, if you will, are busy trying to help navigate on the ground. And there we just had another drop, as well, a water drop there from one of the fixed wings aircrafts, and we've seen that. The best thing I've seen is that DC-10 bomber dropped 12,000 gallons of FOS check That was a sight to see a little earlier, so maybe we can get one more of those. That would be nice as we zoom into this particular neighborhood. And there's back at that one home with the looks like a man on the roof. And are those fire crews on the ground nearby with the hoses?
It appears to be. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell.
Okay, so this is that information for that evacuation center for residents now up on your screen. Jesse Turner Center at 15556 Summit Avenue. That's in Fontana. That is where you can go if you need to evacuate from this area and meet with people there that are going to help you out. If you've got large animals, the DeVore Animal Shelter is a good place to go. That's at 19777 Shelter Way in San Bernardino.
So those evacuation centers were set up just within the last few minutes, which is great news. So progress. I mean, this takes a lot of coordinating with crews and trying to figure out, hey, where can we go? Where should we advise people go? And they've done that quickly this afternoon. So those centers have been set up for you if you need a safe place to go. We are working to get a better idea of the damage that has been done thus far by the South Fire. At least several homes have burned as a result of it. No loss of life. We haven't heard of any injuries. The conditions, though, that these crews are working under, they have to rotate them in and out given the heat that they're dealing with and the low humidity out there. It's just, as the captain on the ground, who we had on our air a little bit ago, said, it's just hot. It's hot out here. And you feel for them as they have to do this today.
And how much hotter the fire makes it too.
Yep.
I mean, it's 100 degrees without a fire, and then you just add to that, and on top of it, you think of all the gear that these guys are wearing as well. I mean, it is really, really hot for them dealing with it, but they have a lot of experience, and it does look like those are fire crews, professionals that are helping to try to protect this home, or at least contain the damage to this home. Where the spot where that man with the orange shirt was on the roof, as we now pull out and get a bigger sense of this community and a lot of that hillside that is now just charred.
Yeah, that burn scar there, 300 acres. Just looking at CAL FIRE, which is of course one of the agencies, and there's another fast check. That's nice to see. CAL FIRE with their personnel on the ground overall throughout the state of California right now. This just gives you a sense of California literally on fire. Today, more than 14,000 firefighters remain on the front lines of 12 active large wildfires that have burned more than 1.62 million acres in the state of California. That is of this very moment. CAL FIRE putting out that information, and all of the hand crews, more than 300 hand crews and almost 400 bulldozers up and down the state right now, trying to put out several fires. And this one, we have a new one to add to the list, the South Fire that has burned 300 acres and some unknown number of homes, structures, vehicles, and putting livestock in danger as well.
So the firefight now continues. You're watching special live breaking news coverage on Fox 11. We are on early because we are watching different homes in this area near Lytle Creek burn. Right now, it appears as if the firefighters have made a significant amount of progress, and we are not seeing some of those dramatic images of flames like we saw about an hour ago, Marla.
Yes, it does look like progress has been made. I'm looking forward to that update when they can update the containment lines and give a more positive outlook on the fire. We know this is going to be hours long, if not days long. We know how this works. The South Fire erupted just before 2 o'clock this afternoon. First caught up by CHP, saw some flames right near the west of the 15 freeway, specifically Lytle Creek and Duncan Canyon roads, and immediately evacuation orders were put into place for all of the Lytle Creek homes there. We heard about 100 homes are within this immediate area, all of them under evacuation orders. There's some areas that are in shelter in place right now because of the situation. It's so tenuous and unpredictable. especially with the sporadic nature of the winds today, and we're seeing those spot fires. But as we zoom out and you see the smoke, it is awfully daunting. And of course, you're going to want to close your doors if you're anywhere downwind of this because of just the awful air quality conditions. But those active flames get sort of obscured by all this smoke. So we don't see tremendous amount of flames, but we know, though, Alex, having seen pictures from the ground, when you're on the ground, it's a completely different story.
Right. And just how massive and high those flames are. That not only can be seen in this Lytle Creek community, but can be seen for miles and miles away on that 15 freeway and throughout the Inland Empire when people whose homes are not threatened by fires are just going outside and can look in their backyard and just seeing a tremendous amount of smoke. This is going to impact air quality in that community for the rest of the night, at least, if not for a few days as well.
So let us remind you that an evacuation shelter has been established at the Jesse Turner Center. This is in Fontana on Summit Avenue. It's right next to Fontana Park. And then also for livestock, for large animals, a shelter has been set up at the DeVore Animal Shelter near Glen Helen Regional Park in San Bernardino. So those centers have been established within the last 30 minutes. Progress has been made on that front. The firefight progress continues. Last check, 300 acres. This started, by the way, with 10 acres. Came into the newsroom, a small brush fire in Fontana, 10 acres, and now we're at 300 acres with several homes burned as Skyfox surveys some of that charred land, some of the homes that have burned. And this is that one home that we have been watching. And as far as we understand, that these are potentially the homeowners here. You would assume that these people live there.
Now there's two people on the
Now
roof.
two people on the roof, and it looks like the adjacent property has caught fire. Certainly not what you want to see. And you can see the hose, someone there on the ground doing what they can. But I know the official word from firefighters is to leave, as hard as that is, because you're putting your life in danger. And your home can be recreated, rebuilt, but your lives can't. And that's what fire crews always want to remind people, how difficult it is to leave, but you really need to save your life in most instances. I mentioned all the smoke, and we weren't seeing a lot of active flames. You just saw a small spot fire there. But it just looks like Armageddon right now. Just, it's so ominous. It's just so awful to see. And then you pull out, and that paints a whole different picture.
Yeah, and a lot of that smoke is still pretty dark, which is an indication that there is still a lot of fire that is happening. Our Susan Hirasuna is on her way to the scene. Susan, give us an update on where you're at and what you're seeing.
All right, we finally, the I-15 northbound has turned in such a way that we can actually see where the fire is burning on that ridge crest and in the wildfire, the brush right there. Just now, just as we were turning the bend, a DC-10 dropped a nice load of Phos-Chek. I'm sure you got a greater view than I from Skyfox. But at this stage, so we are coming upon the 15 and what is this interchange here? And the 210 interchange. We're not going very fast. So if you're expecting somebody who's coming eastbound from like the Orange County area or whatever, don't expect them to get home anytime soon, because it is slow and go, as they like to say on traffic radio. So at this point, I can see what I believe are flames and a lot of smoke. I had heard earlier that there was a SIG alert in this vicinity. We're now about 7 miles away from what our off-ramp would be. We're just trying to see whether or not we can get onto that off-ramp and then a little closer to the flames themselves. But, we read the smoke, don't we, Alex and Marla, where when it's white, we take some solace from that perhaps the firefighters are gaining some headway and trying to put the fire out. But above the white smoke, there's a lot of light gray smoke, and above that is a lot of dark gray smoke, which suggests to me that there still is a lot of fodder, a lot of material that is burning. and then thus vexing the firefighters who are trying to get a handle on this fire. We are now at a dead stop on the 15 going northbound, so it does speak to how affected the traffic may well be by what's going on. I don't think I'm not going to blame it on looky-loos. I really am not, because I think people are so anxious to get where they're going. I do think this is just a sheer, has to do with either off-ramps being closed and people having to figure out how to get to where they want to go. But as you said earlier, Marla, this is the beginning of the Cahuenga Pass, or the Cajon Pass, rather. And so a lot of people use that area to get from point A to point B. So right now, yeah, we can just we see additional loom ups, additional little puffs of smoke. They're not even that little. But that's what I'm seeing from my vantage point here from the interstate. And we are trying our best to get closer to the flames itself so we can give you a better sense for what's going on there on the ground.
So you've been watching full coverage from Fox 11 in Los Angeles of this South Fire. Reporter Susan Hirasuna on her way trying to make it there as obviously backed up traffic. People concerned about the flames that are still very active at this time. Evacuations underway in the area as well as for livestock too. So there's a few other locations that have been set up for refuge for these people. Just another devastating situation out of California as more wildfires are spurred on by a major drought in the state of California. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, more coverage of the South Fire as well as your other top stories, including the origin of the coronavirus, a major topic of conversation. We'll be going into detail on that in just a little bit. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. 250 acres, 0% containment. That's what the South Fire is at right now as evacuations are still underway. We want to go out to the coverage from our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. They are talking about where exactly it's at, how many homes are burned at this time, and the farm animals that are in danger at this point in time as well. Take a listen.
Dry, extreme drought conditions in California. You get that ignition, and regardless of which way the winds are blowing, it's going to take off. That wind, as I always say, is king. It allows the fire to spread rapidly, and it doesn't matter if it's coming from the west or from the northeast, like those classic Santa Ana winds. We see fire evolve as we're seeing this afternoon here in the Lytle Creek area through the Cajon Pass, blowing up that pass.
These are the most aggressive flames that we've seen in some time here on this ridge side. We were purely speculating that it seems that they've made significant progress and we haven't seen as many of those spot fires. Is that safe to say, Rick?
I mean, looking at the erratic nature of this fire event right now, this is the worst time of the day because you have the extreme heat of the deserts and the Inland Empire. You have the cool, moist air at the Pacific Ocean. You got the strongest winds rushing in. You have the daylight, the sunlight that's heating up those south sides of the San Bernardino and San Gabriel Mountains there. And that is why we are seeing this fire really explode. Even though we're not in classic Santa Ana wind conditions, we don't have official red flag warnings in effect at this time, but we're seeing that rapid fire growth potential. You can see the 15 freeway. That's the Cajon Pass. Interstate 15 that takes us up into the high desert communities. If you go to Vegas, you know that route where the 15 and the 215 meet in the Lytle Creek area there. But now this fire has grown up into the wildland area. We saw it rip through Lytle Creek. We've seen the structures burn, the livestock that's been impacted, the people that were staying behind that were trying to save their homes. Please remember anywhere you live, especially in those wildland interface areas, it's so important as we watch these pictures, even if you're miles away, perhaps you're in Simi Valley and Moore Park, down to the south in Orange County, that you clear that vegetation, that defensible space, because we are heading, this isn't peak fire season, Alex and Marla. Right. This is just kind of the startup. This is the pregame show. The peak fire season, even though I just said fire season is year-round, comes during the autumn period into winter when we have those ferocious Santa Ana winds.
Rick, thank you. Let's bring in now Eric Sherwin from San Bernardino County Fire Department with some more information in terms of the latest. Are you with us? Maybe he's not.
Yes, hello?
Oh, yes. Okay, great. You're on the air now with Alex and Marla on Fox 11. Thank you so much for taking a moment. Can you give us an update on the latest from your perspective in terms of what we know?
As of about 45 minutes ago, the fire is sitting at 250 acres. We're still at 0% containment. As you were talking earlier, with Santa Ana winds, we're actually looking at winds that are exact opposite of a typical Santa Ana condition that we experience here at the base of the Cajon Pass. The winds are carrying the fire to the east and up the canyon as opposed to what we traditionally see in our late summer, early fall months. Firefighters continue to engage the fire from the air and ground. We do have structure defense in place for homes along Lytle Creek Road. We have put in an evacuation center, opened it up. That is the Jesse Turner Center in Fontana. And the animal shelter has been opened. It's the San Bernardino County Animal Shelter in Devore. They're accepting both large and small animals. Fortunately, we've been able to report no injuries to civilians or firefighters. This fire is being managed under unified command between San Bernardino County Fire, CAL FIRE, and the U.S. Forest Service.
Sir, you speak of 0% containment, and we know that's official, but we've been on the air for some time with this. It started just before 2 o'clock. Certainly progress has been made, correct?
We are cautiously optimistic. We are making progress, but remember, the fire continues to expand. So what may have been 1% when the fire was 10 acres, now when you're looking at a 250-acre fire, that percent is going to drop proportionally.
Okay, so, and you mentioned the wind direction. They were driving those flames up the canyon. I think that's what we're looking at here. We're seeing these aggressive flames right here on top. What do you want our viewers in the area downwind of this to know?
Lytle Creek is a unique community in that it's one way in and one way out via two-lane road. So we have our mandatory evacuation order extends up to the Lytle Creek Ranger Station. For those residents that are north of the Ranger Station, a shelter-in-place order has been placed. And it's to prevent the number of vehicles on that narrow road to allow firefighters to get in and give them the maneuverability they need to really get the upper hand on this fire.
Do we have a sense of how many structures have burned or are burning currently?
We can confirm that we've had structure loss. However, the exact number and nature of those buildings, whether they're homes or outbuildings, that has yet to be determined. I can say within the mandatory evacuation zone, we have 30 to 40 homes that are immediately threatened by this fire.
And for folks who happen to be showing up at the evacuation centers, is there a message for them?
Again, as this fire moves through Lytle Creek is a community that is very familiar with wildland fire. We do have many of the residents in here that do pre-plan. They do know how to evacuate. They do know what to bring with them. We have opened a call center with information for residents that need information or updates on this fire. That phone number is area code 909-383-5688.
You mentioned 30 to 40 homes immediately threatened. Earlier on our air, we had a home, I would assume is one of those that you would count as immediately threatened. There was a structure right next to it on fire. There was a couple gentlemen on the roof. They looked like civilians doing their best to save their own property. I know it's tough to leave. I'm certainly, what would you say to them?
It's one of those double-edged swords. We like the beauty of living in the wildland-urban interface, but with every place we live, there come threats from various natural disasters. Out here in this environment, the threat is wildfires. Give us the best chance at stopping this fire, so that we do not need to divert resources to rescue. We did have a situation early on in this fire with some residents that refused to evacuate and wound up becoming surrounded in fire and calling 911 for rescue. We were able to successfully get to those residents, and firefighters rescued them from that threat with no injuries to firefighters or civilians. But please let us focus on putting this fire to bed and not have to pull out residents that could have avoided that situation had they heeded the evacuation orders earlier.
That's a powerful message. Eric Sherwin, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Like we said, or you guys touched on it, this is just the very beginning. We've seen what's happened in Northern California. Traditionally, we are just beginning to enter into the Southern California peak of wildfire season. Please be aware, have a plan, and start planning now. Don't wait until you see the fire at your ridge line.
And can you talk about that, the Northern California fire, and how many of your guys have been up there battling, though?
That is something that is very, very nice. And California is very proud of our master mutual aid system and the ability to shift resources up and down the state so that we can augment the local resources to fight these fires. Our goal is to get on these fires quickly and stop them before they ever get a chance to get out of control. Believe it or not, we are more successful than not. Sometimes these fires, when we look at these critical fuel moistures, they do have the ability to take off and present these threats. Here at the base of the Cajon Pass, this is something where we have local lands, state lands, and federal lands. This is something that all three agencies acknowledge, and we work together to have a plan in place. And you see that plan in place right now, where we have common communications. We already know what frequencies we're going to be talking on so that we can work from the same sheet of music and get on these fires as quickly as possible.
And Eric, we're just getting word from Caltrans here, and this may be old information for you, but South Fire right now, let's see, all ramps are closed on the 15 in Fontana. So that's right near Sierra. It says all ramps are closed, and certainly, avoid the area.
Yes, the 15 is a major thoroughfare for people transiting from the valley up into the high desert. The 15 is open without smoke impacts to the freeway. We're very glad that the fire has not shut down those routes. However, due to the amount of fire apparatus and the location of the command post, we have shut down the on and off ramps for the 15 at Sierra Avenue in both directions, again, just to allow us the space we need to work safely.
That makes sense. Okay, well, good to know. All the ramps are shut down on the southbound 15, or pardon me, on the 15 right near where the South Fire is burning. Eric Sherwin with San Bernardino County Fire, we thank you so much for your time, and good luck to all the crews out there and you as well.
All right, Rick Dickert, let's bring you back in.
And it's important, as Eric just told us, the 15 is open. You can make your way in and out of the Inland Empire up to the high desert communities of Hesperia, Victorville, and Apple Valley. You just can't exit the freeway there because that's because of all the ground crews, the fire apparatus. As we widened out, I will say cautiously optimistic The fire has burned up more into the wildland area, which that's not good, but it is burning more away from the Inland Empire communities, the foothill communities, that urban wildland interface in Lytle Creek, that it just ripped through that area. So it's burning up away from those areas. And just looking at the whole fire zone, with evening cooling, with the winds that will back off, because they do during the evening and overnight hours, I'm cautiously optimistic that they will start to get a handle on this fire. But as we look at this, and as Eric just told us about the areas that we love, that is Southern California. We love living up in the hills with the view. We love living at the coast with the high surf and the high tides and the water damage that we saw just days ago. We are at risk of natural disasters here in Southern California, but wildland fires next to earthquakes are right there, the top two there. Remember the 5 Ps. If you do live in that urban wildland interface area, you got to make sure that you clear that space around your home, the defensible space. So that will help firefighters protect your home if a fire impacts your area. But those 5...
So you've been listening in to coverage from Fox 11 in Los Angeles on the South Fire, talking about those evacuations and what everyone should know as we are heading into the actual wildfire season in the state of California. We're going to take a 2-minute break, but when we come back, a major decision made by the U.S. Supreme Court today that's affecting migrants who are seeking asylum. That's in 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Immigrants asking for asylum in the United States must once again wait for their court hearings in Mexico. This comes after the Supreme Court ruled last night that the Biden administration's attempt to get rid of the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy violates federal law. Fox's Rebecca Castor joining us live in Mission, Texas. Rebecca, what's the reaction to this policy being put back into place?
Good evening, Daytona. People I spoke to who live along the southern border question whether this policy will actually help the border crisis or make it worse. This summer, we have seen record numbers of immigrants crossing the border, and lawmakers hope that bringing this policy back will help cut down on that. But Texas police say it's not that simple. Runners crossing the Texas border in large groups, completely avoiding Border Patrol. Fox News caught these immigrants on camera this week crossing illegally. And Texas police fear now that the Remain in Mexico policy is back in place, it's only going to get worse.
We're not going to have the luxury of these people surrendering to us to allow us to help them. Now we're going to have to be pursuing them, which is going to turn into a more dangerous situation.
Sergeant Joel Villarreal with the La Jolla Police Department showed us these photos.
He says these are families who called 911 as they got near the border to turn themselves in. At the time, they did not have to worry about being sent to a Mexico refugee camp. Police saw numbers spike over the weekend before the Supreme Court's decision.
This weekend was very chaotic. We had, in less than an hour, about 200 people or more crossing through our area.
You have to understand that while folks are awaiting in Mexico, there are thousands of persons who are not naturally from Mexico.
Alejandro San Miguel is a Texas immigration attorney. He calls the Mexico refugee camps inhumane.
There's no access to, reasonable medical resources. There's no access to police. So these camps basically become a ghetto type-ish.
Before many of the refugee camps were shut down earlier this year, the Human Rights First organization reported over 1,500 cases of murder, rape, torture, and kidnapping at these sites. The Department of Homeland Security also disagreeing with the decision to reinstate the policy, but says it will comply with the order as the appeals process continues.
It goes against the whole nature and purpose of requesting asylum in the United States.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the Supreme Court's decision is a major victory for the state and the safety of those who live along the border. Human rights groups see it as a major loss for the Biden White House. In Mission, Texas, Rebecca Castor, Daytona.
All right, Rebecca Castor reporting live for us here on Live Now. We appreciate you, and it's a story we'll definitely be following with the possibility of maybe a reversal. And we're going to continue that coverage with an interview that our very own Andrew Kraft did with a Wall Street Journal immigration reporter. She follows this situation very, very closely. And of course, this decision made today. Take a listen.
So much. We're being joined right now by Wall Street Journal reporter Michelle Hackman. She covers all things immigration, the border, and national security. Michelle, so good to see you. You know, this was quite stunning, quite a blow for the Biden administration as they sought to do away with this policy. The Supreme Court not going to let them. Can we just explain exactly what is the policy itself?
Sure. So Remain in Mexico was a policy that the Trump administration introduced in 2019. And the goal was, they really believed a lot of people were coming to the United States because, even if they didn't think their asylum applications could necessarily succeed, that it takes so long here to apply for asylum. You go through a court process, it takes 3, 4, 5 years, and you can find work, while you're waiting. And so they wanted to eliminate that incentive, they would call it. And so they were requiring people to live in Mexico or at least come back for their court dates in the U.S., not be allowed into the U.S. For the duration of their court cases.
And Michelle, have we seen any effect on immigration, on the people coming through ports of entry, and even illegally across the border? Has it made an impact? Has it stemmed some of those flows?
So Remain in Mexico hasn't been in effect since probably early 2020. The Trump administration sort of abandoned it in favor of this public health policy called Title 42, which sounds really similar. They're sending people back to Mexico instead of allowing them to ask for asylum. The difference is Remain in Mexico was sort of an immigration program where people came back to court every few months. Title 42 just says the door's closed. We are not helping you right now. We're sending you back to Mexico. So, it's an easier thing to implement, particularly in a pandemic. Biden continued that policy. He's had some difficulty with it because Mexico won't take back everyone the U.S. sends. And that has been part of the, the thing that has led to more people coming to the border because there isn't 100% chance you get sent back to Mexico anymore.
Now, Michelle, I know you don't cover the Supreme Court, but you follow these rulings from all types of courts and types of jurisdictions all across the country. Let's talk about the ruling itself. Yes. The 3 liberal justices did not agree. The conservative majority was really the main driving factor of this. Go into why they struck this down and had to reinstate it.
Yeah, so a lower court ruled essentially that the Biden administration ended this program sort of arbitrarily. That was a similar argument the Supreme Court made a couple of years ago about how the Trump administration ended DACA. That's the program for, young immigrant dreamers. And the Supreme Court essentially agreed with that reasoning. They said, the Biden administration didn't do a very good job of explaining why it was ending this program. And that leaves a few options. That means they have to, in order to comply, they have to implement this program in the meantime. They can keep fighting this lawsuit. They also can try again. They can, they wrote a memo to end the program. They can try to write a more substantial memo laying out the reasons why they think it is the wrong policy, why, even if from a more conservative perspective, people think, oh, well, it worked. It lowered the number of border crossings. Them explaining, either that they don't agree or that there are other more effective ways of driving down border crossings.
Yeah, and like you said, it does still look like, though, that the Biden administration wants to keep fighting this with that statement from DHS. It says the Department of Homeland Security respectfully disagrees with the district court's decision and regrets that the Supreme Court declined to issue a stay. Do you foresee the Biden administration, still fighting to do away with this, or kind of, status quo now dealing with it?
They have to do both. And they think they are proceeding on both tracks, which is making a lot of people pretty unhappy. Remain in Mexico didn't get nearly as much attention as some other immigration policies under Trump. I'm thinking of family separations, but for folks who care about immigration, advocates, to them they found one of the most horrifying policies of the whole administration. It required people to live in these extremely dangerous cities. They often became targets for kidnapping and worse, and other sorts of violence. And so they, are upset that the Biden administration is complying with this court order at all. I think the administration feels like they have to. And at the same time, Biden pledged during his campaign to end this program. I feel like they feel like they can't abandon that pledge, which is why they're going to keep fighting.
And Michelle, just lastly, we have to bring in the Mexican side of this. The negotiations in Mexico to get this policy off the ground, and the Trump administration took many, many weeks and months. The Biden administration, am I right, are still negotiating with Mexican foreign policy analysts and things like that to maybe refine the program a little bit. These negotiations are still open, are they not?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't think we've seen before a court ordering the U.S. to do something that essentially involves an agreement with a foreign government, but that is what has happened here. And so they are currently in negotiations with the Mexican government. And we don't have a lot of visibility into what those negotiations are. Mexico is already under a lot of strain with a lot of migrants living in northern Mexican cities, a lot of people transiting the country. And so it's an open question whether they'll even want to participate. They might say, you can do a very limited version of MPP, but it's up to them to call the shots.
And Michelle, and just from the political side of this, the Biden administration on day one, they, issued so many executive orders stripping away the policies, especially with immigration and the border, because, we've heard for the last 4 years from, Democrats on the other side of the aisle that a lot of these policies were inhumane. And so now they're contending with the fact that they are, by the Supreme Court's ruling, have to keep this in place. Politically speaking, what does this mean for the Biden administration?
I think that remains to be seen. A lot of Democrats and immigration advocates, again, are quite unhappy. I think once we understand the scope of what this new Remain in Mexico will look like, it'll be easier to judge what the politics are going to look like. On the flip side, if they reinstate this program and it does have an effect on border crossings going down, which I will say is not a given. We don't know that it will have an effect for sure. But if it does, it might ease his political situation, particularly with folks on the right.
All right, Michelle Hackman from the Wall Street Journal. That's a very great point. Always coming on to discuss all the latest news on immigration and the border. We thank you so much. We'll talk to you again. So much for being.
Okay, so there you have it. Just a little too soon to know exactly how this policy is going to be affecting both immigrants and Texas residents, too. We are following, of course, this breaking news out of Fox 11 in LA overhead in the San Bernardino area. The South Fire evacuation still underway, and Fox 11's Susan Hirosuna has finally arrived at the scene. Coming up after the break, we'll be hearing from some of those residents in the area who are trying to get away and trying to get to safety. That's in 2 minutes here on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now. You're taking a look at Fontana, California. Multiple structures burned in the South Fire. 250 acres was the latest count that we had from San Bernardino County Fire. They do have 2 evacuation shelters that have been set up. The first one for humans at the Jesse Turner Center in Fontana, and then a large animal shelter at the San Bernardino County Animal Shelter. So we do know that there's some livestock that has been involved in this fire thus far. Let's go out to some of the coverage from Fox 11 in LA, as they have reporters down in the field now speaking with some of the residents in Fontana.
Of a marine influence, hot temperatures and low humidity as we still watch this firefight, not just with firefighters, but individuals that are up on the rooftop there. And you could see, Alex and Marla, the way that the smoke plume is moving. When you see it moving horizontally, that means the wind is still carrying this.
All right, Rick, thank you so much. As we approach the top of the hour, 5 o'clock on this Wednesday, August the 25th, we're looking at our breaking news. Mandatory evacuations underway near Fontana. Homes have burned after a fire erupts, and at least another 100 structures are threatened.
It really has been a devastating scene in San Bernardino County. We've seen homes on fire, even livestock there stranded, and there are mandatory evacuations underway right now. Other communities being told to shelter in place. With that, we say officially welcome to the Fox 11 News at 5 o'clock. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marlon Tejas here for Christine Devine. The fire started shortly before 2 o'clock this afternoon, 1:53 to be very precise. Within an hour, dozens of acres have burned. Now at least 250 acres burned total. The fire at this point is 0% contained. This is all happening right near Lytle Creek. The community is about 20 minutes north of Fontana at the Cajon Pass. The fire is burning just north of the freeway, west of the 15 freeway.
Joining us live now is the San Bernardino County Fire Public Information Officer, Eric Sherwin, back with us on the phone. Thank you so much for being with us. So what is the strategy for the next few hours?
Good afternoon. We're looking at continuing the operations that we've had in place now for the better part of 3 hours, and that is a combined attack from both air assets and ground resources. We're working on building a line along the flanks and keeping this thing from expanding into the forest as much as possible. This fire is being fought under unified command between San Bernardino County Fire, CAL FIRE, and the U.S. Forest Service. Evacuations do remain in place. We're fortunate to say we have not had to expand those evacuation zones. The shelter-in-place order does remain for those residents in Lytle Creek that are north of the Lytle Creek Ranger Station. And again, that shelter-in-place order is to allow the movement of firefighters up and down. Lytle Creek Road is the only road in and out of this community. It's a 2-lane road, so we want to keep it open as much as possible so our firefighters can come in here and work to the safest and best of their abilities.
We're just over 3 hours into this firefight. What's your overall outlook on what we're dealing with?
As you were alluding to at the end of the last hour, this is a fire that we saw expand unbelievably rapidly. It was paralleling the 15 freeway, and with that wind, it took a hook and started making a run up towards Lytle Creek. These fuels are critically dry, and it's something that we hear over and over, but when we see a fire start like this, we truly see what that means. We've had a very hot July and a hot beginning to August. Even though those temperatures have moderated, which is nice for our firefighters that are working in less heat, those fuels are still dry and burn unbelievably quickly and present the threat with which we're currently faced.
And what about an update on the wind condition out there right now?
We're still seeing a wind that's south-southwest. With your overhead shots, you can see how that column is laying over and continuing to push this fire to the east. It is burning on both sides of Lytle Creek Road. Firefighters have been instrumental in trying to check up as much as possible how that fire encroaches on that road and to keep that thoroughfare open to allow us to get in and out of that community.
You know, a few hours ago we saw those dramatic images of structures on fire, and it seemed very, very chaotic. Even though you're at 0% containment, are you starting to get more of a handle on this? It certainly looks that way from the air.
This fire is still at 0% containment. Remember, even though you see an area that might not be actively burning, until we go in and remove a section of earth from what burned and what didn't burn, there's a chance that it can continue to ignite fuel that has not yet burned. So, and as the fire continues to expand, it makes it harder and harder for us to get those high containment numbers that show the progress that we're making.
All right, Eric Sherwin with San Bernardino County Fire. We appreciate your time, and hopefully you can give us more of your time a little bit later as we work throughout the night and cover the South Fire. Thank you again.
Let's go back to the ground now. Susan Hirasuna joins us live.
Yeah, I'm still on this. I just want to let you know we're on a pretty wide swath of the 15 northbound. Maybe someday it'll turn into an actual lane, but right now it's just a safe place for us to pull over so that we can show you what's going on from our perspective. And also to have another word with Robin here. Her grandmother lives in the Lytle Creek area. There have been plenty of wildfires, so she knows a thing or two about what happens when you have a wildfire. She finally decided to leave the home, according to you, but where is she now, and what is she doing?
I'm pretty sure she's on the main road. I think the firefighters asked her to leave. This would be the first time that she actually left her home, so that was actually one of my biggest concerns. I'm so happy to hear that she has agreed to come to the street and out of danger. But I mean, if I'm completely honest, I'm sure she's crying on this, with the firefighters.
You mentioned that part of the reason why she was slow to leave was because she has a lot of cats.
She has a lot of, just any stray animal ends up at my grandmother's house. She feeds them, they come. So yeah, she has a lot of cats, a lot of dogs. The dogs, will come when she calls them, but the cats, they kind of hide. So she was really worried about them and was trying to find them before she would leave.
Yeah, so she was forced to leave this time around. But you said that in the past she wasn't willing to leave and that she would actually try to fight the fire herself around her home.
Yeah, she's very dedicated to keeping her home. So she gets up there with the firefighters. I mean, I know that they would rather that she did. It's not a very smart idea, right? But she loves her house and the freedom that it gives her. And so my grandma's a strong woman.
I was surprised when you told me that she didn't, because you live near here too, that she didn't go to your place or somebody else's home in order to wait it out. Why not?
That's how much she wants to be at her house and make sure her house is okay, and the animals are okay. She also has like a lot of fruit trees and things like that. So those are all her belongings. That's her, like I said, it's her safe place.
Okay, I know this is not an official cause of fire, but people who know each other, they're talking and they believe that the fire started in what way? Can you explain that to me again?
Yeah, so from the best of my knowledge, on social media, it seems that from what everyone's saying in the neighborhood, it was that there was an excavator with a metal claw hit some rock and it just sparked and it went out of control. I mean, all it takes is one little spark, and there's so much dry brush over there, it doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, 100%. All right, so we're going to give you another look at what the Ridgeway is looking like now. As you can see the plume of smoke, it's a very dark gray smoke, and it's the high elevation. I'm not seeing the air support. I'm not seeing the DC-10s now. I don't know if that is suggestive that they have finished dropping the Phos-Chek at this time. Oh no, I do see one. I do see two, actually. So we now see them up above the smoke. So there's definitely still some effort from the air to put this fire out. And as I said before, slow traffic on the 15. It is quite possible, from what I understand, that the off-ramp that we need to take in order to get closer to the fire line is blocked off. And so we watch as this traffic on the 15 going northbound is very slow indeed. So that is...
All right, Fox 11's Susan Hirasuna reporting live from down in the field in Fontana, California, as they continue to track that south fire and speak with other residents who are evacuating their homes at this time. We want to move to another story coming out of Arizona. An Arizona man found alive after going missing. He was hiking at the Grand Canyon. To bring us some of the details of this miraculous story and bring in Fox 10's Jennifer Martinez. Jennifer, what are we learning tonight?
We're learning that Arturo Hernandez from Surprise, Arizona, he went hiking in the Grand Canyon with his younger sister and then went missing for 2 days, finally found alive.
He said he was preparing to die, that if they hadn't shown up, and it really was that desperate. The helicopter, hearing that helicopter, he couldn't even get himself up to wave them down, and he was praying that the helicopter would land.
48-year-old Arturo Hernandez alive after going missing in the Grand Canyon for 48 hours.
It was a 150-foot line, and they had to drop someone down to get him, and they pulled him out of the canyon, and he literally flew in, holding on at the end of the rope.
His wife, Emily Hernandez, emotional, grateful for the efforts by rescue crews. She called for help Monday morning, growing worried when her husband and sister-in-law never came back home.
My husband almost died.
Arturo went for a hike on the Hermit Trail with his sister Veronica Morgan, the two seen here. When he started to cramp up at the bottom, the two split up. Veronica went to get help, but she struggled to get up the canyon herself.
My sister-in-law was found first. She got herself up. She spent the night in the canyon, was able to wave down a worker, and they immediately assisted her, and they called me shortly after to say that she'd been found and then that he hadn't. And so then I think the panic really set in.
2 days later, weak and unable to walk, Arturo was found alive.
He said it himself that it was a miracle he was alive.
And that's really what the family is telling me as well. They say that so many people were reaching out to them and praying for Arturo to come home. They say that they want to thank the rescue crews that brought their loved ones home. And they also tell me that Arturo, he is recovering in a Flagstaff, Arizona hospital tonight. Reporting live tonight, I'm Jennifer Martinez with Fox 10 News.
Jennifer, it's such a breath of fresh air to hear a positive story coming out of this. We report on so many that have different endings than this. Do we know how Arturo is doing, what his specific conditions are, if he's going to make a full recovery?
You know, we didn't get into full specifics when I spoke to his wife, Emily, earlier today, but she says that when he was rescued, he was so dehydrated. He had enough water for the hike that him and his sister took, but he didn't have enough water to last him for 2 days, because when you go out for a hike, you don't think that you will get injured or something will happen. Sure. So he was very dehydrated. He was unable to walk. So when they rescued him, he just happened to pick himself up, gathered that strength to really just tell the rescue crews, this is where I am, please help me. And then he just collapsed on the ground. So his wife tells me that he will be spending the night in the hospital tonight, but we're not sure if he's going to continue to stay in the Flagstaff hospital throughout the week.
Yeah, hats off to the Arizona rescue teams who were able to make this happen. 48 hours, and they found him. It gets a little bit dicey after that time period. So Fox 10's Jennifer Martinez bringing us this positive story out of Arizona tonight. Jennifer, thank you.
Have a good night.
And we are going to continue watching this story out of California right now, Fontana, California, where evacuations are still underway. We are hoping for some good stories to come out of there as well. But up until now, just quite a bit of destruction. No word yet on exactly how many homes have been destroyed in this expansive fire up until this point, as it's been going on for a few hours now, around 2 o'clock as we are heading into 5:15. You can see the llamas and the livestock that have been kind of dispersed through this fire that they're deeming the South Fire. As we said, the latest acreage we have from San Bernardino County is 250 acres, still 0% containment, but it does look like they have had quite a bit of success when it comes to containment. If we get any other details, we will bring them to you as soon as we receive them. We're going to take another 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're hopefully going to be getting another press conference here, this one about Afghan refugees that are being transported to Fort Bliss, just one of the many locations that refugees are being sent after they take off from the Kabul airport. We'll be hearing from Congresswoman Veronica Escobar of Texas, and that should be in just the next few minutes here. You're watching Live Now from Fox, another busy day, a busy Wednesday. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It is 5:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona. 5:15 also on the West Coast. We are tracking this fire out of the Fontana area. It looks as though it continues to grow right now. The latest report, 250 acres. If we get any more information on the evacuations underway and the containment, we'll bring it to you as soon as possible. Until then, though, let's head into some coronavirus news. We haven't really been able to talk about COVID yet today, as it's been a busy breaking news day, but there's lots of questions over the COVID-19 origin that is definitely sparking in the headlines as of this week, as a new report is expected to be released in the coming day, the coming next few days, on the origins of COVID-19. Did it come from a bat? Did it come from a lab? A lot of questions. Fox 13 in Tampa breaking it all down.
The U.S. is preparing to declassify a report on the origins of COVID-19. At the same time, the Chinese government is spreading false claims that the virus was leaked from a military lab in the United States. Okay, here now to explain is political editor Craig Patrick. So, Craig, put this into context for us. What's going on here?
Well, it looks as if the government of China is concerned that findings, evidence in this U.S. intelligence report, once it's fully declassified, will implicate the Chinese government through its research lab in releasing COVID-19, perhaps through an accidental lab release rather than something that naturally jumped from animal to human in a wet market or in a food market. So it's pushing back at this point with a concerted effort to push conspiracy theories and false claims that it in fact leaked from a military lab in Maryland. Evidence that COVID-19 may have originated from a laboratory in Wuhan instead of bats at a wet market made headlines in May. But the news media and scientists had been reporting that from the start. For example, in February of 2020, Chinese university scientists determined the killer coronavirus probably originated from a laboratory in Wuhan. U.S. scientists said it may have leaked from a Wuhan lab. The Washington Post noted the alternative narrative that it originated from a wet market was shaky. And the Post revealed State Department cables warning of safety issues at the Wuhan lab studying bat coronaviruses. That's all going back to early last year, when candidate Biden also doubted China's wet market theory last February.
I would not be taking China's word for it.
And U.S. Senator Tom Cotton also spelled out circumstantial evidence it may have leaked from a Chinese government lab.
I would note that Wuhan also has China's only biosafety level 4 super laboratory that works with the world's most deadly pathogens, to include, yes, coronavirus.
But the World Health Organization then conducted a very questionable investigation and effectively dismissed the lab leak theory. But then the evidence reemerged and worked its way back into the news cycle 3 months ago. And President Biden responded by ordering U.S. intelligence to do a 3-month investigation. President Biden already has the results. We're told it does not draw firm conclusions due in part to a lack of cooperation from China. And in an apparent attempt to confuse or distract from the findings, China is now actively spreading conspiracy theories the virus originated in the United States. So, sources are saying once the information does come to light, there won't be a firm conclusion. It cannot be nailed down at this time. That will likely take months, if not years, to continue to gather the evidence. But there is the possibility there could be additional evidence that implicates the research lab in Wuhan as opposed to the wet market. Right now, it's a bit of an open question, and that's why China is moving in the direction of a disinformation campaign as we speak, because if evidence continues to implicate China, it would logically bear far more responsibility and would therefore face far more legal or diplomatic pressure to do more to suppress the virus.
It all makes sense, Craig, but when could we expect this declassified report to be out, to be in the public domain?
The White House said on Monday a couple of days. That would seem to take us into today. It's imminent any minute now. Of course, when it's released, not all of it will come to light. It will likely be blacked out in parts, but it should give us a much better idea of what we know and what we don't know.
All right, Craig Patrick with the latest on this soon-to-be-released report on the origins of COVID. Thank you, Craig.
And we want to go out live now to Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. She's talking about the Afghan refugees that are being sent to Fort Bliss right now. We missed a couple minutes of it, so we're going to start it from the beginning for you. Take a listen.
One of the military installations
where our Afghan allies and their families would be flown to, I immediately put in a request to make sure that I could visit the site, but also my team and I have been in constant communication with the White House, DOD, state, all of our partners, every governmental agency possible to get as much information, not just for the community of El Paso, not just for our region, but also really for the American public. What we are living through right now is pretty historic. And I want to acknowledge that despite the great challenges that we have witnessed unfolding on the TV in front of us every day, it is pretty extraordinary that about 90,000 people have been flown out of Afghanistan to safety. And I think we need to recognize that as a country. I think there's going to be plenty of time for hearings, and there will be lots of congressional hearings, lots of look backs, not just over the last several months, but frankly, my view is there needs to be a look back over the last 2 decades so that we can learn from missteps, mistakes, from decisions that hopefully will guide future decisions and future judgments. But I want to share with you primarily, having said that, what I want to share with you what I saw today and share with the American people and our region that there really is an extraordinary story to tell. And I feel incredibly privileged to have been on Fort Bliss and to have been able to talk to some Afghan families. I was able to thank every single soldier that I met. I met some really extraordinary American service members. Every single service member told me how proud they were to be a part of this mission. Every single soldier told me what a privilege it is to help care for these families. I really feel tremendous emotion having left Fort Bliss. Multiple soldiers told me how high morale is on the ground at Fort Bliss and what a joy it is to be able to participate. As I thanked them, I told them that they are taking part of a really important moment in American history as we welcome our allies, as we demonstrate to the world that we are a country of goodwill, that we are a country that will keep her promises, that we are a country of compassion. And that's who we as a region here in the El Paso, Las Cruces, Ciudad Juarez region, that's who we've always been. So in many ways, there could not be a better location to receive these vulnerable families. I saw Afghan families, I saw infants, I saw a mom nursing her baby who thanked me. I saw elderly people. I spoke with an interpreter who expressed tremendous gratitude and who fled and left everything with his wife. He's worried about his family that's left behind, family members that did not work for the government. They did not work alongside our American service members, but family that they love and that they're worried about. The American Red Cross is on site. A number of NGOs are on site at Fort Bliss. And the American Red Cross has been really remarkable, really remarkable. And they are working to get tablets and phones so that Afghan families can connect internationally with those that they left behind. I also shared with the military leadership that our caseworkers who are working constantly on the casework to try to do as much as possible, especially as we approach August 31st. I shared with them that if there's any Afghan guests on Fort Bliss, and guests is how our American service members refer to the Afghan refugees in their care. But I said, I let them know that if there are any guests that need casework, that we stand ready to help support My office has received dozens and dozens of calls, not just from El Paso constituents, but from folks across the country. And they've been working diligently to try to make sure that we do everything possible to help get as many folks out as possible. And with that, I think I will open it up to some questions. I may think of a few more things. We'll go here, 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 here. How's that?
Ma'am, we've all seen those heart-wrenching videos of families handing over their children, babies, toddlers, to soldiers, and soldiers actually taking them. Are there any unaccompanied children currently being held or housed at Fort Bliss?
You know, not that I'm aware of, but we will find out. We are in regular communication. It was information overload. I mean, I took, multiple pages of notes, but I will find out for you, Julio. Okay?
¿Cuáles son las medidas de salubridad que se están tomando? Porque el juez del condado confirmó que ya hay casos positivos de COVID y que uno de ellos ni siquiera quiso hacer la cuarentena. Entonces, ¿cuál es el protocolo? ¿Se están regresando aquí mismo a este lugar? ¿Los separan? ¿Hay revisiones, pruebas médicas?
So the information I got, and then I'll answer in Spanish. So every single Afghan guest is being tested along the way. First at Dulles, and then throughout the process. There have been 2 confirmed COVID cases out of about 1,300 people. So it is a very, very low ratio. I did not hear that they refused care. They have one COVID case in quarantine, or maybe the 2 in quarantine. So they quarantine immediately. They did not share with me what the county judge shared with you. So now, I'm not sure where he's getting his information. I know he had announced that there had been 2 births. There had not been 2 births. The first birth happened last night. So, we've just got to make sure that we get the most accurate information. So this I'm getting directly from Department of Defense. On site, there is a clinic that is being staffed with physicians. They are bringing in an OBGYN. They have pediatricians on staff. They have a number of nurses on staff. So they're able to see a full range of issues, of healthcare issues, but they do have a contract with UMC. UMC will be getting reimbursed. They do have a contract for any more severe cases or for births, etc. What they are mostly seeing is what they told me, that a lot of elderly Afghans who left their medicine behind or ran out of their medicine. Diabetics, as an example, who need access to insulin and other care. Pregnant women that they want to make sure, are not dehydrated, etc. Let me now, in Spanish, kind of give the... Estoy tan agradecida por haber tenido la oportunidad de visitar con los refugiados de Afganistán que están en Fort Bliss. Hablé con las familias y cada familia con quien hablé me dio las gracias. Hablé con cada soldado que estuvo en mi tour, en mi visita, y cada soldado me dijo que agradecidos ellos están para poder tener el privilegio de ayudarles a los refugiados. Me han dicho que muchas de las familias se fueron sin casi nada, con la ropa que tenían puestas. Algunas familias sí tuvieron tiempo de traer una maleta de ropa, pero muchos de ellos están muy preocupados por las familias que dejaron atrás, familias que no son parte del programa, que no han trabajado con el gobierno y con los Estados Unidos. Y el American Red Cross está allí en Fort Bliss, trabajando con los refugiados, asegurando que tengan comunicación con su familia internacionalmente. También hay doctores y me han dicho que todavía no hay casos serios, pero sí tienen 1 o 2 casos de COVID. No estoy segura, tengo que revisar mis mis notas, yo creo que es solamente un caso de COVID, porque me estaban hablando de otra instalación militar que tenía dos. Entonces, I think I stand corrected. I think it's one COVID case in El Paso. I think they were telling me about Fort Mason, or maybe Fort Dix. I can't remember. One of the other installations that had two.
¿Se puede decir en español las medidas de salubridad?
Tienen una clínica, tienen doctores, y si hay algo serio, tienen un contrato con el hospital UMC, pero me dijeron que a este punto no han tenido ningún caso serio.
En cuestión de los nacimientos aquí en El Paso.
Ayer en la noche nació un niño en UMC. Niño o niña, no sé cuál. Yes.
Can we talk about, logically, one of the reasons that they fled was a fear that they have the Taliban.
Yeah.
What have they expressed about that? How do you feel about resettling in the United States?
Yeah.
Are they talking about possibly bringing the family members home?
So I asked how their journey was, and I even asked specifically about the journey to the airport. And one family told me about the American government reaching out to them, telling them to go within 2 hours. They only had 2 hours, basically, to gather their things. They said that the trip to the airport was awful, but that they made it in, and but that they're lucky they had all their paperwork ready. And that they know of families who do not have their paperwork ready, and that they're concerned about them. Obviously there are questions going forward in the future about who as far as their family members could potentially emigrate. They are on a 2-year humanitarian parole. So and when you have a 2-year humanitarian parole, you have 1 year to essentially address your status. And so they have 1 year to figure out the path forward. I will tell you, Congress has an important role to play in that. And we have in the past provided pathways. We have to go back, when we go back to Washington, we truly need to be together as a Congress, as representatives of the United States, and think about the path forward for these allies, who they and their family members were right there alongside our servicemen and women. So they've got some breathing room. But Congress needs to take this opportunity and this time to chart out a path. Some of them will be eligible for asylum. There are also actually various levels of legal status of folks that I met and spoke to. I spoke with one man who had a green card, and his wife, though, does not. So there's going to be really a very complex mix of status of folks. All of them vetted. All of them have been vetted. I think it's really important for the American public to know that the folks that were put on those planes had been vetted before they got on the planes, because they worked in collaboration with the American government. So they had to be vetted in order to work with the government, and they were vetted again before they got on the plane. The leadership, military leadership that was here, said we know exactly who every one of these individuals is.
So in terms of resettlement, do they want to stay in the U.S.?
The folks I talked to do. The over here and then right over here.
Yeah.
Thank you. At this point, what's the best hope for families in Kabul who have their paperwork done but are having problems getting through the Taliban and then just getting inside the airport at this point?
So I would say reach out to a congressional office. Our congressional office is fielding that casework, so that we can communicate directly and do as much as we can with the limited time that we have left.
Representative, how long is going to be the average wait for the refugees, especially who are still in the process of applying for an SIV? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So it's going to vary from case to case, but the International Refugee Coalition, IRC, is on site, and part of their role is ensuring that our guests get everything they need to get done in order for them to then move on. And you know, one of the things I learned, not unlike what we are seeing with our Central American refugees, many of these guests of ours have family members in the United States. They also are looking to relocating to communities in the country that already have large Afghan populations, where, you know, I think they will feel the greatest amount of comfort. But you know, they've all sort of been given information so that they can manage their expectations with regard to their case. Some will be easier than others. You know, the green card holder, for example, you know, will be easier than others.
Right.
David?
And have any families been released in El Paso yet? I asked because I heard that basically at one school in town that there was a family going in. The young man spoke really good English.
Yeah.
But when I called up EPISD and asked about it, they said, nope, nobody, we haven't had anybody we know of.
So I can't speak to whether anybody's enrolled in the schools or not. There was an American citizen. Actually, there were a couple of folks who lived in Afghanistan, were American citizens, and were ready to walk off base, but had, you know, all the paperwork necessary and were free to go. So these folks are not being detained. Right? They're not being detained, but they know that they're key to being able to work. They're key to finding housing, will be in getting this support.
How many refugees can Fort Bliss take in, and are flights coming every day? What's the capacity?
Flights are coming in. I got there right after a flight got there. So they're getting at least 1 or 2 flights a day. That is going to, they anticipate that's going to speed up. You know, when you've evacuated almost 90,000 people, the expectation is that it will only get, we'll only be receiving more people. There were fewer than 2,000 people today. I think fewer than 1,200 people today. And they have the capacity, or they will have the capacity for 10,000. Their contractor right now is still clearing land, preparing more tents in anticipation of more families and individuals.
Can you tell us a little bit about the descriptions of, you know, the housing? Like, can you give us a physical description?
Yeah, you know, it is not dissimilar to what we've seen at the emergency intake facility. So, you know, there are cots. They're looking to try to create privacy for families. They have created spaces for nursing mothers. It is an emergency intake sort of facility, right? It's like the stage 1 is let's save their lives. Stage 2, let's get them a place to sleep. Let's get them an air-conditioned space. Let's get them medical attention. Let's get them their vaccines. Let's make sure, you know, one of the things I asked about was mental health care as well. We have learned as a region and as a community that there is significant trauma that refugees endure. And so they are, the NGOs are working on that to ensure that there's appropriate mental health care. Las personas en Fort Bliss, ahorita tenemos 1,200 personas en Fort Bliss y es una combinación de status. Habían, yo creo, 2 personas, no me acuerdo cuántos, pero a lo mínimo una persona ciudadana de los Estados Unidos, personas con visas, personas que son LPR, legal residentes legales, personas casados con alguien que no tiene status, pero ellos tienen status. Entonces hay una combinación de varios tipos de gente. Las edades, niños que acaban de nacer y gente de la tercera edad. Yes, ma'am.
Can you give a message for the El Paso community who
Yes.
want to offer support or help and welcome you?
Yes, I do. Thank you. El Paso, as we always do, El Paso is chomping at the bit to help. And I have fielded calls, texts, messages from people who've asked, how can I help? And I've asked that innumerable times of leadership from the White House on down, Fort Bliss right now is building the infrastructure. And so what I would say to all of the great people of our region of goodwill and compassion and love is, let's put that on pause for a sec. And as soon as we have the infrastructure, we will put that information out. We will probably be at some point, I hope sooner rather than later, arranging a conference call with stakeholders and NGOs so that they can help get the word out. We obviously will put the word out as well. But there's just no capacity right now to store food, store clothes, store toys. You know, one of and they're making do with what they can. I will tell you, it's incredible. The soldiers have built soccer goals out of spare lumber and netting, and have really taken pride in helping support and provide care to the kids in a really, really beautiful way. But I know at some point they'll want toys and books, etc. But we've got to give them the time to do it, and they're working on it. I do also just want to say, one of the most beautiful things I saw was kids playing. And there's nothing that provides hope like seeing a happy child. And these kids are resilient. Their parents are stressed out, but these kids are resilient and joyful. And this is a really important moment in American history. Our community is a part of it. And our community can truly help lead the way in how we open our arms up to our guests and our allies, and I know we will. And after what I saw on the military installation and the incredible pride and honor with which our military personnel were opening up their arms to these families, it was a demonstration of who we are as a country and the exhibition of our values and really what we represent to the world. And so it's an incredible story to tell.
What is your
okay, last one, David.
Oh, dear. Generally, the president has taken a beating over his handling of this.
Yeah.
What is your view of this? Do you have any criticism of it?
You know, when you're the leader of the free world, you're going to take a beating. And as I mentioned, I do think that there will be a number of hearings. You know, I have a number of unanswered questions about the process leading up to this. But I also took part in classified and unclassified briefings under the prior administration where I felt a sense of panic that essentially a decision was being made that would be impossible to be undone. And that's exactly what President Biden inherited. And he also inherited, I think this is important for the public to know, federal agencies that were decimated by the prior administration. A State Department that lost an enormous amount of personnel. USCIS lost an enormous amount of personnel. So once again, the White House and the president and the administration were having to build an airplane mid-flight. With that, I have to go. Thank you all so much.
Representative, do you know if there's a prayer area set up? A prayer area set up for the...
A what area?
A area for prayer.
Oh, for prayer? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did I leave? I think that's all I think.
Congresswoman Escobar, a Democrat out of Texas, speaking on many of those Afghan refugees who are being sent to Fort Bliss. Definitely an interesting conversation right there. But we are hearing from the State Department at this point in time. Want to get that as quickly as we can on the screen for you. They just tweeted out saying that due to threats outside of the Kabul airport, U.S. citizens should avoid traveling to the airport and avoid airport gates unless you receive instructions to do so. Those at the Abbey Gate, East Gate, or North Gate now should leave immediately. Pretty strong words right there. I'm going to bring in my colleague, Andrew Kraft, right now to break down what is going on with the State Department coming out today and several representatives speaking out about Afghanistan and even going to Afghanistan. Andrew, thanks for being with me.
Yeah, Daytona, just to reference that tweet you just showed our audience, that is very significant. That just came down on the State Department's Twitter account in just the last couple of hours. Essentially, it's warning U.S. citizens still trapped in Kabul that if they are coming to the airport to possibly be evacuated, they're warning them not to do so, and if they are there at the moment, to leave immediately. And that just kind of foreshadows and highlights the increasing situation, the dangerous situation that is unfolding at the Kabul airport. We heard, Daytona, as you know, from Secretary of State Antony Blinken earlier today about how many Americans are still trapped in Kabul and in Afghanistan. He said that number is roughly around 1,500 Americans still. And so this dire warning right now is not good news on the security front. But to your point, many members of Congress are speaking out against this. We just heard from Veronica Escobar in front of the gates at Fort Bliss, essentially outlining what Afghan refugees and evacuees can expect when they're resettled here at bases all across the country. And you even heard from her there, Daytona, that she, among other members of Congress, calling for investigations, calling for hearings in Congress about exactly how a situation, a chaotic situation at that, like this, could have happened with the U.S. withdrawal. Now, we're less than a week out from the withdrawal. It's still going forward on the 31st. The president very adamant on keeping that date for all U.S. troops to come back home and out of the country as the military mission dies down. But I just wanted to kind of highlight and preview for our audience here. You referenced that story yesterday. 2 members of Congress, clandestinely traveled to Kabul to see the situation for themselves. That was Representative Seth Moulton, the Democrat from Massachusetts, and Representative Peter Meyer, the Republican from Michigan. They got on a flight and they went to Kabul to see what the situation was like. They essentially said that mission was acting as congressional oversight. And I just wanted to point out that we'll be speaking here on Live Now from Fox with Representative Peter Meyer on Monday.
Yeah, and that should be a really great conversation. Circling back, though, to some of the remarks from Escobar right there. She said 1 to 2 flights are taking place to specifically Fort Bliss at this time. She expects that to be speeding up. She says there's 1,200 people that were brought in today. They have the capacity to bring in 10,000. So they are preparing actively for more refugees to be coming to Fort Bliss specifically. And they're saying that these facilities are looking similar to emergency intake facilities that you possibly could imagine and envision for yourself. We have also reported on Fort McCoy, which is one of the other locations, and then also in New Jersey. We spoke with Fox's Katie Byrne, who was there today, talking about the flights that are landing there. It's kind of tough to be reporting on this right now, though, Andrew, because the security is just so tight. They don't want to expose who these refugees are, but they did, and we're hearing this from several representatives, that the vetting process is extreme and detailed, right?
That's right. It's extremely detail specific. It's happening as we speak. Obviously, it's not happening as fast as many, aides and NGOs would like that are working with the Afghan refugees directly. Obviously, many special immigrant visa applicants and those who are eligible are still in Kabul. They're still in Afghanistan as well, and they're waiting for their essentially applications to be processed. And so that is a number of criticisms on that front, that that's not happening fast enough. And you heard, interestingly enough, from Congresswoman Escobar that the agencies that are meant to process all of these applications, Daytona, she accused the Trump administration of gutting those agencies. We're talking about, agencies at the State Department, at DHS, CSIS, which handles immigration services. She was accusing the Trump administration of essentially, gutting the interior of those agencies. And so that's why we're seeing a backlog. I believe she used the metaphor of you're trying to build an airplane mid-flight, and that is why a lot of these problems are happening.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who are wondering right now how many American citizens are still in Afghanistan. The State and Defense Departments say that numbers are fluid right now. It's hard to know an exact number because not every American is required to register that they are in Afghanistan, and some also may be choosing to stay. The State Department says that about 4,500 American citizens and their families have been evacuated, though they believe there's about 1,000 others that are still there. They've been trying to reach them by text, phone call, email to figure out if they want to leave. So it's tough to be reaching out to these people, especially during the circumstances that they're in right now.
Yeah, in Daytona, we even heard from the White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. She was almost pleading with members of the press corps in the briefing room yesterday, saying that if you know anyone who is still in Afghanistan, still in Kabul, waiting to make contact, give her their information. But I want to go back to the point that you made about people who are U.S. citizens who are still in Afghanistan. And we've heard a lot that, from the administration, they have cited this line that, there might be some that just do not want to leave. And one of the major reasons that could be, I've been reading about this, is there could be that individual as a U.S. citizen, but they have members of their family, large extensive families in Afghanistan that may not be U.S. citizens. And so that is one of the reasons some are choosing to stay. They do not want to leave many members of their families that could be in the application process for a visa, but are not U.S. citizens.
Right. And Andrew, so many reporters who are out in the field right now trying to get the real story. That's, like we said before, those congressmen that headed out there just to see for themselves what are things actually looking like. We wouldn't have these videos if it wasn't for reporters who were there risking their lives to show what's actually going on. So many of those media members quite possibly, choosing to stay.
Yeah, in Daytona, we've seen some great reporting. Also, we've gotten some reporting as well that news organizations are working around the clock to get their staff out of Afghanistan and out of Kabul. Remember, many foreign news outlets, American outlets, basically created news bureaus in Kabul due to the war on terror when we went in there in 2002, and they've been there ever since. And so many have worked alongside U.S. partners as translators, as interpreters, as freelance journalists on the ground. And so you've seen efforts by many news organizations here at home to assist those in Kabul who have worked alongside them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be following this news again, just to reiterate what brought us to this coverage of Afghanistan, besides Escobar speaking out, Congresswoman Escobar, was this tweet from the State Department saying that U.S. citizens should avoid traveling to the airport and avoid airport gates unless they receive instructions to do so. We'll be keeping our eyes on Kabul through the rest of the night here, and also be going out to some of these other press conferences from throughout the day, talking about refugees heading to their states. That's going to be in 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look out of California right now, where the South Fire is still burning at this point in time. Last check, 250 acres, very, very small containment evacuations underway. It's heading up onto the mountainside here. We'll be keeping our eyes as Skyfox has been flying for a few hours now. It all began at 2 o'clock, and it is almost 6 o'clock there in California. To start off this hour, though, we want to be going out to some of the Afghanistan news. Senator Johnson visiting Fort McCoy today in Wisconsin, checking in on the operations as many Afghan refugees are being sent there. So here's that update from today.
Very confident that they will fulfill their role with dedication and professionalism. I do want to start out because I think this is pretty important. Again, the understanding the viewpoint of the men and women, again, the finest among us that served in the military, particularly those in Afghanistan. We have certainly heard, and of course, Tony Kurtz served in Afghanistan as well as Iraq. But we have heard, all of us, from those people who this issue is very near and dear to their heart. They served with people from Afghanistan who put their lives at risk to help save American lives. And so they are very vested in having an organized process for those individuals whose lives are at grave risk now within the chaos of Afghanistan, of helping get those individuals here safely in America and fully integrated successfully in our society. I was on the phone earlier with Jason Church and Derek Van Orden, talking about the military. Again, this is a military base. Military planning always starts at the end point. What is the goal of your mission? What's the goal of your plan? And I think the overall goal is something we all shared. Is first and foremost, make sure that every American citizen in Afghanistan would get out safely before the chaos began. Certainly the goal would have been to get those special immigrant visa holders and others that worked for Americans whose lives are in grave danger now, to get them out ahead of time, fully vetted, but safely, and then integrate successfully into American society. That is the goal. It still is the goal. It could have been accomplished, but unfortunately it wasn't. So what is happening right now is a travesty. It's a disaster. It's a large enough disaster that there are people working this problem that obviously value their careers, but they are starting to reach out to members of Congress, to their state representatives, and they're talking about the chaos that they are witnessing. The fact that we don't know who a lot of the people are that are being transported out of Afghanistan right now. There are people being transported that don't have any ID whatsoever. Again, I don't know the full extent because I think there is so much chaos. But it was a point that we were making with General Guthrie and the State Department and Department of Homeland Security personnel here, is that puts an even greater burden on their shoulders to evaluate and vet and try to identify those individuals that they are going to be taken care of here. Now, I will also say that it certainly sounds like the first group are people that are just relieved to have been able to escape Afghanistan. I mean, they won the lottery. They're here in America. I truly think the vast majority of the people that will be coming here, and the numbers I'm hearing are probably in the tens of thousands, the vast majority are here wanting what we want. Freedom. An opportunity to raise their families in safety and security with opportunity. I know the veterans of Afghanistan that I've spoken to and spoken with. That is what they want. They know so many of these people. They know they saved their lives. So I want the American public to understand that's an important responsibility that America holds. Let's not forget that. But let's also not forget that we need to keep this nation safe and secure. And the last point I'll make until I open it up to questions is the reality on the ground is ugly. We don't know all of it because so many journalists have already left for their own safety. But I'll just leave you with this one question. How many special immigrant visa holders do you think the Taliban are letting into Kabul airport right now? How many people that are the folks that are Afghanistan veterans want to pull out to safety? How many of those people do you think the Taliban are allowing through the gates of Kabul airport? Again, this didn't have to end this way. This is a travesty. This is a disaster. This is incompetence on the part of this administration. And there's simply not enough lipstick to put on this pig at this point in time. But I will end once again saying that the finest among us, the men and women of the military here on this base in Fort McCoy, they will do everything they can to serve honorably and to do as best job they can to help the people coming here and keep this country safe. So with that, happy to open up to questions. Senator, on the ground today, what did you see inside? What did you hear from officials on Fort McCoy about what is actively happening? And did you talk with any of the refugees who have arrived here already? No, we weren't able to speak to any of the individuals from Afghanistan. What we were told is a little over 1,000 people have come here. They believe their capacity is going to be at 10,000. They're starting to get regular updates in terms of what flights are going to arrive, but we don't know really the pace, so we don't know when they're going to hit that 10,000 person capacity. They're setting up the process. One thing I have to admit, there were two things I was kind of shocked about. Is first of all, the commanding general had no idea that he was going to be serving in this capacity, that this was going to be the mission Fort McCoy till 10 days ago. There wasn't, over the course of the months from when President Biden announced the total withdrawal out of Afghanistan, there was no, well, we're going to have to we're going to have to process people. We're going to have to, welcome in the special immigrant visa holders. There wasn't a discussion over months so we could plan. This happened 10 days ago. And the other question I knew the answer, but it was still shocking to hear, is when I asked how many people have ID, do you know whether everybody has an ID that has come into Fort McCoy yet? They couldn't answer that question. Again, that's how chaotic this is. This is how unplanned and how unorganized this was from the top. Again, the folks here on the ground will do a good job. I think we're all confident of that. These are dedicated individuals, the Department of State, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense. But there's been a failure from their leadership, which has created this very difficult situation.
Senator, the White House has said earlier in the week that everybody who's coming here is getting biometrically and biographically screened, either in a third-party country, but before they get to Dulles Airport. How does that compare with what you've heard at the base so far?
It doesn't ring true. So maybe they're taking biometrics now, but you need biometrics having taken beforehand that you can compare them to. It would be nice if we knew everybody had even just an identification card. I'm hearing they don't. And again, it should be quite telling that, when I asked the general, do you know that everybody here has at least an ID? Again, not his fault. He said, no, we don't know that. So that speaks volumes. So I know that the administration is going to be telling you, this is what we're doing. This, like it's all organized. It was all pre-planned. It's not organized. It wasn't pre-planned. It is chaos. And so again, that's what I was trying to convey to the folks here on the ground is understand how disorganized, understand the potential danger. Again, Who do you think this Taliban is letting into and through the gates of the Kabul airport? Just ask yourself that question. And that's what I'm asking the folks here on the ground to ask themselves that question too, and be on guard for that possibility.
Senator Ron Johnson, you spoke about potential danger. What is your main concern as Fort McCoy continues to take on Afghanistan?
Well, again, I think I have two concerns. I share the heartfelt desire of our Afghanistan veterans who worked with so many people in Afghanistan as allies, whose lives have been saved by some of these people. They want them out of danger. They don't want them slaughtered by the Taliban. You've probably read them. I've heard of some horrific accounts of retribution already carried out by the Taliban. So I share that heartfelt desire to bring people out there who are our allies that are in grave danger and bring them here safely. But at the same time, because this wasn't pre-planned, that this wasn't organized, that we have such chaos now, we have to understand there is a danger to this country. And we need to recognize that, so we have to take our time. We can't rush through the process. We can't be playing a numbers game. I'm concerned this administration is just going to plus up the numbers, say, oh, look at how successful it is. We got X number of thousands of people out of here. This is a success. This isn't a success till we know we have people here and they're successfully integrated into society. But unfortunately, this administration's lack of planning, their incompetence, has not set us up for easy success here.
Who's telling you it's chaotic?
We are getting this from multiple sources. And I'm not going to name individuals because they value their jobs. But this isn't just one person or two people. This is multiple sources that are alarmed by what they're seeing, and they're part of the process. Okay, that's all the farther I'm going. But trust me, I trust them. I believe what they're telling me. It rings true and it sounds true.
Do you worry that the chaos that you spoke of will...
Just one at a time, sir.
Yeah, do you worry that the chaos that you speak of in Afghanistan will enter into this community, or the impacts will be enduring for the next weeks or months or years?
Nobody can really say, my message to the people here is it only takes one failure to destroy this mission. And again, the mission is to bring American citizens back, bring back those people that we want to bring out of danger, that deserve to be brought out of danger, and successfully integrate them into society. If we let some people slip through that create acts of terror, that's going to poison the entire operation, and that would be a travesty. Obviously, I'm concerned long term in terms of what's going to happen now in Afghanistan. We went there to eliminate a base of operations for Al Qaeda. Now we have Al Qaeda and ISIS. They'll be roaming fleet free. They're going to be able to plan. Again, I think that also is a mistake. I have no idea why we didn't leave a special operations contingent at whether Bagram Air Force Base or somebody else to support the Afghanistan security forces. The reason that it collapsed so quickly is we never trained the Afghan security forces to be independent of the U.S. completely. And so when the U.S. announced the fact it was bugging out, and then once they did, it collapsed very quickly. People had to make a decision. Again, this doesn't take a rocket scientist to think the implications of doing this without proper planning, without proper organization. But that speaks to the incompetence of the Biden administration in terms of how they pulled out. We had another question over here.
Senator, you talked about the 1,000 refugees that are here from the base staff that you talked to. Since they're not sharing any photos from inside, are you hearing? Are there more families here? Who are the first 1,000?
Well, again, we drove through the base, so we saw it's a broad spectrum. There are individual males, there are women with children, there are family units. I think in general the viewpoint is these are people that are just so relieved. They won the lottery. They're here in America. I mean, who wouldn't value that? Okay? So again, I truly think the vast majority of people that we will airlift will be incredibly appreciative of coming to America. So we should try and make that successful. And that's why I say, one failure could paint a broad picture negatively toward people that we shouldn't paint, and it could be a self-fulfilling prophecy. So again, we need to keep everything in perspective here. But again, we also have to recognize the chaos created by the incompetence, and the folks here on the ground are going to have to try and deal with that. So that again, both goals can be achieved.
Senator Johnson, what kind of vetting process are you suggesting should occur before these people are airlifted out of Afghanistan?
Well, one of the things I really have been stressing, and actually talked to Jason Church about this would be a wonderful project for him, is help organize veterans in Wisconsin, maybe nationally. People that know the folks coming in from Afghanistan, make those connections. And by the way, the State Department representative said, yes, we're absolutely going to do that. So we're going to have to put this into overdrive now, is making the connections of people that served our military, that helped save people's lives, even just did the mundane things. But as a result of helping us, we're at grave risk of staying in Afghanistan. Help them make those connections with people they served in, and that'd probably be the best way to vet people that might not have identification. It's a huge task. I think that the goal here, it was only a goal, was to kind of process people in 14 to 21 days. Now, some people you may be able to move, you may be able to vet them that quickly and be certain, as certain as you can be with anybody, that these people, they're here for the right reason and represent no risk. It may take a much longer time for others, and part of the problem is we are granting them a certain immigration status. It's a legal status. They're here, which means they are also now, as a result of what this administration is doing, they are entitled by our laws to certain immigration benefits. So again, so what happens? Again, the question: what happens if somebody comes into this country, for example, on a terror watch list? What do we do with that individual? They've been granted a legal status here. It's not going to be easy to just send them back. This will be a legal fight. This is what this administration, through their competence, has opened us up toward, or to.
What about women or other vulnerable parties, journalists, professors, people like that who are also asking for help?
Well, again, I would hope that the Taliban would let some people through, but I don't have a great deal of confidence in the Taliban being humanitarians all of a sudden. This is a brutal regime. Again, I think you've heard some of the accounts. They're so brutal, I can't even talk about them in an interview. But I'm highly concerned. And again, I just don't see the Taliban, in their good graces, allowing people that helped the U.S. military in any way, shape, or form. I see them letting some people that could be a real problem for us through. Again, it's a nasty reality, but we have to face that.
Senator Johnson, just to clarify, so what we've been told by the White House is that these people who are under the special immigrant visas or under those P2s, those different verifications that are allowing them to come here, that they're going to other bases in other countries first, finishing their process, which typically takes about 2 years, depending on where they're at in that process, and then they're coming to the U.S. Is that not your understanding that that's happening?
So my understanding is that the number of people that really are the special immigrant visa holders is a pretty small percentage of the people that we're transporting here now. It's not, these aren't all special immigrant visa holders. It's a small percentage. Okay, and unfortunately, there's a pretty large percentage of people that don't even have ID. But I don't know what the truth is. I mean, listen, I've been investigating for like 6 years. It's hard to get the truth out of any administration. They hold information pretty close to the vest. One of the reasons we're here and holding this press conference right now is to ask the questions the American public should be asking, should be demanding answers to. So personally, I'm not taking anything the administration is saying at face value. Again, they're going to try and put lipstick on this pig, but there's not enough lipstick. Okay? So we need to verify what they're saying. And quite honestly, I need people to come forward that know what's happening. And I need people that are willing to go on the record and tell us what's actually happening. And that's ongoing. One of the commitments I try to get out of people here in Fort McCoy is, if you're feeling uncomfortable, if you think you're being rushed, and you're putting the American public in danger, you have to reach out to the people's representatives, the people that have been, we've been elected. We have that responsibility to our constituents. They have that responsibility to us to keep us informed. Now, hopefully that won't happen. Again, I got my fingers crossed. I'm hoping this all works out well, and there are no failures, and people are successfully integrated into American society. But I'm not willing to ignore reality, and I'm going to tell the American public the truth, what I know, okay, and what I don't know. So I don't know all these things, but this is what we're hearing from multiple sources.
At this point, does Fort McCoy have the resources it needs to do this? And if everything else is chaotic, how will it be a smooth operation?
Well, so General Guthrie assured us that he is getting every bit of support that he needs from the military. They flew in personnel, it's something like 1,000 people, military police unit to come and, so no, he is getting all the resources he needs. Again, that's why I say I'm confident that the people here on the ground and the United States military here will do their job with dedication and professionalism. So there's no question of resources in terms of being able to do that job. So let's not rush the process, okay? And again, I think the best way to vet people is, put out an APB to military personnel that know folks that want to see, be safe and sound, to contact the State Department, contact the Department of Defense, and say, listen, I'm happy to vouch for these people that I know. If you hear of them, let me put me in contact. I think that's the most efficient way of trying to do this, and probably the most certain way of trying to come to grips with, how do we let people in, and how do we successfully integrate them into American society. Again, that should be the goal.
Senator, with that process, how long is that process? Are they here for a month? Are they here for a couple of weeks?
Well, again,
are they here for years? I mean, when do you finally release them?
So the representative of the State Department was hoping it could be 14 to 21 days. And in some cases, that may be possible. I don't believe that we should set a set period of time. If there's a question, if there's a doubt, I think we're going to have to hold those people. And again, if this is the administration is going to want to try and get you to believe. Listen very carefully to what they say. But they're going to want you to believe that these are all special immigration visa holders. We've all tested them biometrically. We might have tested them biometrically. We've got nothing to compare it to, okay? So listen very carefully. But to the extent that we don't have even ID on people, or we don't have a biometric database to match them to, we're going to have to be very careful, and we shouldn't rush the process. It's not worth taking the risk. So I wouldn't put a time. So for some people, it may be obvious. They may already have the special immigrant visas, and that can happen pretty quickly. But for others, it might be quite some time. And again, if anybody slips through that, we end up finding out through the biometrics that they might be on a terror watch list or something. That's going to be a real problem for us because we've already granted them legal rights here in this country.
Senator, what do you foresee your involvement in this looking like moving forward? Do you plan to come back and speak with refugees here? What does that look like?
Well, I did because I know the State Department representative is going to rotate out, and I asked her to please make sure that her replacement at least has a phone call with me. But no, whether I've got to come back here or just stay in constant communication with people, that's what we basically set up here. I put a burden on them to keep us informed so we can keep the American public informed. And state legislators, state senators here, I'm sure will be watching this as well. Okay, so again, that's why I'm so thankful that they came here. They're concerned about their constituents. They deserve answers, and they'll be manning them as well. Okay? I guess one more question. Oh, right here. Yeah.
How do you plan to balance the sense of urgency with such a thorough vetting process as the situation in Afghanistan is expected to get worse?
Well, again, once people are out of danger, I'd say, what is the urgency? So I would rather err on the side of caution in terms of keeping this nation safe. And again, recognizing hopefully a lot of these people are known to military members that can vouch for them and then help them integrate into their communities. I mean, it does sound like it's not going to be, we're just going to open up the gates and then all of a sudden we're going to have a community here. It sounds like people will be distributed all across America. Right now, an awful lot are going to Sacramento, apparently, as well as back to Virginia, to be with some of the military families that they served with. So, I mean, I think that's kind of the reality situation. But again, once people are here in safety, there's no urgency to just get them out the door. The urgency is to make sure that we vet everybody and that we are as confident as we possibly can that these are people that helped us, that we have responsibility to make sure that they are safe and that also that they can integrate successfully in our society. But we also have a responsibility for the safety and security of the American public, which is why we're going to have to take the time if we're going to fulfill that responsibility.
Senator, what is the concerns that you have? But now what's done is done. It's already happened. What do you see is the best way moving on from here with how things are going to be handled? What would you like to see?
Well, again, I think the best solution here in terms of identifying, vetting, and integrating is literally utilize the military. And there are other people operating for the U.S. government in Afghanistan as well, other government agencies. So setting up pretty much, I don't know, call it a hotline or whatever, so that those individuals who served with these people in Afghanistan are known, they're concerned about people, and we can start identifying and make those connections. To me, that's the most certain way. Because, again, it just doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of people that were pre-vetted. This, again, because of the incompetence, the lack of planning, the chaos, again, this didn't have to happen. But here's where we're at. Here's the reality situation. So, to me, that's the best way out of this. Okay?
Senator, do we know how much this housing and relocating will cost Wisconsin by any chance?
Well, it shouldn't cost Wisconsin anything. This is a U.S. government, so I'll certainly be making sure that the U.S. government pays for this one. Okay?
Senator, talking about the current administration, President Trump also desired to leave sooner. Do you believe the results would have been different?
I would hope so. Certainly our council was always conditions-based. Again, I was never in favor of total withdrawal. Again, I thought after 20 years, after the sacrifice of the finest among us, if we could provide a stabilizing force to support the Afghanistan military, I thought, again, keep the terrorists at bay, not give them another haven which they could plot against the U.S., I thought that would have been the right course. So I never agreed with total withdrawal. But a drawdown, limiting it to just to special operation forces, I thought would have been, had I been sitting in the Oval Office, that's probably the choice I would have made. But I would have hoped that the previous administration would have done a lot better job planning this out. And let's face it, this administration had 7 months plus in office. And it's telling. Let me repeat, the fact that the commanding general here didn't even know that this was going to be his mission at Fort McCoy till 10 days ago. I want that sinking in. This is how incompetent, the lack of planning. 10 days ago, Fort McCoy got its mission. Not if they weren't talking about this. A couple months ago. They should have been talking about this the day that Biden made the decision to bug out of Afghanistan. They should have been planning this, and they didn't. The American people have to look at that reality. It's not a pleasant reality. I think one last question here.
Thinking on the administration as well, what do you think of Biden saying he still is sticking with the August 31st deadline for evacuation? Do you think that's reasonable?
I think it just proves, sadly, tragically, who's really in charge of Afghanistan right now. And really how, and I don't say this with any joy at all, how impotent America is under this administration. It's a very, very sad reality. Thank you.
Any of the state lawmakers want to weigh in on questions you had when you came in, and if those were answered, and just your general thoughts on what you saw and heard today?
Yeah, it's like right by there.
All right, we were just watching Republican Senator from Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, talk about the Afghan refugee situation as hundreds of them will be resettled there in Fort McCoy in Wisconsin. That was the Republican senator's take on what is happening there. He was taking questions as well, talking about some of the concerns that he sees about possible security threats from some of these people. He's worried they're not getting vetted enough. That's what he was saying. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to be on this story for much of the night here, talking about Afghanistan, talking about the number of Americans that are still over there, talking about the Biden administration's response to all of this. In case you missed it, we're going to replay parts of the Pentagon press briefing and the State Department briefing. All of that and more in 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. And don't forget, you can follow all the latest headlines and the top stories of the day on our Twitter account. Our handle is @LiveNowFox. You can also visit our website, livenowfox.com, for all of the latest, as well as lists all the places where you can find us and how you can stream us. Anyway, we are still continuing to cover the situation in Afghanistan and the administration's response to it. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has more on this story from Washington.
Every 39 minutes yesterday, a plane departed Kabul airport.
As the Biden administration works to evacuate thousands from Afghanistan,
we continue to be relentless in our outreach.
On Capitol Hill, pressure is mounting for U.S. troops to stay beyond the August 31st deadline to withdraw.
There's nothing special about next Tuesday. We need to have a mission focused on getting everybody out, and when everybody's out, then the mission's complete.
He has to, as I say, weigh the equities of the danger versus the advantage, and I trust his judgment.
Tuesday, two lawmakers, Congressman Seth Moulton, a Democrat, and Peter Meyer, a Republican, made an unauthorized trip to Kabul, aimed at pressuring the president to extend the deadline. But after talking with commanders and observing evacuations at the airport, the two concluded in a joint statement, "We won't get everyone out on time, even by September 11. Others agree.
We're on the cusp of having the biggest mass hostage situation in American history. It's going to make 1979 in Tehran look like a sleepover.
In a Dear Colleague letter, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi urged lawmakers to avoid the region, saying unnecessary trips divert resources from the current mission.
This is deadly serious. We do not want members to go.
With the collapse of Kabul, roughly $6 billion in defense spending once dedicated to Afghanistan is now considered up for grabs, although some of it is expected to go to counterterrorism. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thanks so much for that update there. We do want to take the moment to show you some of these press conferences from officials in Washington talking about the situation. First, we're going to show you members of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, both Republicans and Democrats, talking about the situation in Afghanistan, urging the Biden administration to extend that August 31st deadline for more evacuations to happen, for the opportunity for more Americans to get to the airport in Kabul to come home. Here is that press conference from earlier outside the Capitol.
So good morning or afternoon. I know it's hot. I'll get to the point. The situations on the ground in Afghanistan are very dire. The reporting I'm getting on the ground are that our American citizens are trying to get out, our Afghan partners and interpreters who served with our special forces put their life on the line. We have a moral obligation to save them. I'm concerned about this August 31st deadline, if we can possibly get them out. And if we can't get them out, then what? What will happen to them? You know, there's a credo in the United States military, no man left behind, but we have women in the fort, no one left behind. And that includes our military, that includes our Americans, our American citizens that are stuck there, and our Afghan partners and our interpreters. I think, sadly, the Taliban has circled the perimeter of this airport. The Taliban will let American citizens in, but if they see Afghan interpreters that have their SIV applications, sometimes they're turned away. Sometimes, more grimly, they are returned to their homes where they behead their family and then behead them. This is a truth that maybe you're not hearing, but you need to hear it. The press corps needs to know what's happening on the ground right now. And this isn't just about our moral obligation. We did promise them. We had a promise that we would get them out. How can they trust America anymore if we violate our trust and our promises? But it's also a national security threat to abandon our partners who will be able to convince our allies in the future and partners in the future. Will they be able to trust the United States of America? So there's a lot at stake here. I'm just going to turn it over to my dear friend, but before that, I want to also announce that we have the cast and crew from the United States of Al. Normally I'd say all, but it's Al. A great, it's a kind of a situation comedy about an interpreter from Afghanistan, but it also has a deep underlying tone about it. And they are here today to stand up for our Afghan partners, our interpreters. And I want to thank the cast and crew of the United States of Al for being here. Because, you know, we have a voice in Congress, but we also need other voices, and you're giving us your voice. So with that, I want to turn it over to my dear friend on the Foreign Affairs Committee, Andy Kim from Pennsylvania.
Jersey.
Why did they put Pennsylvania down here? I didn't think that was right. Jersey. I didn't mean to, you know, he's from Pennsylvania.
Jersey. He's Jersey.
Yeah, whatever. I'm from Texas, so that's like another, but anyway. No, but Andy, then all, yeah, that's the way.
One day.
I'm really proud of Andy, not only for his work on the committee. We operate in a very bipartisan way. This gathering is bipartisan. We're not standing here as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans for a righteous cause, and that's protecting the partners we said we would protect. Andy served as a strategic advisor to both General Petraeus and General Allen in Afghanistan. I can't think of a better colleague of mine on the Democrat side to introduce than Representative Andy Kim.
Yeah,
Andy?
Thank you. No, thank you, sir. And look, I think you really, hit the nail on the head here. Right now, it's about our promise. The promise that we made to those that served alongside me, served alongside a lot of others, including our service members out there. I was a diplomat. I was on the civilian side, but worked tirelessly hand in hand with so many of our Afghan partners. And what this comes down to right now is what is the worth of the American handshake? What is the value of that? Our promises, our commitments that we make to others. So you're absolutely right. This isn't about Republican or Democrat. It's about America and about the expectation of what the American handshake means to those that were willing to put their lives at risk to be able to help us and our service members and our diplomats on the ground. My office, a little over a week ago, set up an email address specific to trying to help evacuate those that are in need. In just about a week, we've now received over 6,000 evacuation cases just to my office alone. This morning, I've spent several hours this morning just trying to help facilitate several American citizens that are still trying to get to the airport, still trying to get help. And this is something where all of us recognize that that is our duty. That is something that we have a sworn obligation on the Constitution as members of Congress to be able to help our U.S. citizens. So we are going to tirelessly work to do that, but also just stand up and say that the line shouldn't just be drawn there, that we have obligations and responsibilities to others, and that we should make sure that we get the job done and not just think about this as some date at the end of this month, but instead think about this as what does it take to get the mission done, to get our job done and help those in need. That is something that I think all of us here are in agreement on, and something that I think we are trying to press tirelessly on to make sure that the administration gets that message and reconsiders the timeline that they are operating on right now. So with that, again, I'm just grateful for this opportunity to be able to talk and show that we are united in this way to be able to do that. And as I go back to New Jersey, I'll be going back to a community that has a joint military base, McGuire-Dix-Lakehurst, which is now taking in Afghan refugees as of, I think, the last 24 hours. This is something that my community welcomes. My community stands together and says, we welcome you for what you have done for our country and what we can do now for you. And I hope the rest of our nation as well joins us in welcoming our Afghan partners to our country, giving them a warm welcome. They're going to need a lot of help, and I hope that that's something that we can unitedly do again together. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. Order. Mike. Yeah, I think you were supposed to introduce the next person, right? They didn't give me a list.
I think it's oh yeah. Yeah. Is it? Yeah.
So this is all taken care of. Yeah. So this is Parker. You can tell he's an actor, and he's kind of mesmerized by Washington. But thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And I appreciate you standing up for this cause.
Hey,
thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much. Hi, guys. I'm Parker Young.
And I'm Adir Kalian. We are here today in a personal capacity on behalf of the 5 Afghans and 7 veterans we work with on our show, The United States of Al.
Brother, want to come up here? This is Chase Millsap, a colleague of ours. He's a Marine veteran who served 3 tours in Iraq, spent over 7 years trying to get his interpreter to safety. He knows what it feels like to leave somebody behind. For the last 10 days, Chase has been working night and day with Afghans and other veterans to get people safely to the Kabul airport and evacuated.
Habib, would you mind taking a step in? Thank you so much, sir. This is Habib Zahori, who was born in Afghanistan, who worked as an interpreter and journalist, and is now a writer on our show. Over the last few days, Habib's siblings, who are also interpreters, have experienced for themselves the harrowing journey that thousands of Afghans are currently facing. Fortunately, thanks to efforts by Chase and other veterans and organizations, Habib's siblings are now among those who have been safely evacuated.
But the truth is that many Afghans are hiding at home or risking their lives in dangerous conditions outside the airport. Mr. President, we urge you to stay as long as necessary to evacuate all of our Afghan partners and allies and to support them when they are here.
While many have already been evacuated through ongoing efforts of the U.S. government, we're here today to add our voices to the Afghan and veteran organizations who understand the need for urgent action for all those who remain. Habib, may I please invite you to say a few words?
Thank you. I just want to say that there are a lot of people that I know personally who are interpreters, journalists, lawyers. They have documents, they have passports, but they can't get to the airport. They are traveling with elderly people, with children, with women. It's just very difficult for them to get inside. And just at this moment that I'm talking to you guys, one of my sisters with her husband is stuck at one of the gates at the airport, and there are women and children and elderly people with them, and they have traveled hundreds of miles from the north. And the last thing that I heard from them was a picture of a baby that was beaten in that crowd. So there are a lot of people who need help, and that's why we are here.
Thank you, brother. Chase, I know you had some specific action items. You want to share them?
Yeah. Thanks, Parker.
Yeah.
So I'll direct my comments to the president as a couple of steps. You know, I'm one of the many of them are up here today that have been in the position where the end of your boot is the end of U.S. policy. And that's it. And you've been on that line. And just days ago, Habib and I were working to get his family out, and his family was 50 feet from the gate, and we weren't able to get him out. And right now, and I can tell you, I'm getting text every single minute from others that are trying to get through there. And right now there's a gap between those that are standing at 8 and those trying to get in, and it's being filled by people that want to help, that are standing up and private citizens and trying to help. And I'm asking the president to please help us shorten that gap. So give us 50 feet, give us the opportunity to extend the perimeter and allow the military to process the crowds, get a line, help them process these people so they can get through there, create corridors so that people can get through the city and secure safe passage of Afghans out of Kabul into the airport and out of Kabul. Civilly, just give us 50 boot steps so we can get people like Habib's family out. Secondly, we've been working the special immigrant visa and other programs for years. I myself have done this. I know what it's like to not have somebody make it through the process. There are a lot of tools, and we just don't have the tools we need right now. And I'm asking the president to expand the existing interpretation of the Afghan Allies Protection Act to ensure SIV eligibility to Afghans who worked for grants, U.S.-funded grants, P1, P2 eligibility, and all the resources they need for resettlement. We're going to have the resources. I remember the days where you could have two suitcases. Those are gone. People are just getting on planes. They need help. And lastly, Mr. President, there's a tool that we've had available to us for years called humanitarian parole. It's been given to Cubans. It's been given to Kurdish. It's been given to people all throughout the world who are constantly going to face the threat that those in Afghanistan are going to have with the Taliban for years to come. That tool allows us to continue this process, those of us in private capacity, those of us that work on this every day, to keep working and keep fighting. And I just want to say, Mr. President, thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to this. And at this point, I just want to say Habib and I have met for the first time yesterday. We did all of this by the phone. This is possible. So give us the tools that we need, please.
Thank you, Chase. So these are some of the urgent actions that we must take now if we are to keep our promise. So we urge you to remove the deadline and make it conditional on the safe evacuation of all those who tied their fates to the American mission in Afghanistan.
All right, and you have been hearing from members of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative Mike McCall there, the Republican from Texas, and meeting with the cast of this TV show that works with Afghan interpreters and veterans alike in order to see what it is like. And so they are urging President Biden to extend the deadline of August 31st in order to evacuate more and more, not only U.S. citizens, but Afghans as well that have worked alongside U.S. partners for the last 20 years in the war on terror there. Anyway, we do want to take the opportunity to replay for you some of the State Department briefing. State Department spokesman Ned Price, not right up at the podium as soon as possible. He was joined by the Secretary of State himself, Antony Blinken, updating reporters in the room about how many Americans are still left in Afghanistan. Let's go out now to the State Department.
I'd like to give you all an update on the situation in Afghanistan and our ongoing efforts there, particularly as they relate to U.S. citizens. And then I'm very happy to take your questions. Let me begin with my profound appreciation for our diplomats and service members who are working around the clock at the airport in Kabul and at a growing number of transit sites to facilitate the evacuation of Americans, their families, citizens of allied and partner nations, Afghans who have partnered with us over the last 20 years, and other Afghans at risk. They're undertaking this mission under extremely difficult circumstances, with incredible courage, skill, and humanity. Since August 14th, more than 82,300 people have been safely flown out of Kabul. In the 24-hour period from Tuesday to Wednesday, approximately 19,000 people were evacuated on 90 U.S. military and coalition flights. Only the United States could organize and execute a mission of this scale and this complexity. As the President's made clear, our first priority is the evacuation of American citizens. Since August 14th, we've evacuated at least 4,500 U.S. citizens, and likely more. More than 500 of those Americans were evacuated in just the last day alone. Now, many of you have asked how many U.S. citizens remain in Afghanistan who want to leave the country. Based on our analysis, starting on August 14, when our evacuation operations began, there was then a population of as many as 6,000 American citizens in Afghanistan who wanted to leave. Over the last 10 days, roughly 4,500 of these Americans have been safely evacuated, along with immediate family members. Over the past 24 hours, we've been in direct contact with approximately 500 additional Americans and provided specific instructions on how to get to the airport safely. We'll update you regularly on our progress in getting these 500 American citizens out of Afghanistan. For the remaining roughly 1,000 contacts that we had, who may be Americans seeking to leave Afghanistan, we're aggressively reaching out to them multiple times a day through multiple channels of communication, phone, email, text messaging, to determine whether they still want to leave and to get the most up-to-date information and instructions to them for how to do so. Some may no longer be in the country. Some may have claimed to be Americans, but turn out not to be. Some may choose to stay. We'll continue to try to identify the status and plans of these people in the coming days. Thus, from this list of approximately 1,000, we believe the number of Americans actively seeking assistance to leave Afghanistan is lower, likely significantly lower. Having said that, these are dynamic calculations that we are working hour by hour to refine for accuracy. And let me, if I can, just take a moment to explain why the numbers are difficult to pin down with absolute precision at any given moment. And let me start with Americans who are in Afghanistan and we believe want to leave. First, as I think all of you know, the U.S. government does not track Americans' movements when they travel around the world. When Americans visit a foreign country, or if they reside there, we encourage them to enroll with the U.S. Embassy. Whether they do or not is up to them. It's voluntary. And then when Americans leave a foreign country, it's also up to them to de-enroll. Again, that's a choice, not a requirement. Particularly given the security situation in Afghanistan, for many years, we have urged Americans not to travel there. We've repeatedly asked Americans who are in Afghanistan to enroll. And since March of this year, we've sent 19 separate messages to Americans enrolled with the embassy in Kabul, encouraging and then urging them to leave the country. We've amplified those direct messages on the State Department website and on social media. We even made clear that we would help pay for their repatriation. And we provided multiple communication channels for Americans to contact us if they're in Afghanistan and want help in leaving. The specific estimated number of Americans in Afghanistan who want to leave can go up as people respond to our outreach for the first time. And it can go down when we reach Americans we thought were in Afghanistan who tell us they've already left. There could be other Americans in Afghanistan who never enrolled with the embassy, who ignored public evacuation notices and have not yet identified themselves to us. We've also found that many people who contact us and identify themselves as American citizens, including by filling out and submitting repatriation assistance forms, are not, in fact, U.S. citizens, something that can take some time to verify. Some Americans may choose to stay in Afghanistan, some who are enrolled and some who are not. Many of them are dual nationals who may consider Afghanistan their home, who lived there for decades, or who want to stay close to extended family. And there are Americans who are still evaluating their decision to leave based on the situation on the ground that evolves daily, in fact, that evolves hourly. Some are understandably very scared. Each has a set of personal priorities and considerations that they alone can weigh. They may even change their mind from one day to the next, as has happened, and will likely continue to happen. Finally, over the past 10 days, we've been moving hundreds of American citizens out of Afghanistan every day, in most cases guided to the airport by us, in some cases getting there on their own, in other cases with the help of third countries or private initiatives. We cross-check our list against flight manifests, against arrival records, against other databases. There's usually a lag of about 24 hours for us to verify their status. So when you take into account all of these inputs that we use to arrive at our assessment of the number of Americans still in Afghanistan and who want to leave, you start to understand why this is a hard number to pin down at any given moment and why we're constantly refining it. And that's also why we continue to be relentless in our outreach. Since August 14th, we've reached out directly to every American enrolled with us in Afghanistan, often multiple times. Hundreds of consular officers, locally employed staff, here in Washington, at dozens of embassies and consulates around the world, are part of what has been an unprecedented operation. They're phone banking, text banking, writing and responding to emails, working around the clock to communicate individually with Americans on the ground. Since August 14th, we've sent more than 20,000 emails to enrolled individuals, initiated more than 45,000 phone calls, and used other means of communication, cycling through and updating our list repeatedly. We're also integrating information in real time that's provided to us by members of Congress, by non-governmental organizations, and U.S. citizens about Americans who may be in Afghanistan and want to get out. These contacts are how we determine the whereabouts of Americans who may be in Afghanistan, whether they want to leave, whether they need help, and then to give them specific, tailored instructions on how to leave with real-time emergency contact numbers to use should they need it. Now, let me turn to the number of Americans who've been evacuated. As I said, we believe we've evacuated more than 4,500 U.S. passport holders, as well as their families. That number is also a dynamic one. That's because in this critical stretch, we're focused on getting Americans and their families onto planes out of Afghanistan as quickly as possible, and then processing the total numbers when they're safely out of the country. We also verify our numbers to make sure that we aren't inadvertently undercounting or double counting. So I wanted to lay all that out because I know it is a fundamental question that so many of you have had, and it really merits going through the information, the explanation, so you see how we arrive at it. While evacuating Americans is our top priority, we're also committed to getting out as many Afghans at risk as we can before the 31st. That starts with our locally employed staff, the folks who've been working side by side in our embassy with our diplomatic team. And it includes special immigrant visa program participants and also other Afghans at risk. It's hard to overstate the complexity and the danger of this effort. We're operating in a hostile environment in a city and country now controlled by the Taliban, with the very real possibility of an ISIS-K attack. We're taking every precaution, but this is very high risk. As the President said yesterday, We're on track to complete our mission by August 31st, provided the Taliban continue to cooperate and there are no disruptions to this effort. The President has also asked for contingency plans in case he determines that we must remain in the country past that date. But let me be crystal clear about this. There is no deadline on our work to help any remaining American citizens who decide they want to leave to do so, along with the many Afghans who have stood by us over these many years and want to leave and have been unable to do so. That effort will continue every day past August 31st. The Taliban have made public and private commitments to provide and permit safe passage for Americans, for third country nationals, and Afghans at risk going forward past August 31st. The United States, our allies and partners, and more than half of the world's countries, 114 in all, issued a statement making it clear to the Taliban that they have a responsibility to hold to that commitment and provide safe passage for anyone who wishes to leave the country, not just for the duration of our evacuation and relocation mission, but for every day thereafter. And we're developing detailed plans for how we can continue to provide consular support and facilitate departures for those who wish to leave after August 31st. Our expectation, the expectation of the international community, is that people who want to leave Afghanistan after the U.S. military departs should be able to do so. Together, we will do everything we can to see that that expectation is met. Let me just close with a note on the diplomatic front. In all, more than 24 countries on 4 continents are contributing to the effort to transit, temporarily house, or resettle those who we are evacuating. That didn't just happen. It's the product of an intense diplomatic effort to secure, detail, and implement transit agreements and resettlement commitments. We are deeply grateful to those countries for their generous assistance. This is one of the largest airlifts in history, a massive military, diplomatic, security, and humanitarian undertaking. It's a testament both to U.S. leadership and to the strength of our alliances and partnerships. We'll be relying and building upon that strength moving forward as we work with our allies and partners to forge a unified diplomatic approach to Afghanistan. That was a point the President underscored in yesterday's G7 leaders meeting on Afghanistan. And it's one that I and other senior members of the State Department have made in our constant communication with allies and partners in recent days to ensure that we're aligned and united as we move forward. Not only when it comes to the immediate mission, but also on what happens after August 31st, on counterterrorism, on humanitarian assistance, on our expectations of a future Afghan government. That intense diplomatic work is ongoing as we speak, and it will continue in the days and weeks ahead. So, I talked a lot about numbers this afternoon, but even as we're laser focused on the mission, we know that this is about real people. Many scared, many desperate. I've seen the images, I've read the stories, I've heard the voices, so much of that reported by you and your colleagues so courageously. Like many of you, I read the report of the Afghan translator whose 2-year-old daughter was trampled to death on Saturday while waiting outside the airport. I've got 2 small kids of my own. Reading that story and others was like getting punched in the gut. All of us at the State Department and across the U.S. government feel that way. We know that lives and futures, starting with our fellow citizens, including the lives of children, hang in the balance during these critical days. And that's why everyone on our team is putting everything they have into this effort. Thanks very much, and happy to take questions.
Matt. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Secretary, for coming down and doing this. On your 2 things, really briefly, I'll try to be as brief as possible. 2 things on your numbers of the American citizens. Does that include green card holders, LPRs? And if it doesn't, or it does? Okay.
No, it does not.
Oh, it does not. Okay. Is there a way to get
These
the
are
number?
blue passport holders.
Okay, but have LPRs also been contacted?
Yep.
And what about SIV applicants, people who are eligible?
We are in contact
so
with
can we get numbers
all
for
of the
those,
different
even if you don't? And then,
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Matt.
it's okay. I don't expect you to have all of the numbers. But then, since this whole thing began, there's been a lot of criticism of the administration over how it handled it. And there's been a lot of pushback from people within the administration about the hand that you were basically dealt, or what you say you were dealt by the previous administration in terms of the deal with the Taliban, in terms of the SIV program, in terms of the broader refugee program. But you guys have been in office for almost 8 months. It's been 5 months since the president's decision was made. Is there anything about the shortcomings that have been so readily identified by all sorts of people that you guys are actually willing to take responsibility for yourselves?
Thanks, Matt. Let me say two things. First, with regard to the numbers in these different categories, as you've seen by how I've laid out how we get to the numbers of Americans, this is both incredibly complicated and incredibly fluid. Any number I give you right now is likely to be out of date by the time we leave this briefing room. So what we're doing is very carefully tabulating everything we have, cross-checking it, referencing it, using different databases. We will have numbers for all those different categories in the days ahead and after this initial phase of efforts to bring people out of Afghanistan ends. And with regard to the second part of your question about taking responsibility, I take responsibility. I know the president has said he takes responsibility. And I know all of my colleagues across government feel the same way. And I can tell you that there will be plenty of time to look back at the last 6 or 7 months, to look back at the last 20 years, and to look to see what we might have done differently, what we might have done sooner, what we might have done more effectively. But I have to tell you that right now, my entire focus is on the mission at hand. And there's going to be, as I said, plenty of time to do an accounting of this when we get through that mission.
Laura?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Could you speak today about the future of the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, whether it will remain or American diplomats will remain in Kabul after the military withdrawal on the 31st? And also more broadly, we're already seeing women being repressed in Afghanistan by the Taliban, people being attacked, intimidated, being kept from getting to the airport. I'm wondering if you can give us any concrete examples of steps that the United States is going to take to assure SIV applicants and other high-target, high-risk Afghans that they're not going to be forgotten when the United States military leaves.
With regard to our diplomatic engagement, we're looking at a series of options, and I'm sure we'll have more on that in the coming days and weeks. But we're looking at a variety of options. And as I said earlier, particularly because the effort to bring out of Afghanistan those who want to leave does not end with the military evacuation plan on the 31st. We are very focused on what we need to do to facilitate the further departure of people who wish to leave Afghanistan. And that is primarily going to be a diplomatic effort, a consular effort, an international effort, because other countries feel exactly the same way. And I'm sorry, the second part of your question?
If there are any concrete steps
yes, I'm sorry.
that you can give to people who are very worried right now, understandably, about whether they're just going to be forgotten, left behind, disappeared once the United States withdraws its military and can no longer protect their safe passage to the airport or their other livelihoods.
Yeah. The short answer is no, they will not be forgotten. And as I said, we will use every diplomatic, economic assistance tool at our disposal, working hand in hand with the international community. First and foremost, to ensure that those who want to leave Afghanistan after the 31st are able to do so, as well as to deal with other issues that we need to be focused on, including counterterrorism and humanitarian assistance, and expectations of a future Afghan government. I mentioned a few moments ago that we got 114 countries around the world to make clear to the Taliban the international expectation that people will continue to be able to leave the country after the military evacuation effort ends. And we certainly have points of incentive and points of leverage with a future Afghan government to help make sure that, that happens. But I can tell you, again, from my perspective, from the President's perspective, this effort does not end on August 31st. It will continue for as long as it takes to help get people out of Afghanistan who wish to leave.
What's your level of confidence today that the Taliban will actually abide by some of these requirements and expectations that the international community has put on it?
I'm not going to put a percentage on it. I can just tell you again that the Taliban has made their own commitments. They've made them publicly. They've made them privately. And again, I think they have a very strong self-interest in acting with a modicum of responsibility going forward. But they will make their own determinations.
Andrew.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. But the Taliban right now, focusing on the mission right now, are not living up to their commitments. People are being stopped trying to get into the airport. I'm talking about, women, SIVs, others, Afghans, people with papers, and they're being stopped outside the airport now. There are total bottlenecks, which seem to rise to the level of what the President said were the contingencies if the Taliban is not complying, if the flow can't continue. We're loading planes, but some planes are leaving without, and some people are people who have private planes waiting for them with landing rights, but can't get into the airport, as well as beyond the SIVs, there are lawyers, there are judges, women, lawyers, judges, educators. We've told them for 20 years, you can live up to your potential. And now they feel abandoned. And I'd finally like to ask you about the local hires. We evacuated our embassy, and there have been cables back that I know you must be familiar with, or your teams are, of people who feel completely betrayed. And these are thousands of people that we rely on in embassies around the world. The message is going forward that we will not be loyal. They were not told about the evacuation. They were not put on those choppers with our American staff. And they were forced, many of them, to find their own way through the Taliban checkpoints and then get turned away at the airport. Some even got turned away once they were inside. So, what is the message to people working for the U.S. government? Veterans groups are angry about the SIVs, and then there are all the millions of Afghan women who have told their daughters and been raised under this promise of a future which the Taliban are already, according to Ambassador Verveer today, are denying. There are horrifying examples from provinces and from inside Kabul of people being targeted door to door, people in safe houses being sought out. And all this promise of you will be safe, the Taliban spokesman said, stay in your homes because we haven't told all of our people how to treat women, how to respect women. They also say you can go to school, you can work as long as you comply with Sharia law, which under their interpretation is the most extreme example of the Islamic code that is seen anywhere in the world.
Andrew, a few things. First, of the 82,000 plus people who have so far been evacuated, about 46% have been women and children. And we've been intensely focused, particularly on making sure that we can get women at risk out of harm's way. Second, with regard to women and other Afghans at risk going forward, I will use every diplomatic, economic, political, and assistance tool at my disposal, working closely with allies and partners who feel very much the same way, to do everything possible to uphold their basic rights. And that's going to be a relentless focus of our actions going forward. Locally employed staff, along with American citizens, nothing is more important to me as Secretary of State than to do right by the people who have been working side by side with American diplomats in our embassy. And I can tell you, Andrea, that we are relentlessly focused on getting the locally employed staff out of Afghanistan and out of harm's way. And let me leave it at that for now.
Rosalind.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. I
wanted to ask a more fundamental question about the Taliban. Your spokesperson indicated in recent days that de facto the Taliban are in charge in Kabul, but there is no legal recognized government by the United States at this moment. And it kind of begs the question, why does the United States even have to pay attention to what the Taliban wants? It's an SDGT. It's sanctioned by many organizations. It's already losing access to Afghan government resources because of its past and current behavior. Why should the United States even care what the Taliban wants to be done at the airport or frankly anywhere else in the country, since they are not, in the U.S.'s eyes, a legally recognized government?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our focus right now is on getting our citizens and getting our partners, Afghan partners, third country partners who've been working in Afghanistan with us, out of the country and to safety. And for that purpose, first, the Taliban, whether we like it or not, is in control, largely in control of the country, certainly in control of the city of Kabul. And it's been important to work with them to try to facilitate and ensure the departure of all those who want to leave. And that has actually been something that we've been focused on from the beginning of this operation, because as a practical matter, it advances our interests. Second, we've been engaged with the Taliban for some time diplomatically, going back years in efforts, as you know, to try to advance a peaceful settlement of the conflict in Afghanistan. There's still talks and conversations underway, even now, between the Taliban and former members of the Afghan government with regard, for example, to a transfer of power and some inclusivity in a future government. And I think it's in our interest, where possible, to support those efforts. Going forward, we will judge our engagement with any Taliban-led government in Afghanistan based on one simple proposition: our interests, and does it help us advance them or not? If engagement with the government can advance the enduring interests we will have in counterterrorism, the enduring interest we'll have in trying to help the Afghan people who need humanitarian assistance, and the enduring interest we have in seeing that the rights of all Afghans, especially women and girls, are upheld, then we'll do it. But fundamentally, the nature of that engagement and the nature of any relationship depends entirely on the actions and conduct of the Taliban. If a future government upholds the basic rights of the Afghan people, if it makes good on its commitments to ensure that Afghanistan cannot be used as a launching pad for terrorist attacks directed against us and our allies and partners, and in the first instance, if it makes good on its commitments to allow people who want to leave Afghanistan to leave, that's a government we can work with. If it doesn't, we will make sure that we use every appropriate tool at our disposal to isolate that government. And as I've said before, Afghanistan will be a pariah.
Francesca.
What will happen on September 1st? Will the U.S. keep any diplomatic and or any other kind of presence in Kabul at all? And who will run the airport? Is there any progress in the discussions with the Turks who announced the withdrawal, the military withdrawal, with the Qataris and with the Taliban on the airport?
Thanks. There are very active efforts on the way, underway on the part of regional countries to see whether they can play a role in keeping the airport open once our military mission leaves, or, as necessary, reopening it if it closes for some period of time. And that's happening very actively right now. The Taliban have made clear that they have a strong interest in having a functioning airport. We and the rest of the international community certainly have a strong interest in that, primarily for the purpose of making sure that anyone who wants to leave can leave past the 31st using an airport. And so that's a very active effort that's underway as we speak. And again, with regard to our own potential presence going forward after the 31st, we're looking at a number of options.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you all very much.
So you're listening in to Secretary Blinken from earlier today, briefing alongside spokesman Ned Price right there. We are going to be going out to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, but just want to highlight a couple of the things that he said. The effort to rescue U.S. citizens ahead of President Biden's deadline of August 31st is still a major effort right now. There are growing concerns of terror threats targeting the airport at this time. They don't think that will be a massive issue. They still believe they will be able to pull out those Americans and many thousands every single day being sent out to different locations across the U.S. right now. And they're trying their best to get in contact with these Afghan colleagues, women's advocates, journalists that are still there at the Kabul airport right now. So we'll be keeping our eyes on all of that too. As a topic of conversation in several press conferences today, clearly, one of those being House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's and also Representative Kevin McCarthy, too. He had a press conference as well. As always, here on Live Now, we like to keep things balanced. We'll play her out for a little bit. We'll also show the opposite side of the aisle and what they have to say. Let's listen in first, though, to Pelosi.
It's a wonderful morning. We had such a good day in the Congress yesterday. I want to salute my caucus for the commitment to values that they demonstrated in accepting the president's budget, the Build Back Better initiative. Again, it was a team effort for us to win the vote. I want to salute Steny Hoyer, our distinguished Majority Leader, Mr. Clyburn, our distinguished Whip, Catherine Clark, Assistant Speaker, and all of the members of the leadership who worked so hard on this. Because it wasn't just about that vote, it's about how we proceed and make it the law within the next couple of months, 6 weeks, whatever. Really, the vision of the president, he had said, I want to do what I can in a bipartisan way on infrastructure, but it is not the totality of my vision. My vision is to build back better, not only with physical infrastructure, but with the personal infrastructure. I'm paraphrasing now. That wasn't a direct quote. And so in our legislation, we deal with the climate crisis in a more important way. We will deal with the building back better for women when they were talking about child care and child tax credit, universal pre-K, home health care, and workforce development. These are not just about women, but women will predominantly benefit because women predominantly bear the responsibility for many of those important priorities in our society. So I'm really very, very excited. I always had confidence. I never doubted that the president's budget would prevail because of the commitment that our caucus has to America's working families. That is what unifies us, whatever our differences at the end of the day. Our commitment to America's working families is the unifier. So people say to us, well, you keep them together. No, our values keep the House Democrats together. So I'm excited, very much excited about that. What also happened yesterday was historic. We passed the Voting Rights Act on the floor of the House. Now it will go on to the Senate, and hopefully it will see success there. This is called the John Lewis Voter Advancement Act. It is historic in that when we were in the minority, last time I put this in perspective, when we were in the minority in 2006, we wrote the bill, worked in a bipartisan way, the Black Caucus taking the lead to present the Voting Rights Act that passed at that time, signed by President Bush and became law in 2007. it was almost unanimous. I think it was unanimous in the Senate, but it was almost unanimous in the House. We had nearly 400 votes for it, not even a question of any partisanship. Unfortunately, yesterday you did not see that bipartisanship, and it was really sad because this is fundamental to our democracy, that we respect the sanctity of the vote. That was what John Lewis's life and risk of death was about. And so in any event, all the more necessary because of the assault on the Voting Rights Act that was made by the Supreme Court in Shelby County versus Holder, the then Attorney General, and again the more recent decision earlier this summer by the Supreme Court on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. What could they be thinking? Thinking? Caring? I don't know. But whatever it is, if they're just saying that the constitutional basis for the legislation, it was not ironclad enough, then we made sure that it was. Congresswoman Terry Sewell has been working on this issue. As you know, she represents Selma in the Congress, so her connection to John Lewis, to voting rights and sacrifices made is a great one, and I was so proud that she prevailed. The John Lewis bill also had the great support of the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nadler, the chair of the House Administration Committee, which does elections, etc., Zoe Lofgren, the good work of Mr. Butterfield in collecting the data for the constitutional basis, as well as now Secretary Marcia Fudge, but she did that before she left the Congress. That was her basis last year. Now, even with the election in 2020, we see even more need because of the actions taken during the election in 2020 and since. And all the more need, not just for H.R. 4, but for H.R. 1, now S1, in the Senate. The suppression of the vote is not only the suppression of the vote, the nullification of elections that they are putting forth. There are probably 20 bills that have become law, that have been enacted, hundreds that have been introduced to suppress the vote. Why? I mean, you just have to wonder, why would they not want to make it easier for people to vote? Just because they want to suppress the vote among people of color, they are also suppressing the vote for everyone else by their, again, suppression of number of polling places, hours that are there. The list goes on and on. So we're very optimistic about what we said in our preamble, we the people. It has to be the people doing this. And over time, there are efforts to expand freedom, and now the Republicans want to contract freedom. This is the week. This week we are observing Women's Equality Week, when 101 years ago women won the right to vote. At the time they said women given the right to vote, not given, no, not given. Fought for, starved for, marched for, worked so hard over decades to achieve the 19th Amendment. So last week was the day in Tennessee when the vote was taken in Tennessee to take us to the number of states needed to ratify. This week is the enactment. So for 1 week, we celebrate. But as we celebrate, we have to protect the vote, not only in terms of ending suppression, but ending nullification. Martin Luther King, Reverend King, he talked about nullification in the I Had a Dream speech. So this is something that has been there in their Jim Crow world that they want to resurrect. So again, I salute Terry Sewell. I salute all who have worked on the legislation. Steve Cohen, whose subcommittee put forth the legislation last week. The list goes on. While we were presenting our press conference on it yesterday, we had the honor of the presence of the legislators from Texas there, who are seeing firsthand the brutal attempts to suppress the vote in their states. We were honored by their presence, inspired by their courage, and determined to get this to become the law of the land. I talked about how proud I was of my caucus and their commitment to America's working families, and I just want to talk about where we go next. We now are we have been for a while, but now coming to closure on some of the particulars within the bill. The President and the Senate sent us a legislation about a budget resolution of $3.5 trillion. Within it are some of the things I talked about before that relate to workforce development, building back better with women in the workplace, addressing the climate crisis in a way that was not addressed at all in the infrastructure bill, very minor, just electrification, and just other. Electrification is important, but it is not the totality of what we have to do, and we may want to do more. So we had at our caucus a couple of days ago, what's today? Wednesday, yeah, Monday, the chairman once again presenting what the debate will be in the committees, what the priorities are. Our goal is by September 15th that we will have every committee reporting. Now, what was important about yesterday is we could do all of that. We could mark up bills, but we could not report to the Rules Committee, to the Budget Committee without passing a budget bill. And a budget bill that retains the privilege of 51 votes in the Senate. That's why yesterday was fraught with so much meaning, to protect the privilege of 51 votes, enabling in a timely fashion the committee's report. So the members have now on the ongoing, but continue to be alerted to make their voices heard in terms of the substance in the bills and the pay-fors, because we want to pay for this bill. I'd like to have it totally paid for. We'll see what is possible. The Ways and Means Committee under Richie Neal has been working with the Senate and others. I won't go into his contacts, but so members are making their views known on what the pay-fors can be, and that some are new, some are pretty standard fare, but it's a question of how much. So that's what will be happening. And some committees will be marking up before September 15th, but everyone by September 15th, we write a bill with the Senate, because it's no use our doing a bill that is not going to pass the Senate in the interest of getting things done, getting results. So we don't want to go as slow as the slowest ship, but we also don't want to underutilize any resource, and that resource would be what the Senate rules will allow to proceed. It's pretty exciting. And it goes back to the vision of the president, a vision that he discussed in his campaign, that he made known in his State of the Union. You know, people ask me, I bring this up because it's Women's Equality Week. At the State of the Union, there were two of us, very distinguished Vice President Kamala Harris, of whom we're very, very proud, especially as Californians, but nonetheless, the country very proud. And people asked me afterward, how did it feel to be up there with two women standing behind the president in the State of the Union? And I said, well, it was wonderful, yeah, but what was even more wonderful is that the president's speech was about advancing women in the workplace, child care, family and medical leave, child tax credit, all of those things, workforce development, universal pre-K. It was a speech that not only had the fact that two women were there, but that all women would be served in a very positive way as we go forward. It's transformational. The priorities, the amounts, and the rest, it's transformational. So we want to get that done. Again, I want to salute the caucus because they always make me proud, and once again they did yesterday. I always have confidence in what they're going to do. I told you about the floor recap and the rest. Go back better. Okay, so right now we continue to have the challenge of COVID. As you know, the variant is, the Delta variant is threatening. I salute the FDA.
So you've been listening in to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as she goes into some COVID-19 news. We're going to go into a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, you'll be hearing from Congressman Kevin McCarthy as he is speaking about some of the top headlines of the day, including that Voting Rights Act that was moved forward yesterday, the John Lewis Act, and then also Afghanistan and so much more. That's in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now. A look from Capitol Hill right there as we stay in Washington, D.C. for this next event. Congressman Kevin McCarthy coming out today speaking. He's been extremely critical when it comes to President Biden and his dealing of Afghanistan right now, tweeting out and saying he's not just walking away from questions from the press, he's walking away from the thousands of American lives he's leaving stranded in Afghanistan, posting a video pointing towards President Biden's remarks today, not taking any reporter questions on the withdrawal and evacuation effort underway. Let's hear from McCarthy from earlier.
Yes, good morning still. How are all you?
All right.
All right. Pretty amazing week this week. Something I didn't think that would play out the way it played. But less than 24 hours, just ago, President Biden made the decision not to shift the August 31st deadline to withdraw our troops from Afghanistan. Even though some of our strongest allies from France and Britain and Germany requested it. Think for one moment, why is the UK and France and Germany there? Because 20 years ago, America was attacked. They were there to help defend us, and they requested a stay to go longer so their own citizens could get removed. The president now made the announcement that he will not, allowing the Taliban to direct our foreign policy. And now, with the very real prospect of thousands of Americans still stranded in Afghanistan on September 1st, the Biden administration is willing to accept the fact that they'll be leaving Americans behind in a Taliban stronghold. The president's misguided decisions run the risk of creating the largest international hostage situation we have ever faced as a nation. Yesterday, President Biden had an opportunity to address the public and answer questions about the ongoing crisis in Afghanistan. Instead, he made us wait a number of hours and then touted $5 trillion liberal wish list that will increase greater inflation and transform our country in the worst way possible. Then he delivered a few minutes worth of remarks on the evacuation efforts, but did not say how many Americans are still stranded. The most embarrassing part, though, is that he refused to take questions. And he turned his back and walked away, an image that has come to define him and his presidency. He turned his back on our own citizens stranded in Afghanistan. He turned our back on our allies and partners. He has turned his back on his duties as a commander-in-chief. We have a Democrat majority that is following the same path. Speaker Pelosi called an emergency session just this week. We weren't the only country to do so. In the UK, they called the Parliament back. But the difference in the UK, their focus was on their citizens in Afghanistan and getting them out. Pelosi worked late into the night while we were here, but nothing to do with Afghanistan. Speaker Pelosi asked the help of the president to make phone calls, not to pass any bills, to put resources to get more Americans out of Afghanistan. It was to pass close to $5 trillion. Not to debate it, but to deem it. Every single Democrat voted for that, and every single Democrat voted against Congressman Gallagher's PQ that would ask that we could get the number on a daily basis of how many Americans are in Afghanistan and to stay until the mission is done that all Americans are out. That $5 trillion, not 1 cent will be used in the situation of Afghanistan. It's a complete failure of leadership. If you listen to Speaker Pelosi's speech yesterday, great day of pride for America and Democrats. A great day of pride for American Democrats. That's what Speaker Pelosi said on the floor. Not mentioning any Gold Star families, not mentioning the veterans, even those who serve in her own conference, who had she stayed the whole hearing, could have heard the comments that they made inside the briefing, the frustration that they felt as well. I can't imagine the amount of pain being caused to our veterans. We're less than just 3 weeks away from the 20th anniversary. I want to take a moment, I want to speak directly to them, to the Gold Star families and to the veterans. You did everything your country asked of you. You should be proud that you helped take the fight to the enemy and you prevented a major terrorist attack from happening on our own soil. For those veterans who understandably need some extra support during this time, know that you are not alone. Please do not hesitate to reach out for help. Contact for the Veterans Crisis Line, call 1-800-273-8255. That's 1-800-273-8255. Or text 838-255. And the website is veteranscrisisline.net. We are grateful for your service, and we'll never forget the sacrifices each and every one who've made. You deserve a government who will not stop until all Americans are out of Afghanistan. We will continue to hold them accountable, and that is what our mission is. I know there's been a great deal amount of mistakes in one of the greatest tragedies this country has seen on a foreign policy level. Right now, our whole focus should be just getting Americans out, but there has to be accountability in the future, that this mistake can never happen again. There's many places we'll have to look, not just from the State Department, to the intel, to the decisions that are being made, but even in Congress itself. This Democrat majority and Adam Schiff shifted the entire Intel Committee to be one of impeachment and political. What did we miss? Devin Nunes has warned us time and before. The number of hearings they wanted to look on an international basis of what's the threats out there. We now have a border that is open. When I traveled to it earlier this year, it was then that we found that we had been arresting people on the terrorist watch list from Yemen. When I brought forth that on a press conference, I was criticized by Democrats. Congressman Gallegos. He said I was not telling the truth, I was lying. He has not apologized for that. We now have 5,000 prisoners that were released in Afghanistan. We have more than 100 different countries of individuals coming across our southern border. We have a president that opened it up. Now is the time to close it. This country is less safe today than we were 20 years ago based upon the actions that have just taken place. Allowing Taliban to control our foreign policy, weaponizing them, reports now that they have more Black Hawks than Australia. From the aircraft, to the drones, to the weaponry. They have more support than they had before just from their own military buildup of the weapons that they've taken from America. Now a border that is open and a fear of what the future holds. This has all got to change. And the presidency has to change its foreign policy as well. With that, let's open it up for questions. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Leader McCarthy. So 2 members have gone to Afghanistan yesterday. Can I get your reaction to their trip? What are you advising members who are interested in going to Afghanistan and neighboring countries at this time?
Not to go. We need the military's all their effort used on bringing people back home. These are 2 individuals who I didn't know transpired that they went until after they were there. They're both veterans. They're both frustrated. They have an administration that won't tell them the answers to how many Americans are left or those Afghans that actually probably worked with them and helped them. They feel frustrated. They come back in a special session and no time is spent. Yesterday we were allowed 90 minutes to have a briefing. While people were still lined up, a number of members, the Democrats shut it down and said, no, we have to have a hard break to go back and debate the $5 trillion bill. I objected. I thought this was more important. But they would not allow them to even be able to talk to the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and others, lined up, Republicans and Democrats alike. But that's what they chose the time to do. So yes, it's not the best idea to go there, but I understand their frustration by the lack of any answers from this administration, from a speaker who spends late into the night, you all covered it, into her office. Not one moment of that time was spent on getting Americans home from Afghanistan. What did you think those Americans were doing late at night trying to find a path to get to that airport? That the president told them it was safe to go, but now we're finding they were beaten. Not one moment was spent on it. Not $1 was passed this time in Congress. $5 trillion, just deemed, not debated. None of that money going to help an American get back. And then they pass a political campaign bill to change election law. They are the most self-serving individuals it showed this week than at any given time. Of all weeks of what we should have focused upon, not any moment of time to do it. So yes, I don't think it's right that they went, but I understand their frustration of why they would want to go, by the lack of answers they were getting, the time they served their nation, the individuals they knew over there, the calls. All members are getting calls of people stuck there. They're frustrated trying to work with the State Department, can't get answers. They realize it's life and death. So yes, they made a decision to try to do something on their own.
Are you hearing from members that might be going? And are you hearing from
any member that I've heard that might go, I explained to them that I don't think they should. I think it creates a greater risk. You've got enough Americans over there that could be held hostage. They'd make a point out of a member of Congress. I think you'd take military away from doing their job of getting as many Americans out we can. How many know that they're going to be left? The president now has made the date the 31st. The 31st is when everybody needs to be gone. So they're going to start pulling military out now. We watched what the president told us, that the Taliban would let you go to the airport. The Taliban's now shutting it down. We watched that people aren't being beaten, but that's the report that we're getting. I mean, I watched the president have a press conference and walk away afterwards, and 30 minutes later have a conference call with the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, Joint Chiefs, and they contradict what the president just told us. Why wouldn't we spend our time on that while we're in Congress? Why are we departing now? The Speaker has control over that. The same way that she changed the Intel Committee with Adam Schiff to be a political committee instead of looking. We're 3 co-equal branches. We should have been having hearings on what's going on over there. We should have been able to gather that they would collapse this fast. But Adam Schiff was too focused on impeachment than doing the job he was supposed to do. Yes, sir.
Speaker, just to clarify something you said to her real quick before I ask you one other thing. What could the House have passed this week that would have made a material or immediate difference in Afghanistan with the Senate gone until September? You said that the Speaker didn't do anything to set aside money.
She didn't do anything to set aside time even.
Right.
What did we...
What could she have done this week?
You know, the Speaker many times says, you know, your values says a lot about you. Time is of your value, right? How much time did we spend on this while the world was watching? How much time did we spend on it where Afghans were clinging to our planes and falling off? How much time did we spend on finding more Americans that were actually there? What we could have done is actually take up Gallagher's bill. Tell us how many Americans are there right now. Make a statement of Congress where we're co-equal branches, that we will not leave until every American comes home. At the very least, that's what we should have done. We should have held hearings of what more do we need there. Do we need more troops there to make sure it's safer, to get people home faster? Then do it. Send the message to the president. We're our own body. We can speak for ourselves, and we should. But under this majority, the Speaker decided we would not. The only thing we would speak about is $5 trillion for a socialist wish list. They care more about their socialist spending than they do saving Americans' lives, because that's what they spent their time on, that's what they spent their emotion on, that's what they even brought the president in to call their own members. They threatened their own members' spouses' jobs. They threatened political money for a campaign just to vote. They made no threat to save American lives. They cut us off when members were standing in line to have a discussion with the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the Joint Chiefs. They said, no, we had a hard and fast time period. It has to be over. We have to get back to the floor to debate everything but Afghanistan. Why members from both parties were standing in line requesting the opportunity. So yes, there's a lot that we could have done.
The January 6th committee is issuing a document preservation request to telecom companies for contacts of that day. And there's been suggestions that lawmakers would also be part of that documentation request. Are you aware of it? And in terms of your own records, would you just turn them over to the committee if they asked?
Well, the only thing I learned more about this committee is more political than it is. You have reports now that the FBI is finished with their report. And I think it goes against everything the politics of the Democrats want to believe. You now watch that the Democrats in a time of Afghanistan, that they want to use their majority power to get people's phone records. They come from members of Congress, they're coming for everybody's thing. It's kind of amusing to me of how political they will go with this. I told the American public who I talked to that day. I literally went and talked to the American public on 3 different networks that day. I don't know. The real question has to be, the other report that came out this week, is that the FBI told the Capitol Police beforehand there was a threat. They knew on December 14th there was problems. They had Inspector General reports of the failures of the top leadership in Capitol Police with not allowing them to have the training. They had the Kavanaugh hearings where the lines were broke. You had a chairman of House administration, that is in essence the mayor of this city, that had not been back to the Capitol since early May, that didn't take up any of it. You had a Republican on House administration that offered legislation and changes, correcting which Inspector General found, which never the majority allowing it to come forward. What's interesting to me is this so political of a committee that the Speaker picks and chooses who can be on. The chairman of committee says nothing's off limits but the Speaker. The reports at time and again was the Speaker offered the National Guard and told ahead of time of the warning, but apparently they don't want that information. Yes?
Do you think that the Democrats are trying to continue this until the 2022 elections?
Listen, if I was the Democrats, I stop playing politics and I start focusing on what the American people. You've got Americans stranded in Afghanistan. Focus on that. You have the biggest foreign policy failure in pretty much my lifetime. Why wouldn't you have hearings on that? Why wouldn't you put a committee together to that? You got an intel committee chaired by Adam Schiff that spent the time to make it political and now spends its time on the other committee as well. And you watch the failures under his own watch. I think there's a lot of correcting going on that I would focus on that the American people would expect. Yes.
You got a bipartisan infrastructure bill that now it sounds like you know when you're going to have a vote on it. September 27th, I guess, is the day. Have you made a decision one way or the other on if you'll whip members against that or tell your members to vote their conscience on it?
Look, I don't support that bill. That bill started out promised to all an American that it'd be paid for. It's not paid for.
Are you going to tell your members to vote against it?
Look, our members and I will have a discussion about it, but after this week, it doesn't seem like it's an infrastructure bill. The progressives now told us it's going to be a $5 trillion bill. You can't have one without the other. It's viewed much different to me than what it was viewed a week ago. And I was opposed to it. Well, we'll see where it goes, but I don't expect Republicans thinking they're going to vote for a $5 trillion bill.
It sounds like you are for, excuse me, leaving some sort of troop presence in Afghanistan if you were in charge.
Yes.
And what would that look like, and what would their mission be, and how long would you anticipate?
Well, the first thing you'd want to have not done is give Bagram Air Base up. That's where the prisoners were as well. You had 2 runways, not one. You had an outsert that you would have another ability to move people out. For the last year, we had a small number of troops, less than that we have today there, and you didn't for 18 months have 1 casualty. You had those who were Christians, those who had helped us in Afghanistan, not being beaten or beheaded. You have comedians not being killed at that time too. You actually had some peace in the country. I think that was working. For the president, and this is why we should have hearings on this. What information was given? Who knew what, when? And for the president to stand just approximately a month beforehand and tell us it would not fall, that it's this 300,000 strong military, but to criticize those in the Afghan who've lost thousands in the military fighting with us, to pull out the air cover, I think those are the things we should have some hearings about to get to the answer that we never make this type of mistake again.
Was President Trump wrong to agree to withdraw troops?
Well, President Trump had actually decreased the troops from 15,000 to 2,500 and not 1 casualty. President Trump's...
But there was a deal to withdraw.
It wasn't this deal. I mean, Mike Pompeo and President Trump have been very clear about this. Even the former Secretary of Defense have been very clear about this. There were requirements that had to be met. You watch time and again, whenever the Taliban did not meet the requirement, there was ramifications for that. Quick, swift, and very difficult. The other thing that you'd have to think about in the Taliban, they watched this president time and again with a crisis. Back away from Putin, ransomware, pay it, China, provide them. I just read a report before I walked out here. Allow Huawei chips to be sold. The idea that Russia could have their pipeline, but America cannot. I felt they think they were more emboldened. And as they moved city to city, I know for a fact that President Trump wouldn't allow that. That didn't meet the requirements. And for the President Biden to sit back in an interview and say nothing went wrong, that's a telltale line. And that you plan for every scenario, well, whoever started planning this should have stopped when this scenario started. Lives are going to be lost. The president has now ruined our reputation on the world stage, not for a week, but for decades to come. Our own allies are criticizing us. Our own allies who are sitting there defending us because America was attacked, asking us to extend the deadline so they can get their own citizens home, not for any other reason. And the allies that we have fought for years together, he said no and yes to the Taliban. So no, none of that would have happened under a different administration. And yes, that was a failure. One of the biggest failures I watched from a foreign policy in my lifetime. And it's going to do a lot of damage to us. Not just in a short run, but a long run. What does China believe now about Taiwan? What does Russia think about the Baltics or the Eastern Europe? And not only when you talk, Jake, about the base, think of the location of where it is. The president talks about looking over, having eyes ahead of time. That base proximity to Russia, to China, to Pakistan. The idea of terrorists coming again from Afghanistan. Now, when you move people out, you don't have the intel.
But the administration says, since you bring up the base, that they don't have a capacity problem, and Bagram is 2.5 hours from Kabul, and they say, in their estimation, there's very little strategic value in getting people out to keeping it open. They say that's their estimation. They say most of the people they're trying to evacuate are in Kabul.
They also said the Afghan government wouldn't collapse. They've said a lot. They also said they've also said you could get to the airport. They've also said a lot of things.
Some things they've been right on some things, but on Bagram.
No, they have not been right at all. And think about Bagram. You have 2 runways. You have 1 runway. Do you think every single American is sitting in Kabul? Bagram is not that far from Kabul. Why wouldn't you have 2 different options? You have other people throughout this country. And if you built a military base there, where we had sustained it for 20 years, why wouldn't you maintain it? We keep a base in Cuba today. Why wouldn't we keep a base for forward looking? Why wouldn't we keep a base in that geographical region of the world? Why would we release it? Why, if there was not one casualty in the last 18 months and only 2,500 troops had to be there, we were securing what we need to do. Why would you give it up? And first and foremost, if you were going to draw down, the Taliban fights in the summer and hibernates in the winter. If you were going to allow the Afghan government to sustain itself, why would you draw down when the Taliban is at its height? Why? Who made that decision? And why would you remove the military before you remove the civilians? And why would the president just days before says he's going to maintain normal operations in the embassy? How could we be that far wrong? So no, they didn't get anything right. And no, when he stands before us and tells us it's safe to go, and then you find out 30 minutes later it's not, I don't believe it was right to close the base. And you asked me a question, I would have kept it open. And I would have kept open.
Okay, Kevin McCarthy getting pretty passionate there after being asked by a reporter about the withdrawal, and he really lit into the Biden administration, the timing and conduct of how it all went down. So we showed you, Kevin McCarthy, we showed you House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, always showing you both sides of the aisle, and you can watch it in full. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we are talking California recall election. You'll be hearing from Larry Elder, who is the leading Republican candidate right now. Our very own Fox 11 Los Angeles spoke with them, had a one-on-one, and talked to Elder about a series of different topics, including some unfortunate reporting that has come out about Elder's past involving women. That's in 2 minutes here on Live Now. welcome back here to Live Now, 8 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to be stepping into kind of a California recall election segment here, speaking about Larry Elder, who is the leading contender on the Republican side right now. Fox 11 sitting down with him, talking about some of the main issues that California is facing at this point in time, also asking him some questions about his past comments and his opinion on women. Take a listen.
Coming up, he's the front runner in the race to replace Governor Gavin Newsom.
Larry Elder joins us for the half hour to talk COVID, homelessness, women, and more.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
And good evening. Welcome to a special edition of the Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michaels.
And I'm Marla Tejas. Let's begin with this.
The recall election of Governor Gavin Newsom now in its final phase, and the outcome could have national implications.
Ballots have been mailed to all registered voters asking whether the governor should be replaced, and if so, by whom.
Radio host Larry Elder wants the governor recalled. He wants to replace him. He is leading in all of the polls as the replacement candidate, and he joins us now. Larry, great to see you.
Alex, thank you for having me. You referred to me as a radio host. I'm also somebody who once owned a small business. I ran it for 14 years. It didn't go bankrupt. I didn't liquidate it. I sold it, and it kept going on for years and years. I only mention that because one of the problems I think we're having in Sacramento is because a lot of these people have never run a lemonade stand. They pass all sorts of rules and regulations and make it hard for businesses to operate and cost a lot of middle-class jobs to leave California. So I'd like people to emphasize the fact that I have practical experience, real-world experience, not just yapping on talk radio.
But you've never held political office.
Well, you know what? Neither did AOC. She used to be a bartender. That didn't seem to hold her back. A guy named Ronald Reagan came out of Hollywood. He wasn't writing and thinking about these issues for 27 years, as I have been. He became a pretty decent two-term governor, pretty decent two-term president. So there are a lot of people that have not had experience that turn out to be okay. My opponent has had a great deal of experience. He was elected twice as mayor of San Francisco. He had 8 years to spend as the lieutenant governor of California to plan what he would do as governor. And for the last 2 years, we've seen a rise in crime, a rise in homelessness, a decline in the quality of public education, and people leaving California for the first time in our state's 170-year history. So practical political experience without common sense doesn't get you very far.
He would say that the COVID numbers in California right now are better in other states better in this state than in other states because of his policies. Here's a question, though. Right now, we see the Delta variant sort of exploding in this state. If things get worse, is there any scenario where you would change your current idea that we need no mask mandates and no vaccine mandates?
Well, the Delta variant seems to be afflicting mostly people who have not been vaccinated. I have been vaccinated. I'm not anti-vax because of my age, because of other comorbidities. My doctor strongly recommended that I be vaccinated, and I was. And it strikes me that the people who are being affected mostly by the Delta variant are people who've not been vaccinated. Furthermore, the symptoms that people are having are far less severe than they used to be. The hospitalizations are up, but the deaths aren't really up that high. And remember, the whole reason that we shut down the state was to buy time for vaccines and to buy time for treatments and to make sure that we did not have a rush on our healthcare system. There wouldn't be a rush on ventilators and on ICUs. And it seems to me so far our healthcare system is being able to handle this. So virtually everybody in California who wants to be vaccinated has been vaccinated. Poor people can get the vaccination for free if they want to. And a lot of people have made the decision for various reasons not to be vaccinated. Some people have already had the coronavirus, so they have antibodies. Some people have a healthy distrust of government. And I want to remind you that it was Joe Biden and Kamala Harris who both said that if Donald Trump told them to take the vaccine, they wouldn't. So a lot of people apparently have taken their advice. I think we still live in America. We still have freedom. And Thomas Jefferson warned about trading freedom for public safety. And I think he was right.
What they said was that they wanted to hear from the health experts, including Dr. Fauci, all of whom have said that you should take the vaccine, including President Trump this weekend saying it as well. All right, Marla.
And I just want to follow up on that. So 2-1 Democrats outnumber Republicans in this state. A lot of Democrats are for the vaccine mandates, the mask mandates as well. If you become governor and you erase those mandates, and in fact, not just the caseload, not just cases increase, but if deaths start to increase and people are dying, what would you do about that?
Well, I am not going to impose a top-down system. When I become governor, to the extent that there are statewide mandates for face masks, statewide mandates for vaccines for state workers, those are going to be repealed. The governor just now said that anybody who's a state worker who's not been vaccinated will be tested once a week, and he or she will have to wear a mask at work. Now think about that. I thought the whole point of getting vaccinated is that you're protected against people who've not been vaccinated. And if you assume the risk that you're going to contract the vaccine, why do you have to wear a mask, protect yourself against other people who assume the risk? I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. But as for what local districts do, what local schools do, and what the private sector does, they can make their own decisions.
So, I mean, let's look at some other states, though, where they're following basically what you're saying. In terms of deaths per 100,000, Louisiana at 1.21, Florida at 1.06, Texas at 0.48, California at 0.17. Is that not proof that what the governor is doing when it comes to vaccine requirements and mask mandates is making us safer than some of these other states?
Well, you also ignore some of the ancillary costs. As I mentioned, 1/3 of all small businesses are gone forever. Suicides are up. Domestic violence is up. Opioid addiction is up. Domestic violence, as I mentioned, is up. So there are also other ancillary things that need to be taken into consideration as well. Other states are doing other things. States are different demographically. So there are lots of factors that make it difficult to compare state by state. But I believe that we ought to rely on the common sense of Californians. We know that masks do work. We know that social distancing works. We know that vaccines work, especially if you're in high-risk categories. And again, virtually everybody in California who wants a vaccine has been able to get a vaccine, and poor people have been able to get a vaccine for free. A lot of people have made different decisions. I was in Palm Desert not long ago, and I went to a coffee shop, and I noticed that half the wait staff was wearing masks, and half the wait staff was not. And I asked the young lady who waited on me, very charming young lady who turned out to be a college senior, what the policy was. And she said, well, my boss allows us to wear a mask or not wear a mask. And I said, you have no mask. Have you been vaccinated? She said, no. I said, may I ask why? And she said, you can ask, but I don't have to give you a reason. And isn't that America? Isn't that the country that we're still in?
All right, let's switch gears and talk about education now. You are for school vouchers, for school choice. How are you going to get any of your ideas passed when you have a Democratic supermajority in the legislature?
Well, my understanding is there's going to be a ballot initiative to set up education savings accounts so that the $15,000 we're spending per student goes into that account, and the parent will control that to determine whether or not they want that parent to send their kid to a government school or to a private school or to a charter school or to a religious school, or even use the money for homeschooling. We are abysmal in our test scores, and we're near the bottom of all 50 states. 75% of black boys cannot read at state levels of proficiency, and those levels are not high. 50% of third graders cannot read at state levels of proficiency. Again, those levels are not high, and our math scores are even lower. It turns out that polls show that black and brown parents want choice in school. The number one impediment to choice in school is the teachers union, and they're the number one funder of my opponent. So I'm going to push choice. I'm going to be pushing this education savings account initiative that's going to be on there. And I think a growing number of people recognize that the number one route to escape poverty is to get at least a high school education, one presumably where you can read, write, and compute at grade level, and all too often that is not happening.
So essentially what you're saying is to go around the legislature and try to put this on the ballot, next November, and then let the people decide.
That's right. And I have a lot of power dealing with a hostile legislature. 2/3 of the legislature, as you know, is Democratic. I can declare a public emergency, which I will do on homelessness, so I can unleash the private sector to build more low-cost housing, which is a factor as to why we have a problem with homelessness. I'm also going to declare a public emergency on water. We have not added to our water infrastructure system in about 50 years when the state was half the size it is. There are lots of projects all ready to go. They're being held up by the fear of lawsuits. I'm going to declare a public emergency on water and do something about that. But again, this is a problem that we're having because all together you add up all these problems and people are leaving California for the very first time. Our state is 170 years old, and for the very first time we're having a net migration out of California. There's a new study that just came out today by the Hoover Institution talking about all the businesses that are leaving. The rate at which businesses are leaving California for the first 6 months of 2021 is twice the rate at which businesses have left the last 2 years. And the number one reason they cite is the cost of living, number two, taxes, number three, regulations. I'm going to roll these back when I become governor.
But isn't that the critique against Governor Newsom, the fact of government overreach, that he went around the legislature, that he did the state of emergency, and that's essentially what you're saying that you would do as well if you become the governor of California? California.
Is
What's the difference?
Is California running out of water? Yes. Is that an emergency? Yes. Did Gavin Newsom shut down the state against science when the CDC said under precautions you could send kids back to in-school education? Yes. I think he abused his powers. I'm not going to abuse mine. Do we have a problem, a real problem with housing, which is one of the factors for homelessness? Yes. I think that I'll be able to use my powers in a sensible way. I've consulted with lawyers as to whether or not what I'm suggesting is sensible and doable and legal, and I've been given the advice that it is. There are some instances where you overreach, obviously. I don't intend to do that.
But wouldn't you say that a once-in-a-generation pandemic is an emergency?
I didn't say it wasn't an emergency. I said I'm not going to have a top-down, one-fits-all, one-size-fits-all way of dealing with it. Let every municipality do this. Rely on the common sense of Californians to do this. We understand this is a serious pandemic. We know that vaccines work. We know that social distancing works. We know that face masks work. Let businesses decide that. I think the cost of 1/3 of all small businesses being shuttered forever is pretty high. And when you consider the price of dealing with the pandemic, you've got to consider things like that. And domestic violence on the rise, and opiate addiction on the rise, and suicide on the rise. All of those things need to be taken into consideration before you make a decision on what to do. And I'm going to take all those things into consideration.
All right, as the one and only female up here, allow me, Mr. Elder. Of course, you've gotten a lot of attention for that 2000 article that you wrote in Capitalism magazine, in which you said, and I think we have it up there to show you as well, women know less than men about political issues, economics, and current events. You were citing an Annenberg School study. More broadly, how do you view women? What's your view of women?
No. More narrowly, let's talk about the article that I wrote. I quoted the Annenberg study, which is a left-wing journalism department within the University of Pennsylvania, and I quoted a female professor who said that there were 25 questions that were asked of men and women. Men knew more than the women did in 15 of those questions. They knew the same in 9, and women knew less in 1 of them. And one of the reasons, according to this female professor, who's still around, liberal professor, she said the reason that women knew less is because they get the bulk of their news, from local news. And she said, and I'm quoting her, local news makes you dumber, close quote. Now, I watched a lot of local news, so I guess it makes me dumber. What I also said in that article is women knew more about so-called she issues, Social Security, healthcare, and education, and they were more concerned about those issues than men. And they were more concerned about taxes, the economy, and foreign policy. That's all I said. I'm simply citing a study that was done 21 years ago by the Annenberg School. Now, all of a sudden, that makes me anti-women. I think that's extremely unfair.
I didn't say you were anti-women. I simply
I didn't say you said I was.
I simply
I didn't say you said I was. I said my critics would call me anti-women. My critics would call me anti-women, citing this study of 21 years ago. I've written 1,100 articles, including an article in which I talked about the fact that young women make more money than young men. There are more women in college than men, and the numbers of women in law school and in medical school have now equaled the number of men in law school and medical school. For some reason, that was not cited. But Larry Elder now all of a sudden is anti-female. It's ridiculous. It has nothing to do with why I'm running. I'm running to deal with crime. I'm running to deal with homelessness. I'm running to deal with the rise of cost of living and the crappy quality of public education. Kids are getting K through 12, especially in urban areas, and the fact that people are leaving California for the first time. These are ancillary issues that my critics bring up because they don't want to deal with what's going on. 1.7 million people signed a petition, and nearly a third of them were independents and Democrats who just voted for this man 2 years earlier. That's why I'm running. The rest of this stuff is a distraction.
I certainly don't mean it to be a distraction. There's a lot of women, I'm sure, who voted yes to on the petition to get the governor recalled. You're going to get women who vote for you in this election. Just generally speaking, though, your overall view of women.
My general overall view of women. Well, their IQs are 100. Men's IQs are 100. They're equally smart. More women are in college than men. 90% of the people who are in prison are men, not women. Women are less violent. I have a healthy respect for women. Many of the people in my campaign, the senior staffers of my campaign are female. My communications director is a female. My director of fundraising is a female. One of my chief strategists is a female. My mother was a female. I had her on my radio show every Friday for almost 10 years and was the most popular of my show. And by the way, my mother was a Democrat. I couldn't convince her to change her party, but I did get her to vote for George W. Bush twice. I have a healthy respect for women.
Larry, let's talk more about you. I mean, you've obviously been around for a very long time. A lot of us have known you for a long time, but it's a whole different deal now being in sort of the middle of this storm. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you that's going around right now, and help us clear it up?
Where do you want me to start? The LA Times said that I'm the black face of white supremacy. Now that's kind of interesting. And the reason they say that is because I don't believe that racism is a major problem in America. I don't believe that racism holds anybody back. For crying out loud, Barack Obama got elected and reelected, and he got a higher percentage of the white vote than John Kerry did 4 years earlier. My father came here in 1945 from the Jim Crow South, as did my mother. And my father always told my brothers and me to work hard, that you can't control the outcome, but you're 100% in control of the effort. And if you do that, you'll be just fine. And that was way, way, way before many of the laws and measures that have been passed since then. So the idea that racism holds you back is a canard, and I believe it is hurting this country. I also believe it's hurting relations between the black community and the police. When you call the police officers systemically racist, they're going to pull back, crime goes up. The very people that are hurt by that rising crime are black and brown people that the left claims they care about. You're also doing something else too, Alex. You're training young black men not to comply when they're pulled over. Many of the deaths and high-profile shootings would have been avoided had the civilian, had the suspect simply complied. My father told me when you get pulled over by the police, say yes, sir, say no, sir, say yes, ma'am, say no, ma'am. Make sure your left hand is at 10 o'clock. Make sure your right hand is at 2 o'clock. Make sure your paperwork is in order. And if you feel you're mistreated, get a badge number. If that advice had been followed by Michael Brown, by Jacob Blake, by Eric Gardner, by Freddie Gray, we would not have the tragedies that we've had. So you're making things worse by falsely accusing police officers of engaging in systemic racism. You're also causing officers to retire early. Police stations are having recruitment problems, so that in Chicago, they're down 1,000 officers. And the former police commissioner of New York, Ray Kelly, says now only 7% of officers say they would recommend the job to a friend or to a family member. This is hurting stuff. And so I'm going to turn that around with the bully pulpit I'm going to have as governor. I think I may be able to change some of the rhetoric that I think has been negatively impacting America.
Let's talk about your family for a moment as well. I know you were close with both of your parents. They're so instrumental to your success. You've written about that a lot. And the unfortunate reality is both of them are no longer with us physically anymore. I'm wondering for you, do you think about them and what they would think about their son, Larry Elder, now being the front runner to be the next governor of California?
Ellis, I think about them every single day, and my father would probably not have wanted me to run because my father would have been concerned about the unfair scrutiny that I knew I was going to get. My mother would be gleeful. My mother is the one who got me into politics. She was always far more interested in politics than I am. And I always told my mother, she's really, really tough, Alex. She always told my brothers and me, nobody can make me feel inferior without your permission. And I always told my mom, if she ran for office, she'd be governor. If she went into crime, she'd be Jack the Ripper.
Do you think you'd be able to switch her over to the Republican side now?
I got a feeling she'd vote for me. She might not change her heart, but she'd vote for me. By the way, I also have two brothers, both of whom are gone. My older brother was my best friend. He died on September 13, 2019, Friday the 13th. My little brother, Dennis, was diabetic. He died about 35 years ago. So I have no close family anymore, but I know they're watching from above, and I think they would be pleased.
And just lastly, what's the biggest surprise of actually doing this, of going through this process? How is it maybe different than you thought it would be?
And if you do win the governorship, and
then I win. Please, don't be negative.
And you no longer have...
You guys are brutal. You guys are brutal.
Your career in broadcast and radio, would you miss that?
You know, I miss being on radio a lot less than I thought, and I'm enjoying running for office a lot more than I thought. I thought it would be difficult to ask people for money, but I remember Senator Phil Gramm from Texas years ago. He ran. He was kind of an obscure senator. He didn't get very far, but he used to say, if I'm not happy about who I am and what I am, and if I don't believe in what I believe in, I couldn't ask people for money. But as long as I believe in what I believe in, I don't have a problem asking people for money. And I found out that I don't have a problem asking people for money. I was told that you're going to spend about 75% of your time asking people for money, and that's exactly what I have been spending. And I knew that it was going to be brutal. I knew that anything and everything I ever said would be dredged up. I've been on radio for 27 years. And for most of my career, Marla, about half of my career, I was on for 4 hours a day, not 3 hours a day. There's almost 27,000 hours of programming. I've written about 1,200 articles because I've been a syndicated columnist ever since April of 1998. And so far, the best they can do is come up with a handful of things taken out of context to make me appear to be some sort of bad, mean guy who's going to do everything but reenact slavery. It's been almost kind of amusing. I think I'm doing far better than I thought I would do. I'm way ahead of my rivals, even though one of us on this panel criticized me for not showing up on a debate, claiming that it was going to be the death knell of my candidacy. It hasn't done anything. I knew it wouldn't do anything. If anything, my lead has increased. So things are going pretty well. I'm not going to identify who that panelist is, but Marla, I think you might know who it is.
Yes, we wanted you to come to the debate, and there's great value in coming, but clearly you're doing a pretty good job of running your campaign strategy so far, Larry. It's a great privilege to talk to you. Thank you for being so generous with your time. I hope you'll join us on our statewide political show again soon because it's such an important conversation. We appreciate you having it with us.
And come back at 7 o'clock again. Thank you, Larry.
And please go to electelder.com, throw something in the tip jar, because this guy can raise an unlimited amount of money. I cannot. Electelder.com.
He has no problem asking for money, including on this show. Larry Elder, great to see you. Good luck and stay safe on the campaign trail.
Thank you.
All right, Fox 11 Los Angeles interviewing Larry Elder right there. We'll be hearing from Kevin Faulkner in just a moment, but we do want to take you out to some remarks that were just live of Vice President Kamala Harris. She is currently in Vietnam right now, meeting with some change makers in Vietnam. So we'll listen into that roundtable discussion with her and other leaders.
Society is weaker when anyone is left out of the opportunity to participate. That is the spirit with which I believe we are joined together today, and I will state that the United States, especially through our work with USAID, is proud to support the kind of advocacy and leadership that is demonstrated by the leaders at this table. So thank you all, and I'm looking forward to our discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would really like now for our guests to go around the room and introduce themselves and their organizations.
Madam Vice President, my name is Lanai. I'm a founder and director of local radio within the ACDC in Bangladesh. We are working for the unity in my countries. We focus on two things. First, around the disability of and secondly, that we serve our community in the community level. We have a safety.
Okay, so it does look like that shot was having some issues, some connectivity issues. But again, just wanted to show you just portions of that meeting right there, as she has spent the last few days in Vietnam. She's also going to be heading away from Vietnam, going to Honolulu, as they will be talking about COVID-19, and we'll be speaking with leaders out there as well. She will be participating in a troop engagement event at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, and there's going to be a little bit of coverage out there. She will also go to San Francisco, just where we were in California, and we're going to be going back out to California, but it does look like they figured out this shot just a little bit. Let's listen back in for a moment.
During the policy advocacy process. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Vice President. I'm Tim. I'm the Deputy Director from Pluto Social Enterprise, and our organization focusing on providing health care services for LGBT communities, focusing on HIV and STIs. And we also doing communication project to change the LGBT community behaviors related to sex behavior. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nguyen. I'm the founder and director of LiveNOW. We are a local NGO. We focus a lot on climate change, on environment, and on youth and children empowerment. And I'm really happy to see the current commitment of the US on the climate change. I think that it's really inspired our leaders and our citizens to do more on climate and environment issue.
Thank you. Thank you.
So with that, I would now like to thank the press and the media for taking the time to attend this morning. We very much appreciate you being here. MC personnel will now escort you out of the building.
So extremely brief remarks right there, the press being kind of pushed out of the room. We want to show you a little clearer picture of what Vice President Kamala Harris also was active on today. She tweeted out saying, "Today, on the 3-year anniversary of his passing, I paid my respects to an American hero, Senator John McCain. At this site in 1967, then Lieutenant Commander McCain was shot down. We honor his sacrifice in Vietnam and the sacrifice of all our men and women in uniform." We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, going back into some of the California recall election news and coverage. Kevin Faulconer earlier today making his way, campaigning to California residents, explaining why he thinks he should be the next governor of California. That's in 2 minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, a live look from San Francisco, California. We are sticking in California right now, going to listen in to Kevin Faulconer, one of the Republican candidates running for governor of California, a former mayor for San Diego. He's kind of touting his accomplishments, his past accomplishments, and what he looks to achieve in the state in this address. Take a listen.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for what you and everyone at Crime Victims United does for our state, for our families, and for justice in California. And let me just say how honored I am to have your endorsement, to have your support. Let me be very direct and very clear. I am going to put victims first and criminals in jail. That's the approach that I'm going to take as your governor. And as we see a governor that turns a blind eye to what is happening on the streets, not just here in the Bay Area, but across California, with rising crime, murders up 30%, a governor who enabled the defund the police movement. I took a dramatically different approach. As mayor of San Diego, I did not defund the police. I increased the budget. I increased the budget because I understand that if we don't have a safe city, we don't have anything. If we don't have a safe state, we don't have anything. And if we want the best and brightest men and women out there protecting us, wearing that badge, we better darn well give them the training, the tools, and the resources to be successful. Every Californian deserves to feel and be safe. That is what today is all about. And to have a governor that understands how important that is. Instead, as what you just heard from Nina, is that we have a governor that is allowing more and more felons early parole, early release. That's not how we're going to make our community safer. And so to everybody who's watching and your support, thank you for being here and standing with us. Thank you for believing in safe neighborhoods. I am going to be a governor that protects our families, that protects our cities, that again will put victims first. And I will support legislation that helps victims, and I will veto legislation that doesn't. This is going to be a sea change in California. We're going to turn the tide on rising crime. It's that critical, it's that important. And next up, I'd like to introduce a gentleman that knows something about that, who's been been a real leader in terms of victims' issues, understands from a law enforcement background how important it is to have a safe state. Senator Lackey, I'm very glad that you were here, sir, and thank you for everything that you continue to do for our great state.
Thank you. Well, as you've heard from those who have already spoken, California clearly is in crisis because we don't have safe streets. And it's because we've had the lack of leadership from our governor. I can tell you, as the Vice Chair of Public Safety in the State Assembly, it's very discouraging to see the focus be on offenders and victims are completely forgotten. I'm very, very thankful that this mayor has proven, he's proven with his experience that his focus is in the right area. And it's actually hard for me to believe that people are not more sympathetic to victims. If you are a victim, clearly it becomes very, very important. Let me just talk to you and close with this. The biggest victim is a murder victim. And right now, the state of California, as of last year, has a 13-year high in murders. And what was one of the very first things this governor did? He went against his word and he overturned the death penalty, and he put an end to the death penalty. Folks, that is the kind of leadership that we need to dismiss, and I'm very much looking forward to working with this mayor here as the governor, because he not only understands victims, but he also understands those who are sympathetic to victims, and those are our law enforcement. As you know, law enforcement has been under assault because of some poor judgment by some who wear the uniform, and some adjustment needs to be made. But the extreme nature and dismissing the entire profession, as has been done and been supported by this governor, is the wrong pathway. We need to support our caring law enforcement who are trying to help us understand the power of safety, and I'm very, very thankful for the example set by Mayor Faulkner, and I look forward to supporting this overturn. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Thank you for all of your help and your support. And next up, I'd like to introduce our former police chief of the city of San Diego, the first female police chief in the history of San Diego, who I appointed on the very first day in office because I knew what Chief Zimmerman was going to do in terms of making our city safe. And under her leadership, San Diego was selected as the safest big city in America. We're going to take that same approach statewide. Chief Zimmerman, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Mayor Faulkner. To repeat, my name is Shelley Zimmerman. I am a 35-year law enforcement professional and the former chief of police of the San Diego Police Department. When Mayor Faulkner was mayor, I was chief of police, and I worked shoulder to shoulder with him to make San Diego one of the safest and the safest city in America. I'm here because we must stand up for victims of crime. And I will tell you from firsthand experience, Kevin Faulkner will fight for crime victims. First and foremost, there was a lack of accountability on our streets. Criminals know that many crimes will not be treated seriously due to policy decisions and state laws that have limited the tools of law enforcement. What is incredibly troubling to me is that Gavin Newsom and others have dismissed the crime spike occurring right now across our state because the crime statistics have not yet reached the awful numbers from our past. Let's never forget that these numbers represent real people. Our mothers and fathers, our sisters and brothers, our friends and our neighbors. Let me be blunt. When you're the victim, there is no acceptable level of crime. Kevin Faulconer knows that, and his record proves it. Kevin Faulconer knows that to prevent crime, we must hold criminals accountable and have consequences. That was his approach in San Diego, and it made our city safer. Every single community across California deserves to feel safe and be safe. Californians can trust that Kevin Faulconer will stand up for crime victims and keep our communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Sullivan. Nina, thank you all very, very much for your tireless efforts on behalf of our state and our community. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. We'll come on down and answer any questions one-on-one. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chief.
Oh, thank you.
Stranger, how you doing? Good to see you.
From you. We'll have
So you've been listening in to Kevin Faulconer as he is, again, the former mayor of San Diego. A lot of those San Diego officials coming forward and endorsing him in this race for the governor's seat in California. He has always ran on a platform of supporting the police, and he's going to answer some reporter questions right now. So we're going to stay with this and listen to what these reporters have to ask him, as he has a series of different platforms that he runs on, not only just in police reform, but also in targeting homelessness across the state of California.
Nope. That's it.
You guys want to come on? You want to bring the cameras up again?
Just a quick audio check.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Right over here. Just talk loud.
Do you want to come right over here? We're going to come on a little closer. I will talk loud. Happy to do so.
There we go. Yeah, a little bit behind.
Is that okay? I understand how important it is to stand up for victims. And the fact that we are seeing crime rise dramatically throughout our state, I think speaks volumes. The Californians know we need to change at the top as governor. I'm going to bring my experience. I'm going to bring my experience as mayor of San Diego, where we were the safest big city in America. Why? Because we stood up to protect neighborhoods. We took a strong stand against crime, and we supported law enforcement to go out and do the job that they need to do. That's the exact same approach that I will take as governor.
Mayor, you supported Donald Trump for president. Are you seeking his endorsement in this election?
No, I'm not seeking any national endorsements. I'm seeking the endorsements of great groups like here in California with our Crime Victims United, that I think makes a huge difference in this race. And why I feel so passionately about this endorsement is because I understand the victims have rights. Victims have to be put front and center. Victims have to have a governor that's going to support them, not a governor like Gavin Newsom who enables the defund the police movement.
Now, Newsom only has another roughly year left in his administration. So if you were to win, what would Californians see in the first few weeks of your administration that would make all this worth the effort?
From day one, I'm going to set the tone that we have to be a safe state. As I said, putting victims first is incredibly important, and because we've had a governor that has enabled the defund the police movement, thinks it was okay. It's not. Not only did I stand up against when I had hundreds of protesters in my house when I was mayor of San Diego, but I increased the budget. So you're going to see a governor that supports law enforcement, that supports keeping our cities safe, and a governor that is not going to loosen penalties. We have a governor that doesn't seem to believe that there should be consequences for actions. I do, and I will take a vastly different approach.
Hey, what about things like mask mandates, vaccination to enter buildings, mandates, things of that nature?
Yeah, I strongly believe that everybody should get vaccinated. That's how we're going to work our way out of COVID-19. And I also believe that what we should not have in California is a one-size-fits-all approach that we've seen from this governor. We have to allow our local health officials and doctors to make those determinations at the local level based upon the facts of the ground, because our state is so big, our state is so diverse. So as governor, that will be my approach rather than a one-size-fits-all, top-down only approach. That's not what we should be doing in California.
But here in the Bay Area, each county health officer makes their own decisions.
It should, and I will support those local elected officials continuing to make the decisions based upon the facts of the ground.
So that wouldn't really change then from what we have now.
I will continue to support our local health officials to make those changes that they need to make, again, and not where we saw from a governor, for example, who shut down outdoor dining in this state with absolutely no science behind the outdoor spread of COVID-19. It's incredibly important that we not have a one-size-fits-all policy, and that we let our local health officials, our schools working with parents, make those decisions based upon the facts of the ground. That's how we're going to get over COVID-19. What else? Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Nina?
So just want to show you that full event from earlier. Kevin Faulconer, the former mayor of San Diego, really pushing forward and pushing the idea that he supports police officers, and that would change under if he was able to take the seat as governor of California. I want to show you a live look out of California. When we come back, we're going to an event that is fully against the whole recall election. We'll show you what East Bay Area leaders had to say in 2 minutes. Even though I wore my... So welcome Welcome back here to Live Now. We're showing you this event out of the East Bay area. You're going to hear from leaders who are against the California recall altogether, saying that it prohibits the correct election process, that it's against voting rights in general. And they're going to explain some of their other reasons here. This as voters are already getting out in California and voting for some of those candidates. You just heard from Kevin Faulconer. You heard from Larry Elder, who as of right now is leading. He is the front contender when it comes to taking this seat, possibly from Governor Gavin Newsom as we see it. Let's listen in.
Roll back our COVID-19 pandemic efforts. We don't want to roll back climate change. We don't want to roll back our economic recovery or our minimum wage or our efforts on immigration. For all those reasons, we have to stand up and say no to this recall. So I want to introduce my co-chair, Andreas Kluver from the Building Trades. Please come on up.
Thank you, Liz. Andreas Kluver, Secretary-Treasurer of the Alameda County Building and Construction Trades Council, also co-chair on Working Families Say No on the recall. I represent 28 unions in construction, and these unions understand that defeating the recall is of crucial importance to our members and all working families in California. If we get a Trump-style Republican as governor, we're going to see those rollbacks in wages, benefits, health care, and jobs. We've had a vibrant economy under the last two administrations, so vibrant, in fact, that we were able to survive this pandemic economically and be able to make sure people are sheltered and still have an income. So it is of critical importance that we vote no on the recall. Next, I'd like to introduce Assemblywoman Buffy Wicks, a real champion of labor.
Thank you. My name is Buffy Wicks. I represent the beautiful East Bay of California. And I am proud to stand with Gavin Newsom today and our brothers and sisters in the labor movement and Mayor Libby Schaaf and millions of other Californians to say no on the recall. So let's talk about what's at stake. The leading Republican opponent, Larry Elder, is perpetuating anti-vaxxer conspiracy theorists. He believes climate change is a hoax. He wants to take us back to the 1950s. Is this the person that should govern the most diverse, inclusive, progressive, innovative state in the United States of America? No. Let me tell you a little bit about the Gavin Newsom that I know, who I have worked with side by side for years, working to end our gun violence epidemic in our communities. He has given hundreds of millions of dollars of investments right here in Oakland to end our gun violence epidemic. He has fought to end climate change. He has fought for access to health care. He has stood with our brothers and sisters in the labor movement, fighting for collective bargaining. And I know that right now, when you look across this country, when you look across this globe, we are in the most challenging times our nation has ever seen. We have a racial reckoning to deal with. We have a global pandemic. We have economic fault. We have communities who are suffering. And look at what we're doing here in California. We have the highest vaccination rate in the country. We are opening our schools safely. He is working with our brothers and sisters in the labor movement to bring up all boats so that all of our families rise, so that we can recover from this global pandemic. I proudly stand with Gavin Newsom today and through his entire tenure. I stand with our brothers and our sisters in the labor movement, and I'm proud to vote no on the recall.
Good morning. I'm Libby Schaaf, proud mayor of the great city of Oakland, where we are today. A city that has always been about working families. I am here to say that voting no on the recall is a matter of life and death. I'm serious. What we have here is Larry Elder, a crazier Trumpster than Trump himself. When you vote no on this recall, you are voting no on eliminating a minimum wage. You are voting no on taking away choice. You are voting no on taking away life-saving health orders like wearing a mask. That's what you're voting for. Dig through that mail on your dining room table. There's probably a ballot in there. I know I already got mine and I ran. I did not walk to the mailbox. I ran to the mailbox to cast my no on the recall vote. I talked to mayors across this country who are at war with their Republican governors. They're at war fighting for basic health mandates, to get vaccines into their communities, to get stimulus checks and rent relief into their communities. All the things that we have had answered by our Governor Gavin Newsom, who cares for the people, who has a heart for working families. All of that is at stake if Democrats do not come out and vote no in this recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we have another mayor from the city of Berkeley, Mayor Jesse Arreguin.
We're here this morning united. East Bay labor, civic leaders, environmentalists to speak with one voice that we are united against this wasteful partisan recall election. This recall is a real threat against the progress that we are making here in California to fight this global pandemic and provide housing and economic security for our neighbors during this very challenging time. And this recall will have serious destabilizing effects on our state at a critical time. Our governor has demonstrated great leadership in managing this global pandemic, but we know the Delta variant is still with us and COVID-19 is not over. Yet his main Republican challenger would roll back mask and vaccine mandates and has promoted COVID deniers. We need leaders that will prioritize science and safety over politics. And let's call this recall what it is. It's a right-wing power grab of our state. Gavin Newsom was overwhelmingly elected governor of California in 2018. But rather than waiting another year for the next election, Republicans funded by outside interests and Trump supporters have used this recall process and wasted hundreds of millions of dollars of our taxpayer money to foist this recall on the people of California. This recall is a serious threat to our state's values, and we all must vote no on the recall question by September 14th. From COVID-19 to worsening air quality and wildfires, to the growing housing and homelessness crisis, we have real challenges here in California, and we need real leadership to solve them. So if you believe that climate change is real and is an emergency, vote no. If you believe that raising the minimum wage is a priority, vote no. If you believe that health care is a human right, vote no on the recall. Republicans know that turnout in a special election will be low, and they're counting on you not to vote. Prove them wrong. Vote today. Tell your friends and neighbors to turn in their recall ballot. Let's get the word out and defeat this partisan Republican recall. Thank you.
I would next like to introduce our City of Oakland Council President, Nikki Fortuno-Bass.
Good morning. I am proud to stand together with our leaders, with working families, with environmentalists, with housing advocates to say no on the recall. And I invite you to join me because we have made progress and we cannot afford to have that rolled back. We have been able to provide rent relief to tenants. We've been able to provide relief to our small businesses, to advance housing our unsheltered population, and all of that is with the leadership of our governor. And our message is simple today. Stand with working families, stand with environmentalists, stand with housing and homeless advocates, stand with leaders in Oakland who want a just economic recovery, and join me in voting no on the recall. Thank you.
Next, we have the Honorable Carol Fife, who stands for working families when we say housing is a human right. Carol.
Thank you, Liz. That is correct. My name is Carol Fife. I'm the council member for this district. I'm the council member for this district where we're standing today, and I do stand with working families. And it is so critical that the money that is going into this recall campaign is seen by voters as ridiculous. It's seen as waste. And because I'm an organizer first, what I'm encouraging people who are listening and watching and paying attention to this election today is to call 10 of your friends, right? I'm an organizer, and I'm urging everyone to organize their personal circles in this moment and call 10 of their friends and say, hey, did you get your ballot? Because this election is critical. If we want to retain the recent victories that we've had around renter protections, making sure that people who are facing eviction in this pandemic stay housed and don't end up on our streets, make sure that you vote. This is urgent. Things can get incredibly worse. And I was shocked at the labor event that occurred last week when we heard from the governor say that this is the 6th attempt. There have been 6 recall attempts. And how incredibly wasteful for this state. How much would we be able to do with the hundreds of millions of dollars that taxpayers are having to pay for this, to fight wildfires, to invest in public safety, to invest in real permanent housing solutions. So once again, if you are paying attention to this recall, there are people who are not. So make sure that you grab everyone in your circle, a minimum of 10 people, and tell them to tell 10 more people to vote in this election. We are standing with working families, we are standing with labor, and we vote no on this recall. Thank you.
I would next like to introduce a leading East Bay affordable housing advocate, Gloria Bruce.
Thank you, Andreas, and everyone. I'm so glad to be here today. On my day job, I'm with East Bay Housing Organizations, but I'm really here today just as someone who loves Oakland, loves the East Bay, loves California, and knows all that it can be at its best, and doesn't want to see it go even further towards its worst. Too many of us know that there are too many people living outdoors. We may know people who are struggling with housing problems, and I guarantee you this recall could make those problems even worse. We need strong and continued leadership so that we can continue to work together to get people homes, heal from COVID, and build cities that welcome everyone. Getting people housed is a long fight, and we need the people in the job to stay there to do that. Let's keep on turning hotels into homes and coming together. This recall would stop that progress in its tracks. So if you say that we should have no more people living outdoors, no more families struggling between rent and health care, no more political games that get in the way of what we need to do to house people and heal, then it's really simple. Vote no on this recall. Thank you.
And finally, I'd like to introduce, from the Sierra Club, Olga Bolotina.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Olga Bolotina, and I represent 35,000 members across the Bay Area. And we're saying no to recall because we don't want to roll back the climate change protections. Climate change is real. It's not just the state, the world issue. It's the smoke in our houses. It's the water that threatens to flood our houses. Our children breathe this air. It's personal. It's local. Let's stand together. I'm not an environmentalist. I want to be very clear. I'm a pragmatist who's fighting for our future together with the labor and our elected officials. Let's stand together and vote no on the recall, loud and clear. Let's preserve our gains for climate, for our children, for ourselves, for our future. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers. So I want to thank everyone and get one group shot of us saying no on the recall. No, voting no on the recall? All right, let's do this. One, yeah. No on recall! No. No on the recall! No on recall!
Why you're voting no, and we'll let you move on to your day. There's coffee and pastries. Much love for all of you guys. Okay? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
I know, it's been forever.
What do you want?
I want everybody.
Same. Probably the best way to characterize it. Let me get. I don't know. I might have. Okay. Let me just see. Can we get? Yeah.
Takes me a couple days sometimes. You guys have to.
I like the
Oh, yesterday morning.
When you're ready, Buffy, right over here at that setup. Sure.
Hey, they reached out to me.
Sorry to interrupt.
All right, so we were just watching that event there in the Bay Area as many people who were speaking out. They do not want the recall election to happen there in the state of California, but it is going on. We will have continuing live coverage of it as it happens September the 14th. We'll be talking to hopefully some of the candidates who are running in that recall election and kind of covering all of the angles of this. We've been doing that for some time here on Live Now. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you for being with us on your Wednesday night. It's been very, very busy so far. We're going to go to just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, a lot more where that came from. We're going to leave you, though, with this beautiful shot in the Bay Area. It's about a little after 9 p.m. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We were just looking right there at the Bay Area as traffic makes its way over that bridge there across the bay. I'm Andrew Kraft. It's a little after 9 p.m. here. We're going to focus on some coronavirus news at the moment. Some of our affiliates put together some really great segments on what you need to know as we are still in the grips of this pandemic. The Delta variant still surging, cases high, hospitalizations high in some states around the country. So Fox 2 Detroit, though, looking at vaccine mandates. Businesses, universities, other organizations mandating students, employees, and the like to get vaccinated or undergo regular COVID-19 testing. We're going to look at all of those different angles right now.
I'm just a little paranoid myself.
Despite new COVID vaccination mandates at several universities, social events, and establishments, many students are still hesitant to get the vaccine. But Eva Dodds, a college admissions counselor with CollegeWise, says young people are being tempted by a quick fix that could have long-term consequences. Criminals are cashing in by creating phony COVID vaccination cards and selling them on social media sites.
The frustration level is making students make stupid, rash, quick decisions like, oh, this is the instant fix. Fake vax card, I'm set. You're not set. You have now just set yourself up for a lifetime of holding your breath every time you apply for a job and wondering if that time you got busted for a fake vax card is going to come back to haunt you.
Even though at the very least we're told it's against federal law, new sites are popping up as quickly as they're being taken down. Another issue, the CDC's vaccination record card is basically a piece of paper, very easy to duplicate and very challenging to verify.
There's no way to monitor it. The issue is the cards are so simple, the government rushed it. And if you look at a lot of the other countries in the world, they went with more of a digital tracking method. Not to say that the CDC doesn't have a record of everyone that took the vaccine, but it's not as easy for that information to be open to the public.
Cybersecurity expert Dan Izadorek, who owns PC Miracles based in Pontiac, tells us it's also tough to monitor the dark web and social media where people in several countries are selling the fraudulent cards. But there are some things to look for.
Some of the dates that are being put on the fake ones is inaccurate. And then some of the locations of where the vaccine was given has been found to be false.
However, universities like U of M and Western have quickly put verification processes in place, and other colleges are expected to follow. In the meantime, students who heard about forging vax cards are worried not enough is being done.
It's an issue, and I don't think it's been addressed by local or federal officials. If you're trying to circumvent the rules, there should be consequences.
It may take time, but Dodds says falsifying records will catch up with you, which will be on your permanent record and will likely prevent you from furthering your education. She's telling students it's not worth it.
Go do the right thing and get the vaccine, or if you're anti-vax or you cannot get the vaccine, take a gap year.
I'm Taryn Asher, Fox 2 News.
If you've been watching any kind of news, you know that the issue of mandatory vaccination has been controversial across the nation, but it's not shaping up to be a very adversarial issue in Van Buren Township.
We are the trailblazer, simply meaning we are the first jurisdiction in the state of Michigan to do this. There's a reason why the other 1,820 jurisdictions did not do it. It's not right. Government should not be intervening in this.
As far as we can tell, that's true. Van Buren Township, one of the first municipalities in Michigan to require that all township employees get vaccinated against COVID-19. The Michigan Townships Association tells us they don't know of any others.
There should be a freedom of choice, just like every other municipality in the state of Michigan.
We have employees that provide public service, and we should require them to get vaccinated.
The decision coming from a recent township board meeting. The township supervisor says yes, the decision would require all employees to be vaccinated. The mandate takes effect August 16th, but pretty much all the other policy surrounding that decision is still up in the air. Like what happens to employees if they don't get vaccinated? That's still an open question.
We're working with the unions right now to try and come up with some common ground. I don't know what that common ground is just yet. The board has not directed me to terminate employees at this time, and I will not terminate employees until the board directs me to do that.
Ultimately, what do you want to do?
I have to speak for the board, but personally, I would rather go back to the way to the CDC and state guidelines.
Besides freedom, the head of the Van Buren Township Police and Dispatchers Union says the issue is also about keeping critical police and fire employees on the job. His union filing a class action grievance against the township.
It's hard enough to hire police officers right now, which reduces our numbers as far as our membership. You reduce our numbers as far as membership. It used to be a time where you could just hire police officers. You can't do that anymore.
And to make it absolutely clear, that mandatory vaccination date is still August 16th. That is the policy as of right now. But the township supervisor is working very closely with all the interested parties on this, and it's very possible that the board could reconsider. In Van Buren Township, Hillary Goulston, Fox 2 News.
As hospitals and universities continue to announce COVID-19 vaccine mandates, businesses are also considering how to handle an employee's vaccination status. But when it comes to collecting unemployment, what happens to employees who are fired for refusing to get the shot?
This is no different than maintaining a driver's license for a taxi cab driver. Once that becomes a prerequisite of employment, it is possible, if not likely, that you could be denied unemployment by just having inaction or otherwise refusing to even try to deal with that issue whatsoever.
Tony Paris is the lead attorney for the Sugar Law Center for Economic and Social Justice in Detroit. The nonprofit provides legal representation to people in need.
We try to figure out whether or not the employer had a policy that was communicated to the employee, that was uniformly enforced, that had been on the books and given notice to all the employees, and whether or not the employee intentionally disregarded it.
Paris stresses each situation is different and there are exemptions for religious beliefs and medical conditions. We reached out to the Unemployment Insurance Agency asking about their policy and are waiting to hear back. Meanwhile, Paris says it also depends on how clearly an employer communicates their vaccine requirement.
You also have it where the employer didn't enforce the policy uniformly, just brought it up, or didn't even have an articulated policy on it, just said everybody get vaxxed. Then those folks have a chance at staying on unemployment insurance benefits while not getting vaccinated.
Paris says if you claim you have a religious or medical exemption, you're going to have to prove to the UIA you do indeed have those exceptions. Otherwise, you're not going to get unemployment. I'm Veronica Meadows, Fox 2 News.
We thank Fox 2 Detroit for really great information there. We're going to continue in the same vein talking about the coronavirus pandemic. Fox 26 in Houston speaking to a doctor there about the situation with the pandemic. We know Texas cases are up, hospitalizations are up, especially cases among school-aged children as they head back to school. Here's that conversation.
Students aren't eligible for the COVID vaccine just yet.
Right now, only kids 12 and up can get the shot. So where do we stand on getting the younger population protected against COVID? Dr. Jim Versalovich, pathologist in chief and interim pediatrician in chief at Texas Children's Hospital, is live with us this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Good morning.
Well, I want to take you back to this. When the CDC said in May kids as young as 12 could get vaccinated, it's now been 3 months later. Kind of walk us through what's happening behind the scenes right now to get the shot authorized for younger kids.
Well, thank you. In the midst of this Delta surge, it is so vitally important that we continue to move briskly ahead with our goal of getting vaccines to children this fall. We are very actively at Texas Children's and with our partners at Baylor College of Medicine throughout the greater Houston area. We are certainly doing our very best to provide vaccines to teenagers and adolescents 12 and above. And we are now well into phase 2-3 combined of the pediatric vaccine trials. The next group will be those ages 5 to 11, school-age children. Our goal is to get all data ready for an authorization by the FDA in October, working with other leading children's hospitals across the country.
Well, we know that many families right here in our own backyard have put their kids in those trials to see if this is safe and effective for children under 12. What are you hearing so far about side effects? I know that's always a major concern for our families, wondering, is this truly safe for my child?
So it's a great question, and this is why the FDA just asked all the centers, including Texas Children's, to expand the trials very recently, called a safety expansion, just to reassure everyone that these vaccines are safe and effective in children under 12. And thus far, these vaccines have been very safe. Certainly, the safety that we saw with adults is certainly there with children, the safety data, I should say. We moved through phase 1 very smoothly and wrapped that up in the month of June. And so we've been on schedule. And at this point in time, we are monitoring children very carefully every one of them, as we're one of the leading centers in the country with this pediatric vaccine trials and working with both Pfizer and Moderna with mRNA vaccines. So we know these vaccines are now fully FDA approved for those 16 and above. We are certainly noting that the safety data here is holding up very well in children, and we're expanding those trials. And we have certainly changed the dosing to address the fact that we are dealing with children, not adults. So we've tailored these trials and the vaccines for children.
So basically, what you're saying is, Doctor, kids can get a much smaller dose of the vaccine than adults, but do they still get the same immune response with that smaller dose?
Yes, so we are administering smaller doses, and that is, of course, to keep an eye on safety, while at the same time giving them a sufficient dose so that they can mount an effective immune response to this virus. Obviously, we know that this has taken its toll on children now during the Delta surge, more than 1,300 cases in the past week. That's a new high in this pandemic. And I want to highlight again the fact that we have so many hospitalized children. We know that these vaccines are going to prevent symptomatic infections, prevent many hospitalizations. That is clearly very important, safety and effectiveness. But that is a key point. We've tailored the doses so that we can administer them safely to children. And at the same time, monitoring the immune responses in these children, which we're doing now and in the weeks ahead. And we are seeing effective immune responses against the virus. And that's why we've progressed so rapidly through phase 2-3, because the results have been impressive. And of course, we'll be aggregating the data with other leading children's hospitals across the country in the weeks ahead as we prepare for submission to the FDA with both Pfizer and Moderna.
Well, it sounds promising, and hopefully we can help protect children as much as we can. It's a trying time for parents as they send their kids off to school and deal with the numbers, like you mentioned, right here in the Houston area. Thank you for your time from Texas Children's Hospital today.
Thank you. We just want to reassure parents that help is on the way with vaccines. Masking so important right now, the other safety measures, but these are temporary measures as we work to get vaccines to children as quickly as possible.
Doctor, thank you for your time from Texas Children's this morning.
Really great information there, especially for parents who are wondering, it's on their minds, when will the vaccine be approved for children ages 5 to 11, especially they'll be in school this year as well, but masked up in most places around the country. Anyway, we're going to be going out now again to Fox 26 in Houston. They're talking to yet another doctor about the situation. Let's listen in.
Let's talk about COVID vaccines, but next week, many clinics and pharmacies will start offering flu shots. It may feel like vaccine overload, but the shots are another line of defense in the middle of a pandemic. Here with more is Dr. Melanie Mazoon with Kelsey-Seybold Clinic to talk about it. Hi there. Good morning to you.
Hi, good morning.
Well, let's talk about what we can expect from the flu season. Obviously, we have no crystal ball here. Last season, it seems like we were really blessed with a break in the flu season because everybody was wearing a mask. Now it's hit or miss with those masks. Are you expecting more flu this year than what we saw in the past year?
Well, it really does depend on the mask wearing, I'm afraid, and on the vaccination rates. So if people will wear their masks through this Delta surge, I think we'll be fine until the masks start to come off. We know from other viruses, the respiratory syncytial virus this summer, that they sort of laid in wait and then jumped out at us in the summertime when they're usually a winter virus. And so I expect that there's flu out there that will start transmitting as soon as the masks start coming off again. So it is a concern, particularly because people who've had COVID and have some lung damage from that are going to be especially vulnerable.
And I do feel like people may be a little overwhelmed with vaccines right now. What would you say to somebody who said, no, enough already, I don't want to get that flu vaccine as well?
I think it's very important to remember the protection. You know, flu killed more people than any other vaccine preventable disease every year until COVID came along. And it's really rather dwarfed by the COVID. You know, many more people have died from that than from an annual flu season. But it's a deadly virus, and it particularly affects people who have immune compromise, just as the Delta, and it has very similar symptoms. So getting a flu vaccine can help you kind of reduce the number of runny noses you have and the number of times you have to get tested for COVID, and particularly reduce the chances that you would get double infection, either one right after the other or both at the same time, which did happen with some other serious respiratory infections in children this summer.
Thank you for bringing up those symptoms, because this could get very confusing if flu does start to make a comeback, because those symptoms look a lot alike other than perhaps loss of taste or smell.
Yeah, or COVID toes, some of those bizarre things are not going to happen with flu, but flu does cause aches and pains, headache, fever, sore throat, runny nose, very similar to COVID, but it's less likely to go down in your lungs, but it's actually the flu down in your lungs that does cause the deaths every year from flu. So again, we have to remember that both of these are going to attack the same systems, and you don't want both infections at once. And so anything you can do to prevent either one or both, you should do, and that includes getting both vaccines.
Well, now that all of our hospitals are filling up and ICU beds are very difficult to find, we are seeing a lot of lines building up for people to get that COVID vaccine right now. But what about the timing of those? How would you space out a COVID-19 vaccine and a flu vaccine?
So there's really no reason to space them out. Early on, we were spacing vaccines for COVID from other vaccines so that we would know the side effect profile. We'd know what to blame on the COVID vaccine, but we know that now. So you can get those two on the same day. It's a little bit difficult. Many of the mass vaccination centers are not going to be offering both vaccines. So you might have to get one and then, go someplace else for the other. If you were at a pharmacy, you might be able to get the flu vaccine while you're waiting, doing the 15-minute wait after the COVID vaccine. It'll just depend on the site, but you can get them both on the same day, so you don't need to space them out.
And it's hard to believe we are already ending August very soon. Usually it seems like mid-September or so is when we really start seeing those flu vaccines come out. Is that about the same timing this year?
Right, the manufacturers deliver it towards the end of August, and we start immunizing in September. There is some evidence that, we want people immunized by the end of October to do the best job of protecting against the flu season.
All right, Dr. Mazzoon, thank you for your time from Kelsey-Seybold Clinic today.
Really interesting stuff there about not only the COVID-19 vaccines, but the flu vaccine as well. That doctor there in Houston saying you can get them basically at the same time to ward against both the coronavirus and influenza. Anyway, we're going to be still talking about the coronavirus, but political speaking, because Vice President Harris just made remarks in Hanoi in Vietnam about some of these doses of the vaccine that the United States has given to the country of Vietnam. We have some of these remarks of this announcement by Vice President Harris just moments ago. Let's listen in.
What is morally right to do, and it is obviously also a public health issue, and really speaks to the importance of the relationships and the partnerships that we have as Americans around the world when it comes to dealing with this crisis, which is the global health crisis. So we're very proud to see that this delivery has made it here and will get into the arms of the Vietnamese people.
Madam Vice President, the COVID origin report and thank you, Paul. Thank you. We're going to head back to the vans. Thank you. Follow Harvey.
Oh, so very, very brief right there. But we did just want to show you her remarks. She was meeting in Hanoi there. I just want to give you some more context. She dropped by the National Institute of Hygiene and Epidemiology to highlight the United States' commitment to ending the pandemic. The National Institute of Hygiene and Epidemiology will receive 270,000 doses of the Pfizer vaccine that will have arrived earlier that morning there. The Vice President announced today that the United States is donating an additional 1 million Pfizer doses to Vietnam, bringing the United States' total donation to 6 million doses to the country of Vietnam. The U.S. also delivered 500,000 doses to Ho Chi Minh City also today. And so that was just one instance in the Vice President's foreign trip to Southeast Asia. She was first in Singapore. She's been in Vietnam the last 2 days, shoring up our relations there in Southeast Asia, mostly as a bulwark against Beijing, and in China, talking about a number of different issues in the region. She's heading back to the United States a little later today with a waypoint, a stop in Honolulu, then back to San Francisco, then back to Washington. So if we hear or see from the Vice President at all on any of these stops still in Vietnam, we'll bring them to you live as they happen. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you for being with us. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We have more where that came from on this Wednesday night. Thanks for being with us. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we're going to continue with our coverage of the COVID-19 pandemic. And as you know, the intelligence agencies have apparently released an classified report on the origins of the coronavirus. Many in the press have not seen that. We're hoping to get some snippets that are unclassified, but Fox 13 in Tampa looked especially on what could possibly be in that report that was presented to President Biden. Remember, he gave the intelligence agencies 90 days to come up with this intelligence assessment about what could have led to the COVID-19 pandemic, the origins of that. So let's hear what they have to say.
Preparing to declassify a report on the origins of COVID-19. At the same time, the Chinese government is spreading false claims that the virus was leaked from a military lab in the United States. Okay, here now to explain is political editor Craig Patrick. So, Craig, put this into context for us. What's going on here?
Well, it looks as if the government of China is concerned that findings, evidence in this U.S. intelligence report, once it's fully declassified, will implicate the Chinese government through its research lab in releasing COVID-19, perhaps through an accidental lab release rather than something that naturally jumped from animal to human in a wet market or in a food market. So it's pushing back at this point with a concerted effort to push conspiracy theories and false claims that it in fact leaked from a military lab in Maryland. Evidence that COVID-19 may have originated from a laboratory in Wuhan instead of bats at a wet market made headlines in May. But the news media and scientists had been reporting that from the start. For example, in February of 2020, Chinese university scientists determined the killer coronavirus probably originated from a laboratory in Wuhan. U.S. scientists said it may have leaked from a Wuhan lab. The Washington Post noted the alternative narrative that it originated from a wet market was shaky. And the Post revealed State Department cables warning of safety issues at the Wuhan lab studying bat coronaviruses. That's all going back to early last year, when candidate Biden also doubted China's wet market theory last February.
I would not be taking China's word for it.
And U.S. Senator Tom Cotton also spelled out circumstantial evidence it may have leaked from a Chinese government lab.
I would note that Wuhan also has China's only biosafety level 4 super laboratory that works with the world's most deadly pathogens to include, yes, coronavirus.
But the World Health Organization then conducted a very questionable investigation and effectively dismissed the lab leak theory. But then the evidence reemerged and worked its way back into the news cycle 3 months ago. And President Biden responded by ordering U.S. intelligence to do a 3-month investigation. President Biden already has the results. We're told it does not draw firm conclusions due in part to a lack of cooperation from China. And in an apparent attempt to confuse or distract from the findings, China is now actively spreading conspiracy theories the virus originated in the United States. So, sources are saying once the information does come to light, there won't be a firm conclusion. It cannot be nailed down at this time. That will likely take months, if not years, to continue to gather the evidence. But there is the possibility there could be additional evidence that implicates the research lab in Wuhan as opposed to the wet market. Right now, it's a bit of an open question, and that's why China is moving in the direction of a disinformation campaign as we speak, because if evidence continues to implicate China, it would logically bear far more responsibility and would therefore face far more legal or diplomatic pressure to do more to suppress the virus.
It all makes sense, Craig, but when could we expect this declassified report to be out, to be in the public domain?
The White House said on Monday a couple of days. That would seem to take us into today. It's imminent, any minute now. Of course, when it's released, not all of it will come to light. It will likely be blacked out in parts, but it should give us a much better idea of what we know and what we don't know.
All right, Craig Patrick with the latest on this soon-to-be-released report on the origins of COVID. Thank you, Craig.
And we thank Fox 13 in Tampa for that breakdown of exactly what they think will be in the report. We want to hear, though, from some of the investigators themselves at the World Health Organization. They met earlier today talking about this very, very topic, the origins of COVID-19 at the UN. Let's listen in for just a moment.
Maria Van Kerkhove will take this.
So thanks very much for the question. You know, as you know, we have been also encouraging the advancement of the studies for the SARS-CoV-2 origins since the beginning of this pandemic, and especially since the international team returned from their mission in February 2021, and since they published the report in March 2021. The report outlined a number, dozens of recommended studies that need to take place to better understand the early cases, to better understand the animals that were sold in markets, numerous studies going forward. And we have encouraged the urgency in which those studies can be conducted. And in fact, there is no delay in how those studies can be conducted in China, because there are many, many capable scientists there that can carry those out without delay. So we are also in agreement about the urgency to continue those studies. I will mention the SAGO, even though you said that you've heard about that. But the SAGO is this scientific advisory group, which is to be established, to establish a framework for the study of the origins of emerging and re-emerging pathogens. We know that SARS-CoV-2 was disease X. The next disease X is out there. You heard from the Director General, you heard from the Senior Minister how important preparedness is. This is, in effect, a step to that, because we have recognized a need to establish a standardized approach for studying where and when these pathogens emerge. So part of the responsibility of the SAGO will actually be to look at where we stand with the global studies for SARS-CoV-2. There are many studies that have been going on in China, and there are studies that are happening elsewhere as well. And since the international team has returned, many studies have been published looking at market sales, looking at animals that have been sold in Wuhan and other locations, looking at the susceptibility of animals. And so one of the responsibilities of the SAGO would be to urgently look to see where do we stand and where do we prioritize what studies need to go forward. But that should not delay and does not delay the advancements of studies that can be ongoing in China to date. In fact, we have heard from Chinese colleagues that studies are underway from some public statements that they have made recently. So again, we want the origins work to remain scientific, transparent, urgent, and inclusive. And we will continue to work with all member states to make sure that we better understand how this pandemic began so that we can be better prepared for future ones.
Thank you, Dr. Van Kerkhove. The next question goes to Imogen Fuchs from the BBC. Imogen, could you unmute yourself and go ahead with your question?
A follow-up on AFP's question. You say there is no delay, and that some of these studies are happening. So actually, Chinese scientists are doing the origin study on their own now, or is the other team going to China as well? And if so, when? Because as Agnes said, they've warned today that the window is closing to complete this work.
I can come in, and maybe Mike, who's online, if his connection is solid, would want to come in on this as well. So Imogen, yes, I mean, as I've said, we've heard statements from our Chinese colleagues that there are studies that are underway in China. We would have to ask them specifically what those studies are, and we look forward to the results of those. As has been outlined in the international report, these include studies of looking at serology, looking at sera that is stored from 2019, looking at tracing back of animals that are there. I don't have the specifics on these exact studies. We very much look forward to what those studies are. But there should be no delay in actually carrying those out, as I said. The international team, we had a meeting with them today, in fact. We've had several meetings with them. Some of them are continuing to discuss with their colleagues in China. There are many bilateral research relationships that are happening with scientists around the world, and these studies are starting to be published. We need to gather all information that we have in China and elsewhere to be able to get to the bottom of this. From our point of view, it's time to move on, get on with this, and really keep it rooted in the science. What we are hoping for is that any release of information on future studies goes from a political debate to a scientific one. And again, we encourage this work to continue.
Thank you, Dr. Van Kerkhoff. I think Dr. Ryan is online and has something to add.
Hi, Margaret. I'm just checking if my connection is actually good enough. Can you hear me?
Very well. In fact, Mark the Magician has fixed all our technical problems.
Great. No, well, first of all, yes, Maria is correct. We have spoken with the international team again. And when you actually look at the report of the international mission, they laid out studies that should be carried out by all parties, including China and outside. And there's been nothing to prevent those studies actually proceeding. And there is no need as such for a new international team to go to the field unless that is absolutely required. These are important ecologic and clinical and other studies that rely on actually getting data and getting that data made available. And a lot of the work is done actually going out and collecting that data or releasing that data that already exists. And we do look forward to getting updates from our Chinese colleagues on the progress with those studies. All of that data from both China and from the other international studies will be considered by the Scientific Advisory Group on Origins. And that is the point, is to be able to bring all of that data into the open and look at that data in a transparent way and be able to determine how far our understanding has gone and where the gaps in the understanding remain. There is no impediment right now for those studies to go ahead. Chinese colleagues don't need WHO to hold their hands through this kind of a process. Those studies have been laid out, they've been agreed between the international team and Chinese colleagues. So we look forward to getting the results of those studies, and we are very willing to deploy a further international team as needed. This may require smaller international teams, more specialized teams to focus on specific issues on the ecologic side, on the clinical side, on the epidemiology side. The team that went the last time had a huge and broad series of issues that it needed to advance, and it made great progress in advancing a broad range of scientific studies. Further international teams or further support or cooperation with colleagues in China and in other countries may require much more specialized, smaller teams to advance that. But there is no impediment right now to those studies going ahead. In fact, our Chinese colleagues do report that those studies are underway, and we very much look forward to receiving data and reports.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ryan. I think that concludes...
From those studies and our reports.
Is that finished? Okay, so we can go on to the next question. Yes, okay. The next we're going from French to English, now we go to Spanish. Isabel Sacco from FA. Isabel, could you unmute yourself and please ask your question?
All right, so we've been listening to this meeting out of the WHO there. I believe this is at their world headquarters in Geneva. And so we've been listening to doctors and officials discuss the origins of COVID-19. You heard some of them urging Beijing to be more transparent in these studies. And so we'll be following all of that, especially with this classified intelligence report that the agencies here at home have prepared for President Biden, seeing if we do get to see any unclassified parts of that. Hopefully we'll see that a little later this week. If we do, we'll bring those findings to you here on Live Now from Fox. Just want to bring you one more story regarding the coronavirus. I know we've kind of covered it a lot today, but it's a story nonetheless. And a lot of people, despite the surge in the Delta variant and cases, they're returning to the workplace. They're going back into the office, and people have been out of the office for over a year. They haven't been talking to their colleagues and coworkers, so people might not remember how to do it. And so Fox 13 in Tampa is giving you some tips on returning to the office and getting that etiquette in the workplace back. So here that is.
Well, many companies are working on plans to bring more employees back to the office, and whether it's going to happen next month or next year, there are some things to remember before you head back. And joining us now is etiquette expert and author of Everyday Etiquette, Patricia Rossi. So nice to see your face, Patricia.
Hi.
So what are some basic things to think about before returning to the office?
Number one, just think to yourself common sense. It's not that difficult. It's very easy. So we want to treat people how they want to be treated. So that's just the simple step walking out the door every day. And number one, keep it clean. Keep your desk clean. Keep your wastebasket clean. Keep your verbiage clean. Go in. I know that you hadn't seen people in a long time, but no gossip, because gossip makes you ugly.
All right, let's talk about that. You haven't seen a lot of your friends in a while, and they probably are your friends, and you need to be mindful of what you should and should not say. So my big question is, do you ask people if they're vaccinated or not?
Well, what you can do is just tell them what you did. So you can tell them, I'm fully vaxxed, I'm on my second one. You can tell them where you got it, the kind you got. And if they want to tell you about theirs, they'll pipe in.
Very good, very good. So after a year and a half of social distancing, it's also probably pretty important to be mindful of touch, like maybe don't run up and give them a big hug.
Yes, we want to be careful about reading people's body language. So read their cues and clues. And you can do like this. If you don't want to shake hands, you can do like that or like that. Or you can just say, "Ooh, I'm not kissing these days." We want to make sure we don't say anything about people's appearance. I was doing a keynote speech for a big medical group, and I'm standing at the podium and somebody walks by and they said, "Ooh, you ballooned up, you put on the COVID-15 like I did." And I'm thinking, oh my goodness. And then someone else walked by and they said, "Ooh, you're looking tired and frazzled." Never, ever, ever tell anybody they look tired, because if you can't fix it in 2 minutes, a hair hitch in a ride or a zipper that needs to be zipped, use common sense and don't say it. And lastly, we all feel a little bloated and frazzled and tired. So don't say it.
All right. My jaw just dropped when you said like all three of those things. But on the flip side of that, I do think that we have to go into not taking things too personally, maybe. I mean, where is that line?
Yes, you can laugh it off, and there's certain personality types that can, and our medical professionals are our heroes right now. So especially with their peers and people above and below, we all need to give a lot of grace and latitude. And if you get to work and there's a chatty, Kathy, just know that she's been on lockdown and she's ready to communicate. Or if it's hunker down Henry, give him grace. He may not be ready to come back. He may not be ready to socialize. So give latitude and grace.
And he may have meant it as a compliment when he asked you if you gained the pandemic 15, right? Okay, thanks.
All right, we're going to break in here for now because we are getting some breaking news out of the Los Angeles area at the moment, and we are following reports that there was a shooting at the Redondo Beach Pier. We're getting more information into us as we speak, but we wanted to give you these live pictures. You can kind of tell that the entire pier has been evacuated, what it looks like, but you can see the massive and enormous police and fire response on this Wednesday night there. It's about 9:45 at night on the West Coast here. And look at the number of fire trucks and police vehicles who are responding to this. We're learning that police are investigating a shooting at Redondo Pier. And so we're waiting to confirm at least how many people were shot, if a suspect has been caught or in custody, or suspects. We don't have those details yet. We're working to corroborate and confirm. And so right now, though, you can see how busy this scene is at the moment. And we're getting news in from our affiliate, Fox 11 in Los Angeles, that officials did not give a number of people hurt from the shooting, or if anyone was hurt from the shooting. But we do know, we're learning that police have a suspected gunman's identity, but that has not been released as of tonight. So at the moment, still working some details on this, on exactly how many individuals were shot, if those injuries were life-threatening or non-life-threatening, if this was some type of random incident or a targeted incident. But you can see there's so much activity going on outside the entrance to the pier and to the boardwalk. This is in Redondo Beach, if you're familiar with the area, if you might be watching from the area here on LiveNOW. We're going to keep these pictures up. We're going to be working our sources, figuring out more information for you in just a matter of moments. All right, you see emergency management officials there walking with this stretcher at the moment, right in front of the entrance to the boardwalk. They just went under yellow police tape there. It doesn't look like anyone is on that stretcher. Remember, if you're just coming to us right now here on LiveNOW from Fox, we're getting reports of a shooting at Redondo Pier in Redondo Beach, California, in Southern California. And you can see just the tremendous police presence at this hour of night. It's about 10 minutes to 10 p.m. here on this Wednesday night. And you can see officials are investigating the scene. Fire officials are on the ground. Police officials are on the ground. We're getting reports that we hope to learn more about a suspect or possible suspects in this situation, if this shooting was targeted or if it was random. We're hoping to get more information on the number of possible victims shot. We don't have anything confirmed on that, and if those victims suffered non-life-threatening injuries or life-threatening injuries. We don't know the status of their conditions. You can see, looks like this SWAT Bearcat might be on this boulevard there. And police officials are kind of combing this scene. We're not getting any reports of a standoff situation. We haven't heard of anything on that front just yet, but you can see them kind of commiserating and gathering. This could be maybe the central focal point of the crime scene at this very hour. We don't know that just yet, but a lot of activity right there on the boardwalk. So these are live pictures, these aerial pictures coming to us from our Skyfox chopper up in the air from Fox 11. You can see the waves crashing on the shore. It's almost 10 p.m. on this Wednesday night. A lot of commotion at Redondo Beach Pier after multiple reports of a shooting. We're waiting to confirm with police on the exact number of people who have been involved in this. We don't know either if any police officers were involved in the shooting or if they, returned fire themselves. We're still also gathering more information on a suspect or suspects involved. According to Fox 11 in Los Angeles, there are reports that the suspected gunman's identity has not been released. So that would indicate that possibly officials know who that is and who did this. Well, like I also said, officials did not give a number of people hurt from the shooting, or if anyone was hurt from the shooting, for that matter. So those are some of the facts we're getting in at this hour. But it's a very active scene there in Redondo Beach on the pier. You can see that there are just, no bystanders or residents and civilians out and about. A lot of them have left. No doubt they must have been quite terrified if they heard some of these gunshots that rang out. All right, there you can see it does look like some people are walking out of the pier itself and the boardwalk. We just saw some of those civilians come out. You can see even more police officers kind of milling about, securing the scene. So we are still working on getting more details on the nature of this shooting. The exact number of people that might have been hit in this shooting, we do not know that. We also don't know how many people might have been involved suspect-wise, who might have carried this out. You can see, though, that police pulled that Bearcat right up onto the rocks, almost. And they're still kind of commiserating about outside of this structure, right on the boardwalk and the beach. And so it does look like they might be leaving the scene as well. They don't look too urgent at this point in time in how they're acting, but could indicate that the situation is resolved and over. We don't have information on that just yet. We're still waiting to confirm some crucial details on this, but hoping to learn from our affiliate on the ground there, Fox 11 in Los Angeles, well, in the air rather, not on the ground. But they are bringing us these live aerial pictures of the scene itself. And you can see the cul-de-sac right around the entrance to the boardwalk and to the pier, still very active with police vehicles, fire trucks, and the like. And it looks like we do have a ground shot. Let's go out to that right now. This is on the ground outside of Redondo Beach Pier. We're still waiting to get more information, but there you can see kind of a better vantage point. We're going to show you both of these pictures, though, at the moment, just so you have both vantage points as we work to get more details for you on this shooting. All right, and now we have both vantage points in the air and on the ground. If you're just coming to us here on Live Now from Fox, it's almost the 10 o'clock hour on Wednesday night here on the West Coast, almost 1 a.m. on the East Coast. But let's focus now on Redondo Beach, California. There at the very popular pier with tourists and residents alike, a shooting took place earlier tonight. Police are investigating that shooting, and that's about as far as we know at this moment. According to Fox 11 in Los Angeles, officials did not give a number of people hurt from the shooting or if anyone was hurt at all. So hopefully we will get more updates either throughout the night or into the early morning hours, possibly into Thursday morning. But there you can see the scene's still quite active at this time. Hopefully, police will update the press eventually from public information officers on the ground. But lots of shops, lots of restaurants, lots of condos on the beach there. And so it remains to be seen what exactly transpired on this Wednesday night at the pier. All right, and if you're just coming here to Live Now from Fox, we are working on getting more information on this shooting that took place at Redondo Beach Pier on this Wednesday night. You can see now many more people are out and about near the entrance of the pier itself. We're soon going to be getting a report from a reporter on the ground from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. We'll bring that to you as it happens, just so we know exactly what went on here and get some more information. But we don't know many details at this hour. We're hoping to hear from police very, very soon. We haven't heard from them or have any official statements. You know, we've been looking on their Twitter accounts. We've been in contact with our sources at Fox 11 in Los Angeles, our colleagues rather, if they know any more information. But we will soon bring you a live report from the scene itself from one of our reporters on the ground from Fox 11 in the hopes that they can provide more information than we could provide you. But this is still a very fluid situation. And so it looks like investigators and police are still combing the scene. It's a very, very large area to comb through and investigate. Let's go out now to Fox 11 in Los Angeles.
Diners and shoppers running for cover. We're live with the breaking story.
Recall news breaking this evening. A police report filed against Larry Elder and a new candidate on the debate stage.
Ow! Ow! Oh my God! And a yoga workout takes a weird turn when a lizard goes in for a snack. But we begin here at 10 o'clock with breaking news, a shooting at Redondo Beach Pier.
Ed Lascos just arrived on scene, joins us now live. Ed, what do we know?
A wild scene here in Redondo Beach at the pier itself after gunfire. Eyewitnesses just moments ago producing some cell phone video that shows what appears to be the gunman shot by police. He's fallen down into the rocks, and that's why we have a scene here of police responding from nearly every city along the South Bay. Mutual aid after reports of gunfire here. And this video we're going to show, I think, coming up here will actually, if you listen carefully, you'll be able to hear the gunfire. Witnesses say maybe about a dozen to 18 rounds they heard when all this began. Listen. Witnesses at that point say they hear the gunfire, and they've been telling us that it appeared to be a gunman who started opening fire on at least 2 or 3 other people. Those same witnesses, eyewitnesses who've been talking to police, talking to us, say that it appeared 2 people were hit by gunfire, 1 in the lower leg, another struck in an unknown location. Both rushed off to the ER, their conditions unknown. And then you had the wild scene here, police responding with their tactical units, trying to find the gunman. It appears they may have shot him, fallen down into the rocks. But as you can imagine, a very busy Wednesday night here on the pier. Warm night. The restaurant's packed. Some more cell phone video coming in shows the moments of the gunfire and everybody running for cover. This is a scene inside the restaurant Kincaid, right down there, right near the pier. They heard gunfire. Some of the diners hitting underneath the tables to hide. Others running behind the bar. Still others going into the back, into the kitchen, worried about that gunfire. Here's an eyewitness to all of this. He works over at one of the restaurants there. Tony's at the pier. He tells us about what it was like. Listen.
Some of the people out there who were looking at the glass, or through the glass, they reported that there were 2 people. One of them was chasing the other. They're not entirely sure who, but they can say that one of them was firing at the other. The other one was either running or not responding to the fire. We started pulling in people back into the kitchen where it's safe. Afterwards, we then told them that stay there, stay low at the meanwhile. We're contacting 911.
Now live, contacting 911, and as from the ground video that we've just been able to get into, you can see the huge response here. It came in as an active shooter on the pier. They brought in everybody from the South Bay law enforcement. I'm talking about tactical units came in. They were able to rush off the 2, what we've been told now, 2 victims hit by gunfire. And then the massive, desperate search for the gunman himself. That cell phone video I've been talking about showed the what appeared to be the gunman hit by gunfire. Here's a live view now. Sky Fox looking down at this entire area near the pier, sealed off by police. They're searching, they're moving in to search that area south of the pier, the rocky area, if you're familiar with this location, where the video and where police think as they hit the gunman, he fell into the rocks, and they're trying to find him, but being very careful. Still the area all sealed off as police look to find some more witnesses, and also a lot of this cell phone video that's been playing out showing the actual shooting. But again, from what we've been hearing from eyewitnesses, 2 people shot here appeared to be the target of the gunman. Their injuries unknown, and the gunman himself, from the cell phone video and from eyewitnesses, the gunman appears to have been shot also by police as they continue to try to retrieve the gunman who fell into the rocks right near the pier. For now, we're live here at Redondo Beach. Back to both of you.
A lot going on tonight, Ed. Now we want to go to our live team coverage of the South Fire. This is still burning in Fontana. We have team coverage. Susan, here.
All right, we want to thank Fox 11 in Los Angeles and their reporter on the ground for providing a lot of updates on the scene there in Redondo Beach. We just confirmed via Fox 11 2 people have been shot, and the suspected gunman was also shot at. Apparently, police are looking for the gunman who might have fallen in the rocks that we've been showing you near the beach and the break wall there on the pier near the boardwalk. We just want to leave you with these scenes once again as the scene is very still active as the investigation continues. We're going to pick this up hopefully in the next couple of hours when maybe we'll get a press conference from police. We haven't confirmed that just yet. There's the ground shot. But for all of us here at Live Now from Fox, we want to thank you for tuning in tonight on this Wednesday night. It's been quite busy. We're going to take the opportunity to play out some of these political events, press conferences, and the like we've shown you already throughout the day. We're going to start off with the White House press briefing by White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. We'll see you same time, though, same place tomorrow.
Just to note, and I know all of you have been following this quite closely, but to reiterate, a total of approximately 19,000 people were evacuated from Kabul over a period of 24 hours that, of course, ended early this morning. This is the result of 42 U.S. military flights, which carried approximately 11,200 evacuees, and 48 coalition flights, which carried 7,800 people, for a total of 90 flights out of Kabul, which, if I get my math right, that's approximately a flight every 39 minutes. I believe the Department of Defense gave that statistic. And just to reiterate, since August 14th, we've evacuated, the United States has evacuated and facilitated the evacuation of approximately 82,300 people on U.S. military and coalition flights as part of one of the largest airlifts in world history. Since the end of July, we have relocated approximately 88,000 people on U.S. military and coalition flights. Two other items unrelated to that topic. Today, we've announced new actions to help protect vulnerable tenants and landlords. For months, the administration has worked to speed up the delivery of emergency rental assistance, as we've talked about quite a bit, and help keep American families safe and in their homes. And as the president has made clear, no state or locality should delay in distributing resources that have been provided by Congress to meet families' critical needs, and we want to continue to take steps to make that easier. So today, the Treasury Department is strengthening existing guidance and implementing new policies to ensure that state and local grantees can further accelerate the distribution of ERA funds to